Martin Chuzzlewit, Part 2, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 9. Town Dinners. Surely there never was, in any other borough, city or hamlet in the world, such a singular sort of a place as Todgers's is. And surely London, to judge from that part of it which hemmed Todgers's round and hustled it and crushed it and stuck its brick-and-mortar elbows into it and kept the air from it and stood perpetually between it and the light, was worthy of Todgers's and qualified to be on terms of close relationship and alliance with hundreds and thousands of the odd family to which Todgers's belonged. You couldn't walk about Todgers's neighborhood as you could in any other neighborhood. You groped your way for an hour through lanes and byways and courtyards and passages, and you never once emerged upon anything that might be reasonably called a street. A kind of resigned distraction came over the stranger as he trod those devious mazes, and, giving himself up for lost, went in and out and roundabout, and quietly turned back again when he came to a dead wall, or was stopped by an iron railing and felt that the means of escape might possibly present themselves in their own good time, but that to anticipate them was hopeless. Instances were known of people who, being asked to dine at Todgers's, had traveled round and round for a weary time, with its very chimney-pots in view, and finding it at last impossible of attainment, had gone home again with a gentle melancholy on their spirits, tranquil and uncomplaining. Nobody had ever found Todgers's on a verbal direction, though given within a few minutes' walk of it. Cautious emigrants from Scotland or the north of England had been known to reach it safely by impressing a charity boy, town-bred, and bringing him along with them, or by clinging tenaciously to the postman. But these were rare exceptions, and only went to prove the rule that Todgers's was in a labyrinth, whereof the mystery was known but to a chosen few. Several fruit brokers had their marts near Todgers's, and one of the first impressions wrought upon the stranger's senses was of oranges of damaged oranges with blue and green bruises on them, festering in boxes or mouldering away in cellars. All day long a stream of porters from the wharves beside the river, each bearing on his back a bursting chest of oranges, poured slowly through the narrow passages, while underneath the archway by the public-house the knots of those who rested and regaled within were piled from morning until night. Strange solitary pumps were found near Todgers's, hiding themselves for the most part in blind alleys and keeping company with fire-ladders. There were churches also by dozens, with many a ghostly little churchyard, all overgrown with such straggling vegetation as springs up spontaneously from damp and graves and rubbish. In some of these dingy resting places, which bore much the same analogy to green churchyards as the pots of earth for mignonette and wallflower in the windows overlooking them did to rustic gardens, there were trees, tall trees, still putting forth their leaves in each succeeding year, with such a languishing remembrance of their kind, so one might fancy, looking on there. Sickly boughs as birds in cages have of theirs. Here, paralyzed old watchmen guarded the bodies of the dead at night, year after year, until at last they joined that solemn brotherhood, and, saving that they slept below the ground, a sounder sleep than even they had ever known above it, and were shut up in another kind of box, their condition can hardly be said to have undergone any material change when they, in turn, were watched themselves. Among the narrow thoroughfares at hand there lingered here and there an ancient doorway of carved oak, from which of old the sounds of revelry and feasting often came, but now these mansions, only used for storehouses, were dark and dull, and being filled with wool and cotton, and the like, such heavy merchandise as stifles sound and stops the throat of echo, had an air of palpable deadness about them, which, added to their silence and distortion, made them very grim. In like manner, there were gloomy courtyards in these parts, into which few but belated wayfarers ever strayed, and where vast bags and packs of goods, upward or downward bound, were forever dangling between heaven and earth from lofty cranes. There were more trucks near Todgers's than you would suppose Hull City could ever need, not active trucks, but a vagabond race, forever lounging in the narrow lanes before their masters' doors and stopping up the pass, so that when a stray hackney coach or lumbering wagon came that way, they were the cause of such an uproar as enlivened the whole neighborhood, and made the bells in the next church tower vibrate again. In the throats and maws of dark no thoroughfares near Todgers's, individual wine merchants and wholesale dealers in grocery ware had perfect little towns of their own, and, deep among the foundations of these buildings, the ground was undermined and burrowed out into stables, where cart horses, troubled by rats, might be heard on a quiet Sunday rattling their halters, as disturbed spirits in tales of haunted houses are said to clank their chains. To tell of half the queer old taverns that had a drowsy and secret existence near Todgers's would fill a goodly book, while a second volume no less capacious might be devoted to an account of the quaint old guests who frequented their dimly lighted parlors. These were, in general, ancient inhabitants of that region, born and bred there from boyhood, who had long since become wheezy and asthmatical and short of breath, except in the article of story-telling, in which respect they were still marvelously long-winded. These gentry were much opposed to steam and all new-fangled ways, and held ballooning to be sinful, and deplored the degeneracy of the times, which that particular member of each little club who kept the keys of the nearest church professionally always attributed to the prevalence of dissent and irreligion, though the major part of the company inclined to the belief that virtue went out with hair powder, and that old England's greatness had decayed amain with barbers. As to Todgers's itself, speaking of it only as a house in that neighborhood, and making no reference to its merits as a commercial boarding establishment, it was worthy to stand where it did. There was one staircase window in it at the side of the house on the ground floor, which tradition said had not been opened for 100 years at least, and which, abutting on an always dirty lane, was so begrimed and coated with a century's mud that no one pane of glass could possibly fall out, though all were cracked and broken 20 times. But the grand mystery of Todgers's was the cellarage, approachable only by a little back door and a rusty grating, which cellarage within the memory of man had had no connection with the house, but had always been the freehold property of somebody else, and was reported to be full of wealth, though in what shape, whether in silver, brass, or gold, or butts of wine, or casks of gunpowder, was matter of profound uncertainty and supreme indifference to Todgers's and all its inmates. The top of the house was worthy of notice. There was a sort of terrace on the roof, with posts and fragments of rotten lines, once intended to dry clothes upon. And there were 2 or 3 tea-chests out there, full of earth with forgotten plants in them, like old walking sticks. Whoever climbed to this observatory was stunned at first from having knocked his head against the little door in coming out, and after that was for the moment choked from having looked perforce straight down the kitchen chimney. But these 2 stages over, there were things to gaze at from the top of Todgers's, well worth your seeing too. For first and foremost, if the day were bright, you observed upon the housetops, stretching far away, a long dark path, the shadow of the monument, and turning round, the tall original was close beside you, with every hair erect upon his golden head, as if the doings of the city frightened him. Then there were steeples, towers, belfries, shining vanes and masts of ships, a very forest. Gables, housetops, garret windows, wilderness upon wilderness. Smoke and noise enough for all the world at once. After the first glance, there were slight features in the midst of this crowd. Objects which sprung out from the mass without any reason, as it were, and took hold of the attention whether the spectator would or no. Thus, the revolving chimney-pots on one great stack of buildings seemed to be turning gravely to each other every now and then, and whispering the result of their separate observation of what was going on below. Others, of a crook-backed shape, appeared to be maliciously holding themselves askew, that they might shut the prospect out and baffle Todgers's. The man who was mending a pen at an upper window over the way became of paramount importance in the scene, and made a blank in it ridiculously disproportionate in its extent when he retired. The gambols of a piece of cloth upon the dyer's pole had far more interest for the moment than all the changing motion of the crowd. Yet even while the looker-on felt angry with himself for this, and wondered how it was, the tumult swelled into a roar. The hosts of objects seemed to thicken and expand 100-fold, and after gazing round him, quite scared, he turned into Todgers's again, much more rapidly than he came out, and 10 to 1 he told me, Todgers afterwards, that if he had it done so, he would certainly have come into the street by the shortest cut, that is to say, head foremost. So said the two Miss Pecksniffs when they retired with Mrs. Todgers from this place of espial, leaving the youthful porter to close the door and follow them downstairs, who, being of a playful temperament and contemplating with a delight peculiar to his sex in time of life any chance of dashing himself into small fragments, lingered behind to walk upon the parapet. It being the second day of their stay in London, the Miss Pecksniffs and Mrs. Todgers were by this time highly confidential, insomuch that the last-named lady had already communicated the particulars of 3 early disappointments of a tender nature, and had furthermore possessed her young friends with a general summary of the life, conduct, and character of Mr. Todgers, who, it seemed, had cut his matrimonial career rather short by unlawfully running away from his happiness and establishing himself in foreign countries as a bachelor. Your Paul was once a little particular in his attentions, my dears, said Mrs. Todgers, but to be your Ma was too much happiness denied me. You'd hardly know who this was done for, perhaps. She called their attention to an oval miniature like a little blister, which was tacked up over the kettle holder, and in which there was a dreamy shadowing forth of her own visage. It's a speaking likeness, cried the two Miss Pecksniffs. It was considered so once, said Mrs. Todgers, warming herself in a gentlemanly manner at the fire, but I hardly thought you would have known it, my loves. They would have known it anywhere, if they could have met with it. Street, or seen it in a shop window, they would have cried, Good gracious, Mrs. Todgers! Presiding over an establishment like this makes sad havoc with the features, my dear Miss Pecksniffs, said Mrs. Todgers. The gravy alone is enough to add 20 years to one's age, I do assure you. Lor! cried the two Miss Pecksniffs. The anxiety of that one item, my dears, said Mrs. Todgers, keeps the mind continually upon the stretch. There is no such passion in human nature as the passion for gravy among commercial gentlemen. It's nothing to say. A joint won't yield a whole animal, wouldn't yield the amount of gravy they expect each day at dinner. And what I have undergone in consequence, cried Mrs. Todgers, raising her eyes and shaking her head, no one would believe. Just like Mr. Pinch, Mary, said Charity. We have always noticed it in him, you remember? Yes, my dear, giggled Mary, but we have never given it him, you know. You, my dears, having to deal with your pa's pupils who can't help themselves, are able to take your own way, said Mrs. Todgers. But in a commercial establishment, where any gentleman may say any Saturday evening, Mrs. Todgers, this day we part in consequence of the cheese, it is not so easy to preserve a pleasant understanding. Your pa was kind enough, added the good lady, to invite me to take a ride with you today. And I think he mentioned that you were going to call upon Miss Pinch. Any relation to the gentleman you were speaking of just now, Miss Pecksniff? For goodness sake, Mrs. Todgers, interposed the lively Mary, don't call him a gentleman. My dear Cherry, Pinch a gentleman. The idea! What a wicked girl you are, cried Mrs. Todgers, embracing her with great affection. You are quite a quiz, I do declare. My dear Miss Pecksniff, what a happiness your sister's spirits must be to your pa and self. He's the most hideous, goggle-eyed creature, Mrs. Todgers, in existence, resumed Mary, quite an ogre, the ugliest, awkwardest, frightfulest being you can imagine. This is his sister, so I leave you to suppose what C is. I shall be obliged to laugh outright, I know I shall, cried the charming girl. I never shall be able to keep my countenance. The notion of a Miss Pinch presuming to exist at all is sufficient to kill one, but to see her, oh my stars! Mrs. Todgers laughed immensely at the dear love's humor, and declared she was quite afraid of her, that she was. She was so very severe. Who is severe? Cried a voice at the door. There is no such thing as severity in our family, I hope. And then Mr. Pecksniff peeped smilingly into the room and said, May I come in, Mrs. Todgers? Mrs. Todgers almost screamed, for the little door of communication between that room and the inner one being wide open, there was a full disclosure of the sofa bedstead in all its monstrous impropriety. But she had the presence of mind to close this portal in the twinkling of an eye, and having done so, said, though not without confusion, Oh yes, Mr. Pecksniff, you can come in, if you please. How are we today? Said Mr. Pecksniff jocosely, and what are our plans? Are we ready to go and see Tom Pinch's sister? Ha 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 ha, poor Thomas Pinch. Are we ready, returned Mrs. Todgers, nodding her head with mysterious intelligence, to send a favorable reply to Mr. Jenkins's round robin? That's the first question, Mr. Pecksniff. Why Mr. Jenkins's robin, my dear madam? Asked Mr. Pecksniff, putting one arm round Mercy and the other round Mrs. Todgers, whom he seemed, in the abstraction of the moment, to mistake for Charity. Why Mr. Jenkins's? Because he began to get it up, and indeed always takes the lead in the house, said Mrs. Todgers playfully. That's why, sir. Jenkins is a man of superior talents, observed Mr. Pecksniff. I have conceived a great regard for Jenkins. I take Jenkins's desire to pay polite attention to my daughters as an additional proof of the friendly feeling of Jenkins, Mrs. Todgers. Well now, returned that lady, having said so much you must say the rest, Mr. Pecksniff, so tell the dear young ladies all about it. With these words she gently eluded Mr. Pecksniff's grasp and took Miss Charity into her own embrace, though whether she was impelled to this proceeding solely by the irrepressible affection she had conceived for that young lady, or whether it had any reference to a lowering, not to say distinctly spiteful expression which had been visible in her face for some moments, has never been exactly ascertained. Be this as it may, Mr. Pecksniff went on to inform his daughters of the purport and history of the round robin aforesaid, which was in brief that the commercial gentleman who helped to make up the sum and substance of that noun of multitude, signifying many, called Todgerses, desired the honor of their presence at the general table, so long as they remained in the house, and besought that they would grace the board at dinner time next day, the same being Sunday. He further said that Mrs. Todgers being a consenting party to this invitation, he was willing for his part to accept it, and so left them that he might write his gracious answer, the while they armed themselves with their best bonnets for the utter defeat and overthrow of Miss Pinch. Tom Pinch's sister was governess in a lofty family, perhaps the wealthiest brass and copper founders' family known to mankind. They lived at Camberwell, in a house so big and fierce that its mere outside, like the outside of a giant's castle, struck terror into vulgar minds and made bold persons quail. There was a great front gate, with a great bell, whose handle was in itself a note of admiration, and a great lodge, which being close to the house rather spoilt the lookout certainly, but made the look-in tremendous. At this entry a great porter kept constant watch and ward, and when he gave the visitor high leave to pass, he rang a second great bell, responsive to whose note a great footman appeared in due time at the great hall door, with such great tags upon his liveried shoulder that he was perpetually entangling and hooking himself among the chairs and tables, and led a life of torment which could scarcely have been surpassed if he had been a bluebottle in a world of cobwebs. To this mansion Mr. Pecksniff, accompanied by his daughters and Mrs. Todgers, drove gallantly in a one-horse fly. The foregoing ceremonies having been all performed, they were ushered into the house, and so by degrees they got at last into a small room with books in it, where Mr. Pinch's sister was at that moment instructing her eldest pupil, to wit, a premature little woman of 13 years old, who had already arrived at such a pitch of whalebone and education that she had nothing girlish about her, which was a source of great rejoicing to all her relations and friends. "Visitors for Miss Pinch," said the footman. He must have been an ingenious young man, for he said it very cleverly, with a nice discrimination between the cold respect with which he would have announced visitors to the family and the warm personal interest with which he would have announced visitors to the cook. Visitors for Miss Pinch. Miss Pinch rose hastily, with such tokens of agitation as plainly declared that her list of callers was not numerous. At the same time, the little pupil became alarmingly upright and prepared herself to take mental notes of all that might be said and done, for the lady of the establishment was curious in the natural history and habits of the animal called Gervinus, and encouraged her daughters to report thereon whenever occasion served, which was, in reference to all parties concerned, very laudable, improving, and pleasant. It is a melancholy fact, but it must be related, that Mr. Pinch's sister was not at all ugly. On the contrary, she had a good face, a very mild and prepossessing face, and a pretty little figure, slight and short, but remarkable for its neatness. There was something of her brother, much of him indeed, in a certain gentleness of manner, and in her look of timid trustfulness, but she was so far from being a fright, or a dowdy, or a horror, or anything else, predicted by the two Miss Pecksniffs, that those young ladies naturally regarded her with great indignation, feeling that this was by no means what they had come to see. Miss Mercy, as having the larger share of gaiety, bore up the best against this disappointment, and carried it off, in outward show at least, with a titter. But her sister, not caring to hide her disdain, expressed it pretty openly in her looks. As to Mrs. Todgers, she leaned on Mr. Pecksniff's arm and preserved a kind of genteel grimness, suitable to any state of opinion, and involving any shade of opinion. "Don't be alarmed, Miss Pinch," said Mr. Pecksniff, taking her hand condescendingly in one of his and patting it with the other. "I have called to see you in pursuance of a promise given to your brother Thomas Pinch. My name, compose yourself. Miss Pinch is Pecksniff." The good man emphasized these words as though he would have said, "You see in me, young person, the benefactor of your race, the patron of your house, the preserver of your brother, who is fed with manna daily from my table, and in right of whom there is a considerable balance in my favor at present, standing in the books beyond the sky. But I have no pride, for I can afford to do without it. The poor girl felt it all as if it had been gospel truth. Her brother, writing in the fullness of his simple heart, had often told her so, and how much more. As Mr. Pecksniff ceased to speak, she hung her head and dropped a tear upon his hand. "Oh, very well, Miss Pinch," thought the sharp pupil, "crying before strangers as if you didn't like the situation." "Thomas is well," said Mr. Pecksniff, "and sends his love and this letter. I cannot say, poor fellow, that he will ever be distinguished in our profession, but he has the will to do well, which is the next thing to having the power, and, therefore, we must bear with him." "Eh? I know he has the will, sir," said Tom Pinch's sister, "and I know how kindly." And considerately you cherish it, for which neither he nor I can ever be grateful enough, as we very often say in writing to each other. The young ladies, too," she added, glancing gratefully at his two daughters, "I know how much we owe to them. My dears," said Mr. Pecksniff, turning to them with a smile, "Thomas's sister is saying something you will be glad to hear, I think." "We can't take any merit to ourselves, Papa," cried Cherry, as they both apprised Tom Pinch's sister, with a curtsy, that they would feel obliged if she would keep her distance. "Mr. Pinch's being so well provided for is owing to you alone, and we can only say how glad we are to hear that he is as grateful as he ought to be." "All very well, Miss Pinch," thought the pupil again. "Got a grateful brother, living on other people's kindness." "It was very kind of you," said Tom Pinch's sister, with Tom's own simplicity and Tom's own smile, "to come here. Very kind indeed, though how great a kindness you have done me in gratifying my wish to see you, and to thank you with my own lips, you, who make so light of benefits conferred, can scarcely think." "Very grateful, very pleasant, very proper," murmured Mr. Pecksniff. "It makes me happy, too," said Ruth Pinch, who, now that her first surprise was over, had a chatty, cheerful way with her, and a single-hearted desire to look upon the best side of everything, which was the very moral and image of Tom, "very happy to think that you will be able to tell him how more than comfortably I am situated here, and how unnecessary it is that he should ever waste a regret on my being cast upon my own resources. Dear me, so long as I heard that he was happy, and he heard that I was," said Tom's sister, "we could both bear without." One impatient or complaining thought, "A great deal more than ever we have had to endure, I am very certain," and if ever the plain truth were spoken on this occasionally false earth, Tom's sister spoke it when she said that. "Ah!" cried Mr. Pecksniff, whose eyes had in the meantime wandered to the pupil. "Certainly. And how do you do, my very interesting child?" "Quite well, I thank you, sir," replied that frosty innocent. "A sweet face this, my dears," said Mr. Pecksniff, turning to his daughters. "A charming manner." Both young ladies had been in ecstasies with the scion of a wealthy house, through whom the nearest road and shortest cut to her parents might be supposed to lie from the first. Mrs. Todgers vowed that anything 1/4 so angelic she had never seen. She wanted but a pair of wings, a dear, said that. Good woman, to be a young syrup, meaning, possibly, young sylph or seraph. If you will give that to your distinguished parents, my amiable little friend, said Mr. Pecksniff, producing one of his professional cards, "and we'll say that I and my daughters and Mrs. Todgers—" "Pa," said Mary. "And Mrs. Todgers of London," added Mr. Pecksniff. "That I and my daughters and Mrs. Todgers of London did not intrude upon them, as our object simply was to take some notice of Miss Pinch, whose brother is a young man in my employment, but that I could not leave this very chaste mansion without adding my humble tribute as an architect to the correctness and elegance of the owner's taste, and to his just appreciation of that beautiful art, to the cultivation of which I have to be advanced." "Mrs.'s compliments to Miss Pinch," said the footman, suddenly appearing, and speaking in exactly the same key as before, "and begs to know what my young lady is a-learning of just now." "Oh," said Mr. Pecksniff, "here is the young man. He will take the cart. With my compliments, if you please, young man. My dears, we are interrupting the studies. Let us go." Some confusion was occasioned for an instant by Mrs. Todgers's unstrapping her little flat hand-basket and hurriedly entrusting the young man with one of her own cards, which, in addition to certain detailed information relative to the terms of the commercial establishment, bore a footnote to the effect that M. Roof T. took that opportunity of thanking those gentlemen who had honored her with their favors, and begged they would have the goodness, if satisfied with the table, to recommend her to their friends. But Mr. Pecksniff, with admirable presence of mind, recovered this document and buttoned it up in his own pocket. Then he said to Miss Pinch with more condescension and kindness than ever, for it was desirable the footman should expressly understand that they were not friends of hers, but patrons, "Good morning. Good-bye. God bless you. You may depend upon my continued protection of your brother Thomas. Keep your mind quite at ease, Miss Pinch." "Thank you," said Tom's sister heartily, 1,000 times. "Not at all," he retorted, patting her gently on the head. "Don't mention it. You will make me angry if you do. My sweet child's to the pupil. Farewell." "That very creature," said Mr. Pecksniff, looking in his pensive mood hard at the footman, as if he meant him, "has shed a vision on my path, refulgent in its nature, and not easily to be obliterated. My dears, are you ready?" They were not quite ready yet, for they were still caressing the pupil. But they tore themselves away at length, and sweeping past Miss Pinch with each a haughty inclination of the head and a curtsy strangled in its birth, flounced into the passage. The young man had rather a long job in showing them out, for Mr. Pecksniff's delight in the tastefulness of the house was such that he could not help often stopping particularly when they were near the parlor door and giving it expression in a loud voice and very learned terms. Indeed, he delivered, between the study and the hall, a familiar exposition of the whole science of architecture as applied to dwelling houses, and was yet in the freshness of his eloquence when they reached the garden. "If you look," said Mr. Pecksniff, backing from the steps with his head on one, side and his eyes half shut that he might the better take in the proportions of the exterior, "if you look, my dears, at the cornice which supports the roof, and observe the airiness of its construction, especially where it sweeps the southern angle of the building, you will feel with me. How do you do, sir? I hope you're well." Interrupting himself with these words, he very politely bowed to a middle-aged gentleman at an upper window, to whom he spoke, not because the gentleman could hear him, for he certainly could not, but as an appropriate accompaniment to his salutation. "I have no doubt, my dears," said Mr. Pecksniff, feigning to point out other beauties with his hand, "that this is the proprietor. I should be glad to know him. It might lead to something. Is he looking this way, Charity?" "He is opening the window, Pa." "Ha!" cried Mr. Pecksniff softly. "Oh, right, he has found I'm professional. He heard me inside just now, I have no doubt. Don't look." With regard to the fluted pillars in the portico, "My dears, hallo!" cried the gentleman. "Sir, your servant," said Mr. Pecksniff, taking off his hat. "I am proud to make your acquaintance. Come off the grass, will you?" roared the gentleman. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, doubtful of his having heard aright. "Did you? Come off the grass," repeated the gentleman warmly. "We are unwilling to intrude, sir," Mr. Pecksniff smilingly began. "But you are intruding," returned the other. "Unwarrantably intruding. Trespassing. You see a gravel walk, don't you? What do you think it's meant for? Open the gate there. Show that party out." With that he clapped down the window again and disappeared. Mr. Pecksniff put on his hat and walked with great deliberation and in profound silence to the fly, gazing at the clouds as he went with great interest. After helping his daughters and Mrs. Todgers into that conveyance, he stood looking at it for some moments, as if he were not quite certain whether it was a carriage or a temple. But having settled this point in his mind, he got into his place, spread his hands out on his knees, and smiled upon the three beholders. But his daughters, less tranquil-minded, burst into a torrent of indignation. This came, they said, of cherishing such creatures as the Pinches. This came of lowering themselves to their level. This came of putting themselves in the humiliating position of seeming to know such bold, audacious, cunning, dreadful girls as that. They had expected this. They had predicted it to Mrs. Todgers, as she Todgers could depone that very morning. To this they added that the owner of the house, supposing them to be Miss Pinch's friends, had acted, in their opinion, quite correctly, and had done no more than, under such circumstances, might reasonably have been expected. To that they added with a trifling inconsistency that he was a brute and a bear, and then they merged into a flood of tears which swept away all wandering epithets before it. Perhaps Miss Pinch was scarcely so much to blame in the matter as the seraph, who, immediately on the withdrawal of the visitors, had hastened to report them at headquarters with a full account of their having presumptuously charged her with the delivery of a message afterwards consigned to the footman, which outrage, taken in conjunction with Mr. Pecksniff's unobtrusive remarks on the establishment, might possibly have had some share in their dismissal. Poor Miss Pinch, however, had to bear the brunt of it with both parties, being so severely taken to task by the seraph's mother for having such vulgar acquaintances that she was fain to retire to her own room in tears, which her natural cheerfulness and submission, and the delight of having seen Mr. Pecksniff, and having received a letter from her brother, were at first insufficient to repress. As to Mr. Pecksniff, he told them in the fly that a good action was its own reward, and rather gave them to understand that if he could have been kicked in such a cause, he would have liked it all the better. But this was no comfort to the young ladies, who scolded violently the whole way back and even exhibited more than once a keen desire to attack the devoted Mrs. Todgers, on whose personal appearance, but particularly on whose offending card and handbasket, they were secretly inclined to lay the blame of half their failure. Todgers's was in a great bustle that evening, partly owing to some additional domestic preparations for the morrow, and partly to the excitement always inseparable in that house from Saturday night, when every gentleman's linen arrived at a different hour in its own little bundle, with his private account pinned on the outside. There was always a great clinking of pattens downstairs, too, until midnight or so, on Saturdays, together with a frequent gleaming of mysterious lights in the area, much working at the pump, and a constant jangling of the iron handle of the pail. Shrill altercations from time to time arose between Mrs. Todgers and unknown females in remote back kitchens, and sounds were occasionally heard indicative of small articles of ironmongery and hardware being thrown at the boy. It was the custom of that youth on Saturdays to roll up his shirt sleeves to his shoulders and pervade all parts of the house in an apron of coarse green baize. Moreover, he was more strongly tempted on Saturdays than on other days, it being a busy time, to make excursive bolts into the neighboring alleys when he answered the door, and there to play at leapfrog, and other sports with vagrant lads until pursued and brought back by the hair of his head or the lobe of his ear. Thus he was quite a conspicuous feature among the peculiar incidents of the last day in the week at Todgers's. He was especially so on this particular Saturday evening, and honored the Miss Pecksniffs with a deal of notice, seldom passing the door of Mrs. Todgers's private room, where they sat alone before the fire, working by the light of a solitary candle, without putting in his head and greeting them with some such compliments as "There you are again," "Ain't it nice?" and similar humorous attentions. "I say," he whispered, stopping in one of his journeys to and fro, "young ladies, there's soup tomorrow. She's a-making it now." "Ain't she a-putting in the water?" "Oh, not at all, neither." In the course of answering another knock, he thrust in his head again. "I say, there's fowls tomorrow. Not skinny ones. Oh, no." Presently he called through the keyhole, "There's a fish tomorrow. Just come. Don't eat none of him." And with this special warning, vanished again. By and by he returned to lay the cloth for supper, it having been arranged between Mrs. Todgers and the young ladies that they should partake of an exclusive veal cutlet together in the privacy of that apartment. He entertained them on this occasion by thrusting the lighted candle into his mouth and exhibiting his face in a state of transparency, after the performance of which feat he went on with his professional duties, brightening every knife as he laid it on the table, by breathing on the blade and afterwards polishing the same on the apron already mentioned. When he had completed his preparations, he grinned at the sisters, and expressed his belief that the approaching collation would be of rather a spicy sort. "Will it be long before it's ready, Bailey?" asked Mercy. "No," said Bailey, "it is cooked." When I come up, she was dodging among the tender pieces with a fork and eating of 'em. But he had scarcely achieved the utterance of these words when he received a manual compliment on the head, which sent him staggering against the wall, and Mrs. Todgers, dish in hand, stood indignantly before him. "Oh, you little villain," said that lady. "Oh, you bad, false boy, no worse than yourself," retorted Bailey, guarding his head, on a principle invented by Mr. Thomas Cribb. "Ah, come now, do that again, will yer?" "He's the most dreadful child," said Mrs. Todgers, setting down the dish, "I ever had to deal with. The gentlemen spoil him to that extent, and teach him such things, that I'm afraid nothing but hanging will ever do him any good." "Won't it?" cried Bailey. "Oh, yes. What's do you go a-lowering the table beer for then, and destroying my constitu, ma?" "Go downstairs, you vicious boy," said Mrs. Todgers, holding the door open. "Do you hear me? Go along." After 2 or 3 dexterous feints, he went, and was seen no more that night, save once, when he brought up some tumblers and hot water, and much disturbed the 2 Miss Pecksniffs by squinting hideously behind the back of the unconscious Mrs. Todgers. Having done this justice to his wounded feelings, he retired underground, where, in company with a swarm of black beetles and a kitchen candle, he employed his faculties in cleaning boots and brushing clothes until the night was far advanced. Benjamin was supposed to be the real name of this young retainer, but he was known by a great variety of names. Benjamin, for instance, had been converted into Uncle Ben, and that again had been corrupted into Uncle, which, by an easy transition, had again passed into Barnwell, in memory of the celebrated relative in that degree who was shot by his nephew George, while meditating in his garden at Camberwell. The gentleman at Todgers's had a merry habit, too, of bestowing upon him, for the time being, the name of any notorious malefactor or minister. And sometimes, when current events were flat, they even sought the pages of history for these distinctions. As Mr. Pitt, young Brownrigg, and the like, at the period of which we write, he was generally known among the gentlemen as Bailey Junior, a name bestowed upon him in contradistinction, perhaps, to Old Bailey, and possibly as involving the recollected of the same name, who perished. The usual Sunday dinner hour at Todgers's was 2 o'clock, a suitable time, it was considered, for all parties, convenient to Mrs. Todgers, on account of the bakers, and convenient to the gentlemen with reference to their afternoon engagements. But on the Sunday which was to introduce the two Miss Pecksniffs to a full knowledge of Todgers's and its society, the dinner was postponed until 5, in order that everything might be as genteel as the occasion demanded. When the hour drew nigh, Bailey Junior, testifying great excitement, appeared in a complete suit of cast-off clothes, several sizes too large for him, and in particular mounted a clean shirt of such extraordinary magnitude that one of the gentlemen remarkable for his ready wit called him "collars" on the spot. At about 5:15, a deputation consisting of Mr. Jenkins and another gentleman, whose name was Gander, knocked at the door of Mrs. Todgers's room, and, being formally introduced to the two Miss Pecksniffs by their parent, who was in waiting, besought the honor of conducting them upstairs. The drawing-room at Todgers's was out of the common style, so much so indeed that you would hardly have taken it to be a drawing-room unless you were told so by somebody who was in the secret. It was floor-clothed all over, and the ceiling, including a great beam in the middle, was papered. Besides the 3 little windows, with seats in them, commanding the opposite archway, there was another window looking point-blank, without any compromise at all about it, into Jenkins's bedroom, and high up, all along one side of the wall, was a strip of panes of glass, 2 deep, giving light to the staircase. There were the oddest closets possible, with little casements in them like 8-day clocks, lurking in the wainscot and taking the shape of the stairs, and the very door itself, which was painted black, had 2 great glass eyes in its forehead, with an inquisitive green pupil in the middle of each. Here the gentlemen were all assembled. There was a general cry of "Hear, hear," and "Bravo, Jink," when Mr. Jenkins appeared with Charity on his arm, which became quite rapturous as Mr. Gander followed, escorting Mercy, and Mr. Pecksniff brought up the rear with Mrs. Todgers. Then the presentations took place. They included a gentleman of a sporting turn who propounded questions on jockey subjects to the editors of Sunday papers, which were regarded by his friends as rather stiff things to answer, and they included a gentleman of a theatrical turn who had once entertained serious thoughts of coming out, but had been kept in by the wickedness of human nature, and they included a gentleman of a debating turn who wrote squibs upon the rest and knew the weak side of everybody's character but his own. There was a gentleman of a vocal turn, and a gentleman of a smoking turn, and a gentleman of a convivial turn. Some of the gentlemen had a turn for whist, and a large proportion of the gentlemen had a strong turn for billiards and betting. They had all, it may be presumed, a turn for business, being all commercially employed, in one way or other, and had, every one in his own way, a decided turn for pleasure to boot. Mr. Jenkins was of a fashionable turn, being a regular frequenter of the parks on Sundays and knowing a great many carriages by sight. He spoke mysteriously, too, of splendid women, and was suspected of having once committed himself with a countess. Mr. Gander was of a witty turn, being indeed the gentleman who had originated the sally about collars, which sparkling pleasantry was now retailed from mouth to mouth under the title of Gander's Last, and was received in all parts of the room with great applause. Mr. Jenkins, it may be added, was much the oldest of the party, being a fish salesman's bookkeeper, aged 40. He was the oldest boarder also, and in right of his double seniority, took the lead in the house, as Mrs. Todgers had already said. There was considerable delay in the production of dinner, and poor Mrs. Todgers, being reproached in confidence by Jenkins, slipped in and out at least 20 times to see about it, always coming back as though she had no such thing upon her mind, and hadn't been out at all. But there was no hitch in the conversation nevertheless, for one gentleman, who travelled in the perfumery line, exhibited an interesting knick-knack in the way of a remarkable cake of shaving soap which he had lately met with in Germany, and the gentleman of a literary turn repeated by desire some sarcastic stanzas he had recently produced on the freezing of the tank at the back of the house. These amusements, with the miscellaneous conversation arising out of them, passed the time splendidly, until dinner was announced by Bailey Jr. in these terms: "The wittles is up," on which notice they immediately descended to the banquet hall, some of the more facetious spirits in the rear taking down gentlemen as if they were ladies, in imitation of the fortunate possessors of the 2 Miss Pecksniffs. Mr. Pecksniff said grace, a short and pious grace involving a blessing on appetites of those present, and committing all persons who had nothing to eat to the care of Providence, whose business, so said the grace, in effect it clearly was, to look after them. This done, they fell to with less ceremony than appetite, the table groaning beneath the weight, not only of the delicacies whereof the Miss Pecksniffs had been previously forewarned, but of boiled beef, roast veal, bacon, pies, and abundance of such heavy vegetables as are favorably known to housekeepers for their satisfying qualities. Besides which, there were bottles of stout, bottles of wine, bottles of ale, and divers other strong drinks, native and foreign. All this was highly agreeable to the 2 Miss Pecksniffs, who were in immense request, sitting one on either hand of Mr. Jenkins at the bottom of the table, and who were called upon to take wine with some new admirer every minute. They had hardly ever felt so pleasant and so full of conversation in their lives. Mercy in particular was uncommonly brilliant, and said so many good things in the way of lively repartee that she was looked upon as a prodigy. In short, as that young lady observed, they felt now, indeed, that they were in London, and for the first time too. Their young friend Bailey sympathized in these feelings to the fullest extent, and, abating nothing of his patronage, gave them every encouragement in his power, favoring them, when the general attention was diverted from his proceedings, with many nods and winks and other tokens of recognition, and occasionally touching his nose with a corkscrew, as if to express the bacchanalian character of the meeting. In truth, perhaps even the spirits of the 2 Miss Pecksniffs and the hungry watchfulness of Mrs. Todgers were less worthy of note than the proceedings of this remarkable boy, whom nothing disconcerted or put out of his way. If any piece of crockery, a dish, or otherwise, chanced to slip through his hands, which happened once or twice, he let it go with perfect good breeding, and never added to the painful emotions of the company by exhibiting the least regret. Nor did he, by hurrying to and fro, disturb the repose of the assembly, as many well-trained servants do. On the contrary, feeling the hopelessness of waiting upon so large a party, he left the gentlemen to help themselves to what they wanted, and seldom stirred from behind Mr. Jenkins's chair, where, with his hands in his pockets and his legs planted pretty wide apart, he led the laughter and enjoyed the conversation. The dessert was splendid, no waiting either. The pudding plates had been washed in a little tub outside the door while cheese was on, and though they were moist and warm with friction, still there they were again, up to the mark and true to time. Quarts of almonds, dozens of oranges, pounds of raisins, stacks of biffins, soup plates full of nuts. Oh, Todgers's could do it when it chose, mind that. Then more wine came on, red wines and white wines, and a large china bowl of bocol. Punch, brewed by the gentleman of a convivial turn, who adjured the Miss Pecksniffs not to be despondent on account of its dimensions, as there were materials in the house for the decoction of half a dozen more of the same size. Good gracious, how they laughed! How they coughed when they sipped it, because it was so strong! And how they laughed again when somebody vowed that but for its color it might have been mistaken, in regard of its innocuous qualities, for new milk. What a shout of "No!" burst from the gentlemen when they pathetically implored Mr. Jenkins to suffer them to qualify it with hot water, and how blushingly, by little and little, did each of them drink her whole glassful down to its very dregs. Now comes the trying time. The sun, as Mr. Jenkins's gentlemanly creature, Jenkins, never at a loss, is about to leave the firmament. "Miss Pecksniff," says Mrs. Todgers softly, "will you?" "Oh dear, no more, Mrs. Todgers." Mrs. Todgers rises. The two Miss Pecksniffs rise. All rise. Miss Mercy Pecksniff looks downward. For her scarf. Where is it? Dear me, where can it be? Sweet girl, she has it on, not on her fair neck, but loose upon her flowing figure. A dozen hands assist her. She is all confusion. The youngest gentleman in company thirsts to murder Jenkins. She skips and joins her sister at the door. Her sister has her arm about the waist of Mrs. Todgers. She winds her arm around her sister. Diana, what a picture! The last things visible are a shape and a skip. Gentlemen, let us drink the ladies. The enthusiasm is tremendous. The gentleman of a debating turn rises in the midst, and suddenly lets loose a tide of eloquence which bears down everything before it. He is reminded of a toast to which they will respond. There is an individual present, he has him in his eye, to whom they owe a debt of gratitude. He repeats it, a debt of gratitude. Their rugged natures have been softened and ameliorated that day by the society of lovely woman. There is a gentleman in company whom two accomplished and delightful females regard. With veneration, as the fountain of their existence. Yes, when yet the two Miss Pecksniffs lisped in language scarce intelligible, they call that individual father. There is great applause. He gives them Mr. Pecksniff, and God bless him. They all shake hands with Mr. Pecksniff as they drink the toast. The youngest gentleman in company does so with a thrill, for he feels that a mysterious influence pervades the man who claims that being in the pink scarf for his daughter. What saith Mr. Pecksniff in reply? Or rather let the question be, what leaves he unsaid? Nothing. More punch is called for, and produced, and drunk. Enthusiasm mounts still higher. Every man comes out freely in his own character. The gentleman of a theatrical turn recites, the vocal gentleman regales them with a song. Gander leaves the gander of all former feasts whole leagues behind. H.E. rises to propose a toast. It is the father of Todgerses. It is their common friend Jink. It is old Jink, if he may call him by that familiar and endearing. Appellation. The youngest gentleman in company utters a frantic negative. He won't have it. He can't bear it. Mustn't be. But his depth of feeling is misunderstood. He is supposed to be a little elevated, and nobody heeds him. Mr. Jenkins thanks them from his heart. It is, by many degrees, the proudest day in his humble career. When he looks around him on the present occasion, he feels that he wants words in which to express his gratitude. One thing he will say. He hopes it has been shown that Todgers's can be true to itself, and that, an opportunity arising, it can come out quite as strong as its neighbors, perhaps stronger. He reminds them, amidst thunders of encouragement, that they have heard of a somewhat similar establishment in Cannon Street, and that they have heard it praised. He wishes to draw no invidious comparisons. He would be the last man to do it. But when that Cannon Street establishment shall be able to produce such a combination of wit and beauty as has graced that board that day, and shall be able to serve up, all things considered, such a dinner as that of which they have just partaken, he will be happy to talk to it. Until then, gentlemen, he will stick to Todgers's, more punch, more enthusiasm, more speeches. Everybody's health is drunk, saving the youngest gentleman's in company. He sits apart, with his elbow on the back of a vacant chair, and glares disdainfully at Jenkins. Gander, in a convulsing speech, gives them the health of Bailey Jr. Hiccups are heard, and a glass is broken. Mr. Jenkins feels that it is time to join the ladies. He proposes, as a final sentiment, Mrs. Todgers. She is worthy to be remembered separately. Here, so she is, no doubt of it. They all find fault with her at other times, but every man feels now that he could die in her defense. They go upstairs, where they are not expected so soon, for Mrs. Todgers is asleep, Miss Charity is adjusting her hair, and Mercy, who has made a sofa of one of the window seats, is in a gracefully recumbent attitude. She is rising hastily, when Mr. Jenkins implores her, for all their sakes, not to stir. She looks too graceful and too lovely. He remarks to be disturbed. She laughs, and yields, and fans herself, and drops her fan, and there is a rush to pick it up. Being now installed, by one consent, as the beauty of the party, she is cruel and capricious, and sends gentlemen on messages to other gentlemen, and forgets all about them before they can return with the answer, and invents 1,000 tortures, rending their hearts to pieces. Bailey brings up the tea and coffee. There is a small cluster of admirers round Charity, but they are only those who cannot get near her sister. The youngest gentleman in company is pale but collected, and still sits apart, for his spirit loves to hold communion with itself, and his soul recoils from noisy revellers. She has a consciousness of his presence and adoration. He sees it flashing sometimes in the corner of her eye. Have a care, Jenkins, ere you provoke a desperate man to frenzy. Mr. Pecksniff had followed his younger friends upstairs, and taken a chair at the side of Mrs. Todgers. He had also spilt a cup of coffee over his legs without appearing to be aware of the circumstance, nor did he seem to know that there was muffin on his knee. "And how have they used you downstairs, sir?" asked the hostess. "Their conduct has been such, my dear madam," said Mr. Pecksniff, "as I can never think of without emotion, or remember without a tear." "Oh, Mrs. Todgers! My goodness!" exclaimed that lady. "How low you are in your spirits, sir." "I am a man, my dear madam," said Mr. Pecksniff, shedding tears and speaking with an imperfect articulation. "But I am also a father. I am also a widower. My feelings, Mrs. Todgers, will not consent to be entirely smothered, like the young children in the tower. They are grown up, and the more I press the bolster on them, the more they look round the corner of it. He suddenly became conscious of the bit of muffin, and stared at it intently, shaking his head the while, in a forlorn and imbecile manner, as if he regarded it as his evil genius, and mildly reproached it. "She was beautiful, Mrs. Todgers," he said, turning his glazed eye again upon her, without the least preliminary notice. "She had a small property." "So I have heard," cried Mrs. Todgers, with great sympathy. "Those are her daughters," said Mr. Pecksniff, pointing out the young ladies with increased emotion. Mrs. Todgers had no doubt about it. "Mercy and Charity," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Charity and Mercy, not unholy names, I hope." Mr. Pecksniff cried Mrs. Todgers. "What a ghastly smile! Are you ill, sir?" He pressed his hand upon her arm and answered in a solemn manner and a faint voice, "Chronic." "Cholic," cried the frightened Mrs. Todgers. "Chron ice," he repeated with some difficulty. "Chron ice. A chronic disorder. I have been its victim from childhood. It is carrying me to my grave." "Heaven forbid!" cried Mrs. Todgers. "Yes, it is," said Mr. Pecksniff, reckless with despair. "I am rather glad of it upon the whole." "You are like her, Mrs. Todgers. Don't squeeze me so tight, pray, Mr. Pecksniff. If any of the gentlemen should notice us." "For her sake," said Mr. Pecksniff, "permit me in honor of her memory, for the sake of a voice from the tomb." "You are very like her, Mrs. Todgers." "What a world this is! Ah!" "Indeed you may say that," cried Mrs. Todgers. "I'm afraid it is a vain and thoughtless world," said Mr. Pecksniff, overflowing with despondency. "These young people about us, oh, what sense have they of their responsibilities? None. Give me your other hand, Mrs. Todgers." The lady hesitated and said she didn't like. "Has a voice from the grave no influence?" said Mr. Pecksniff with dismal tenderness. "This is irreligious. My dear creature." "Hush," urged Mrs. Todgers. "Really you mustn't. "It's not me," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Don't suppose it's me. It's the voice. It's her voice." Mrs. Pecksniff, deceased, must have had an unusually thick and husky voice for a lady, and rather a stuttering voice, and to say the truth somewhat of a drunken voice if it had ever borne much resemblance to that in which Mr. Pecksniff spoke just then. But perhaps this was delusion on his part. "It has been a day of enjoyment, Mrs. Todgers, but still it has been a day of torture. It has reminded me of my loneliness." "What am I in the world?" "An excellent gentleman, Mr. Pecksniff," said Mrs. Todgers. "There is consolation in that too," cried Mr. Pecksniff. "Am I?" "There is no better man living," said Mrs. Todgers, "I am sure." Mr. Pecksniff smiled through his tears and slightly shook his head. "You are very good," he said. "Thank you. It is a great happiness to me, Mrs. Todgers, to make young people happy. The happiness of my pupils is my chief object. I dote upon 'em. They dote upon me, too, sometimes." "Always," said Mrs. Todgers. "When they say they haven't improved, ma'am," whispered Mr. Pecksniff, looking at her with profound mystery, and motioning to her to advance her ear a little closer to his mouth. "When they say they haven't improved, ma'am, and the premium was too high, they lie. I shouldn't wish it to be mentioned. You will understand me. But I say to you as to an old friend, they lie. Base wretches they must be," said Mrs. Todgers. "Madam," said Mr. Pecksniff, "you are right. I respect you for that observation. A. Word in your ear. To parents and guardians. This is in confidence, Mrs. Todgers. The strictest, of course," cried that lady. "To parents and guardians," repeated Mr. Pecksniff. "An eligible opportunity now offers, which unites the advantages of the best practical architectural education with the comforts of a home and the constant association with some who, however humble their sphere and limited their capacity, observe, are not unmindful of their moral responsibilities." Mrs. Todgers looked a little puzzled to know what this might mean, as well she might, for it was, as the reader may perchance remember, Mr. Pecksniff's usual form of advertisement when he wanted a pupil, and seemed to have no particular reference at present to anything. But Mr. Pecksniff held up his finger as a caution to her not to interrupt him. "Do you know any parent or guardian, Mrs. Todgers," said Mr. Pecksniff, "who desires to avail himself of such an opportunity for a young gentleman? An orphan would be preferred." Do you know of any orphan with 300 or 400 pound? Mrs. Todgers reflected and shook her head. When you hear of an orphan with 300 or 400 pound, said Mr. Pecksniff, let that dear orphan's friends apply, by letter post paid, to S.P. Post Office, Salisbury. I don't know who he is exactly. Don't be alarmed, Mrs. Todgers, said Mr. Pecksniff, falling heavily against her. Chronic. Let's have a little drop of something to drink. Bless my life, Miss Pecksniffs, cried Mrs. Todgers aloud. Your dear pa's took very poorly. Mr. Pecksniff straightened himself by a surprising effort as everyone turned hastily towards him, and standing on his feet, regarded the assembly with a look of ineffable wisdom. Gradually it gave place to a smile, a feeble, helpless, melancholy smile, bland, almost to sickliness. Do not repine, my friends, said Mr. Pecksniff tenderly. Do not weep for me. It is chronic. And with these words, after making a futile attempt to pull off his shoes, he fell into the fireplace. The youngest gentleman in company had him out in a second. Yes, before a hair upon his head was singed, he had him on the hearth rug. Her father. She was almost beside herself. So was her sister. Jenkins consoled them both. They all consoled them. Everybody had something to say, except the youngest gentleman in company, who with a noble self-devotion did the heavy work and held up Mr. Pecksniff's head without being taken notice of by anybody. At last, they gathered round and agreed to carry him upstairs to bed. The youngest gentleman in company was rebuked by Jenkins for tearing Mr. Pecksniff's coat. But no matter. They carried him upstairs and crushed the youngest gentleman at every step. His bedroom was at the top of the house, and it was a long way, but they got him there in course of time. He asked them frequently on the road for a little drop of something to drink. It seemed an idiosyncrasy. The youngest gentleman in company proposed a draught of water. Mr. Pecksniff called him opprobrious names for the suggestion. Jenkins and Gander took the rest upon themselves and made him as comfortable as they could on the outside of his bed. And when he seemed disposed to sleep, they left him. But before they had all gained the bottom of the staircase, a vision of Mr. Pecksniff, strangely attired, was seen to flutter on the top landing. He desired to collect their sentiments, it seemed, upon the nature of human life. My friends, cried Mr. Pecksniff, looking over the banisters, let us improve our minds by mutual inquiry and discussion. Let us be moral. Let us contemplate existence. Where is Jenkins? Here, cried that gentleman. Go to bed again. To bed, said Mr. Pecksniff. Bed. 'Tis the voice of the sluggard. I hear him complain. You have woke me too soon. I must slumber again. If any young orphan will repeat the remainder of that simple piece from Dr. Watts's collection, an eligible opportunity now offers. Nobody volunteered. This is very soothing, said Mr. Pecksniff after a pause. Extremely so. Cool and refreshing, particularly to the legs. The legs of the human subject, my friends, are a beautiful production. Compare them with wooden legs, and observe the difference between the anatomy of nature and the anatomy of art. Do you know, said Mr. Pecksniff, leaning over the banisters with an odd recollection of his familiar manner among new pupils at home, that I should very much like to see Mrs. Todgers's notion of a wooden leg, if perfectly agreeable to herself. As it appeared impossible to entertain any reasonable hopes of him after this speech, Mr. Jenkins and Mr. Gander went upstairs again, and once more got him into bed. But they had not descended to the second floor before he was out again, nor, when they had repeated the process, had they descended the first flight before he was out again. In a word, as often as he was shut up in his own room, he darted out afresh, charged with some new moral sentiment, which he continually repeated over the banisters with extraordinary relish and an irrepressible desire for the improvement of his fellow creatures, that nothing could subdue. Under these circumstances, when they had got him into bed for the 30th time or so, Mr. Jenkins held him, while his companion went downstairs in search of Bailey junior, with whom he presently returned. That youth, having been apprised of the service required of him, was in great spirits, and brought up a stool, a candle, and his supper, to the end that he might keep watch outside the bedroom door with tolerable comfort. When he had completed his arrangements, they locked Mr. Pecksniff in, and left the key on the outside, charging the young page to listen attentively for symptoms of an apoplectic nature with which the patient might be troubled, and in case of any such presenting themselves, to summon them without delay. To which Mr. Bailey modestly replied that he hoped he knowed what o'clock it was in general, and didn't date his letters to his friends from Todgers for nothing. Chapter 10, containing foreign, strange matter, on which many events in this history may, for their good or evil influence, chiefly depend. But Mr. Pecksniff came to town on business. Had he forgotten that? Was he always taking his pleasure with Todgers's jovial brood, unmindful of the serious demands, whatever they might be, upon his calm consideration? No, time and tide will wait for no man, saith the adage, but all men have to wait for time and tide. That tide which, taken at the flood, would lead Seth Pecksniff on to fortune was marked down in the table, and about to flow. No idle Pecksniff lingered far inland, unmindful of the changes of the stream, but there upon the water's edge, over his shoes already, stood the worthy creature, prepared to wallow in the very mud, so that it slid towards the quarter of his hope. The trustfulness of his two fair daughters was beautiful indeed. They had that firm reliance on their parents' nature, which taught them to feel certain that in all he did he had his purpose straight and full before him, and that its noble end and object was himself, which almost of necessity included them, they knew. Devotion of these maids was perfect. Their filial confidence was rendered the more touching by their having no knowledge of their parents' real designs in the present instance. All that they knew of his proceedings was, that every morning, after the early breakfast, he repaired to the post office and inquired for letters. That task performed, his business for the day was over, and he again relaxed until the rising of another sun proclaimed the advent of another post. This went on for 4 or 5 days. At length, one morning, Mr. Pecksniff returned with a breathless rapidity strange to observe in him, at other times so calm, and seeking immediate speech with his daughters, shut himself up with them in private conference for 2 whole hours. Of all that passed in this period, only the following words of Mr. Pecksniff's utterance are known. How he has come to change so very much, if it should turn out as I expect, that he has, we needn't stop to inquire. My dears, I have my thoughts upon the subject, but I will not impart them. It is enough that we will not be proud, resentful, or unforgiving. If he wants our friendship, he shall have it. We know our duty, I hope. That same day at noon, an old gentleman alighted from a hackney coach at the post office, and giving his name, inquired for a letter addressed to himself and directed to be left till called for. It had been lying there some days. The superscription was in Mr. Pecksniff's hand, and it was sealed with Mr. Pecksniff's seal. It was very short, containing indeed nothing more than an address, with Mr. Pecksniff's respectful, and notwithstanding what has passed, sincerely affectionate regards. The old gentleman tore off the direction, scattering the rest in fragments to the winds, and giving it to the coachman, bade him drive as near that place as he could. In pursuance of these instructions, he was driven to the monument, where he again alighted and dismissed the vehicle, and walked towards Todgers's. Though the face and form and gait of this old man, and even his grip of the stout stick on which he leaned, were all expressive of a resolution not easily shaken, and a purpose it matters little whether right or wrong, just now, such as in other days, might have survived the rack, and had its strongest life in weakest death. Still there were grains of hesitation in his mind, which made him now avoid the house he sought, and lighter to and fro in a gleam of sunlight, that brightened the little churchyard hard by. There may have been, in the presence of those idle heaps of dust, among the busiest stir of life, something to increase his wavering. But there he walked, awakening the echoes as he paced up and down, until the church clock, striking the quarters for the second time since he had been there, roused him from his meditation, shaking off his incertitude as the air parted with the sound of the bells. He walked rapidly to the house, and knocked at the door. Mr. Pecksniff was seated in the landlady's little room, and his visitor found him reading by an accident. He apologized for it, an excellent theological work. There were cake and wine upon a little table by another accident, for which he also apologized. Indeed, he said, he had given his visitor up, and was about to partake of that simple refreshment with his children, when he knocked at the door. "Your daughters are well?" said old Martin, laying down his hat and stick. Mr. Pecksniff endeavored to conceal his agitation as a father when he answered yes, they were. They were good girls, he said, very good. He would not venture to recommend Mr. Chuzzlewit to take the easy chair, or to keep out of the draught from the door. If he made any such suggestion, he would expose himself. He feared, to most unjust suspicion. He would, therefore, content himself with remarking that there was an easy chair in the room, and that the door was far from being airtight. This latter imperfection, he might perhaps venture to add, was not uncommonly to be met with in old houses. The old man sat down in the easy chair, and after a few moments' silence, said, "In the first place, let me thank you for coming to London so promptly at my almost unexplained request. I need scarcely add at my cost." "At your cost, my good sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, in a tone of great surprise. "It is not," said Martin, waving his hand impatiently, "my habit to put my relatives to any personal expense to gratify my caprices." "Caprices, my good sir!" cried Mr. Pecksniff. "That is scarcely the proper word either in this instance," said the old man. "No, you are right." Mr. Pecksniff was inwardly very much relieved to hear it, though he didn't at all know why. "You are right," repeated Martin. "It is not a caprice. It is built up on reason, proof, and cool comparison. Caprices never are. Moreover, I am not a capricious man. I never was." "Most assuredly not," said Mr. Pecksniff. "How do you know?" returned the other quickly. "You are to begin to know it now. You are to test and prove it in time to come. You and yours are to find that I can be constant, and am not to be diverted from my end. Do you hear?" "Perfectly," said Mr. Pecksniff. "I very much regret," Martin resumed, looking steadily at him and speaking in a slow and measured tone, "I very much regret that you and I held such a conversation together as that which passed between us at our last meeting. I very much regret that I laid open to you what were then my thoughts of you, so freely as I did. The intentions that I bear towards you now are of another kind, deserted by all in whom I have ever trusted, hoodwinked and beset by all who should help and sustain me. I fly to you for refuge. I confide in you to be my ally. to attach yourself to me by ties of interest and expectation." He laid great stress upon these words, though Mr. Pecksniff particularly begged him not to mention it, and to help me to visit the consequences of the very worst species of meanness, dissimulation, and subtlety on the right heads. "My noble sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, catching at his outstretched hand, "and you regret the having harbored unjust thoughts of me, you with those gray hairs." "Regrets," said Martin, "are the natural property of gray hairs, and I enjoy, in common with all other men, at least my share of such inheritance, and so enough of that. I regret having been severed from you so long. If I'd known you sooner, and sooner used you as you well deserve, I might have been a happier man." Mr. Pecksniff looked up to the ceiling and clasped his hands in rapture. "Your daughters," said Martin, after a short silence. "I don't know them. Are they like you?" "In the nose of my eldest and the chin of my youngest, Mr. Chuzzlewit," returned the widower. "Their sainted parent, not myself. Their mother lives again." "I don't mean in person," said the old man. "Morally, morally." "'Tis not for me to say," retorted Mr. Pecksniff with a gentle smile. "I have done my best, sir." "I could wish to see them," said Martin. "Are they near at hand?" They were very near, for they had in fact been listening at the door from the beginning of this conversation until now, when they precipitately retired. Having wiped the signs of weakness from his eyes, and so given them time to get upstairs, Mr. Pecksniff opened the door and mildly cried in the passage, "My own darlings, where are you?" "Here, my dear Pa," replied the distant voice of Charity. "Come down into the back parlor, if you please, my love," said Mr. Pecksniff, "and bring your sister with you." "Yes, my dear Pa," cried Marie, and down they came, directly, being all obedience, singing as they came. Nothing could exceed the astonishment of the two Miss Pecksniffs when they found a stranger with their dear papa. Nothing could surpass their mute amazement when he said, "My children, Mr. Chuzzlewit." But when he told them that Mr. Chuzzlewit and he were friends, and that Mr. Chuzzlewit had said such kind and tender words as pierced his very heart, the two Miss Pecksniffs cried with one accord, "Thank Heaven for this!" and fell upon the old man's neck. And when they had embraced him with such fervor of affection that no words can describe it, they grouped themselves about his chair and hung over him, as figuring to themselves no earthly joy like that of ministering to his wants and crowding into the remainder of his life the love they would have diffused over their whole existence, from infancy, if he dare obdurate, had but consented to receive the precious offering. The old man looked attentively from one to the other, and then at Mr. Pecksniff several times. "What?" he asked of Mr. Pecksniff, happening to catch his eye in its descent, for until now it had been piously upraised, with something of that expression which the poetry of ages has attributed to a domestic bird when breathing its last amid the ravages of an electric storm. "What are their names?" Mr. Pecksniff told him, and added rather hastily, his calumniators would have said with a view to any testamentary thoughts that might be flitting through old Martin's mind, "Perhaps, my dears, you had better write them down. Your humble autographs are of no value in themselves, but affection may prize them." "Affection," said the old man, "will expend itself on the living originals. Do not trouble yourselves, my girls. I shall not so easily forget you, Charity and Mercy, as to need such tokens of remembrance, cousin." "Sir," said Mr. Pecksniff with alacrity, "do you never sit down?" "Why, yes, occasionally, sir." said Mr. Pecksniff, who had been standing all this time. "Will you do so now?" "Can you ask me," returned Mr. Pecksniff, slipping into a chair immediately, "whether I will do anything that you desire?" "You talk confidently," said Martin, "and you mean well. But I fear you don't know what an old man's humors are. You don't know what it is to be required to court his likings and dislikings, to adapt yourself to his prejudices, to do his bidding, be it what it may, to bear with his distrusts and jealousies, and always still be zealous in his service. When I remember how numerous these failings are, in me, and judge of their occasional enormity by the injurious thoughts I lately entertained of you, I hardly dare to claim you for my friend." "My worthy sir," returned his relative, "how can you talk in such a painful strain? What was more natural than that you should make one slight mistake, when in all other respects you were so very correct, and have had such reason, such very sad and undeniable reason, to judge of everyone about you in the worst light?" "True," replied the other, "you are very lenient with me. We always said, my girls and I," cried Mr. Pecksniff with increasing obsequiousness, "that while we mourned the heaviness of our misfortune in being confounded with the base and mercenary, still we could not wonder at it. My dears, you remember—" "Oh, vividly, 1,000 times. We uttered no complaint," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Occasionally we had the presumption to console ourselves with the remark that truth would in the end prevail, and virtue be triumphant, but not often. My loves, you recollect?" Recollect. Could he doubt it? "Dearest Paul, what strange, unnecessary questions!" "And when I saw you," resumed Mr. Pecksniff, with still greater deference, "in the little, unassuming village where we take the liberty of dwelling, I said you were mistaken in me, my dear sir. That was all, I think?" "No, not all," said Martin, who had been sitting with his hand upon his brow for some time past, and now looked up again. "You said much more, which, added to other circumstances that have come to my knowledge, opened my eyes. You spoke to me, disinterestedly, on behalf of I needn't name him. You know whom." I mean, trouble was expressed in Mr. Pecksniff's visage as he pressed his hot hands together and replied with humility, "Quite disinterestedly, sir, I assure you." "I know it," said old Martin in his quiet way. "I am sure of it. I said so. It was disinterested too in you to draw that herd of harpies off from me and be their victim yourself. Most other men would have suffered them to display themselves in all their rapacity, and would have striven to rise by contrast in my estimation. You felt for me, and drew them off, for which I owe you many thanks. Although I left the place, I know what passed behind my back, you see." "You amaze me, sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, which was true enough. "My knowledge of your proceedings," said the old man, "does not stop at this. You have a new inmate in your house." "Yes, sir," rejoined the architect, "I have." "He must quit it," said Martin. For yours?" asked Mr. Pecksniff, with a quavering mildness. "For any shelter he can find," the old man answered. "He has deceived you." "I hope not," said Mr. Pecksniff eagerly. "I trust not. I have been extremely well disposed towards that young man. I hope it cannot be shown that he has forfeited all claim to my protection. Deceit, my dear Mr. Chuzzlewit, would be final. I should hold myself bound, on proof of deceit, to renounce him instantly." The old man glanced at both his fair supporters, but especially at Miss Mercy, whom, indeed, he looked full in the face with a greater demonstration of interest than had yet appeared in his features. His gaze again encountered Mr. Pecksniff. As he said, composedly, "Of course you know that he has made his matrimonial choice." "Oh dear!" cried Mr. Pecksniff, rubbing his hair up very stiff upon his head and staring wildly at his daughters. "This is becoming tremendous. You know the fact?" Repeated Martin, surely not without his grandfather's consent and approbation. "My dear sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, "don't tell me that. For the honor of human nature, say you're not about to tell me that." "I thought he had suppressed it," said the old man. The indignation felt by Mr. Pecksniff at this terrible disclosure was only to be equaled by the kindling anger of his daughters. What had they taken to their hearth and home a secretly contracted serpent, a crocodile who had made a furtive offer of his hand, an imposition on society, a bankrupt bachelor with no effects, trading with the spinster world on false pretenses. And oh, to think that he should have disobeyed and practiced on that sweet, that venerable gentleman whose name he bore, that kind and tender guardian, his more than father, to say nothing at all of mother. Horrible, horrible! To turn him out with ignominy would be treatment much too good. Was there nothing else that could be done to him? Had he incurred no legal pains and penalties? Could it be that the statutes of the land were so remiss as to have affixed no punishment to such delinquency? Monster, how basely had they been deceived! "I am glad to find you second me so warmly," said the old man, holding up his hand to stay the torrent of their wrath. "I will not deny that it is a pleasure to me to find you so full of zeal. We will consider that topic as disposed of." "No, my dear sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, "not as disposed of until I have purged my house of this pollution." "That will follow," said the old man, "in its own time. I look upon that as done." "You are very good, sir," answered Mr. Pecksniff, shaking his hand. "You do me honor. You may look upon it as done, I assure you." "There is another topic," said Martin, "on which I hope you will assist me. You remember Mary, cousin? The young lady that I mentioned to you, my dears, as having interested me so very much," remarked Mr. Pecksniff. "Excuse my interrupting you, sir. I told you her history," said the old man. "Which I also mentioned, you will recollect, my dears," cried Mr. Pecksniff. "Silly!" Girls, Mr. Chuzzlewit quite moved by it they were. "Why, look now," said Martin, evidently pleased. "I feared I should have had to urge her case upon you, and ask you to regard her favorably for my sake. But I find you have no jealousies. Well, you have no cause for any, to be sure. She has nothing to gain from me, my dears, and she knows it." The two Miss Pecksniffs murmured their approval of this wise arrangement, and their cordial sympathy with its interesting object. "If I could have anticipated what has come to pass between us, said the old man dolefully, "but it is too late to think of that. You would receive her courteously, young ladies, and be kind to her if need were. Where was the orphan whom the two Miss Pecksniffs would not have cherished in their sisterly bosom? But when that orphan was commended to their care by one on whom the dammed-up love of years was gushing forth, would exhaust the stores of pure affection yearn to expend themselves upon her." An interval ensued, during which Mr. Chuzzlewit, in an absent frame of mind, sat gazing at the ground, without uttering a word, and as it was plain that he had no desire to be interrupted in his meditations, Mr. Pecksniff and his daughters were profoundly silent also. During the whole of the foregoing dialogue he had borne his part with a cold, passionless promptitude, as though he had learned and painfully rehearsed it all 100 times. Even when his expressions were warmest, and his language most encouraging, he had retained the same manner, without the least abatement. but now there was a keener brightness in his eye and more expression in his voice, as he said, awakening from his thoughtful mood, "You know what will be said of this? Have you reflected?" "Said of what, my dear sir?" Mr. Pecksniff asked. "Of this new understanding between us." Mr. Pecksniff looked benevolently sagacious, and at the same time far above all earthly misconstruction, as he shook his head and observed that a great many things would be said of it, no doubt. "A great many," rejoined the old man. "Some will say that I dote in my old age, that illness has shaken me, that I have lost all strength of mind and have grown childish." "You can bear that." Mr. Pecksniff answered that it would be dreadfully hard to bear, but he thought he could if he made a great effort. "Others will say I speak of disappointed, angry people only, that you have lied and fawned, and wormed yourself through dirty ways into my favor. By such concessions and such crooked deeds, such meannesses and vile endurances, as nothing could repay, no, not the legacy of half the world we live in. You can bear that." Mr. Pecksniff made reply that this would be also very hard to bear, as reflecting, in some degree, on the discernment of Mr. Chuzzlewit. Still he had a modest confidence that he could sustain the calumny, with the help of a good conscience and that gentleman's friendship. "With the great mass of slanderers," said old Martin, leaning back in his chair, "the tale, as I clearly foresee, will run thus: that to mark my contempt for the rabble whom I despised, I chose from among them the very worst, and made him do my will, and pampered and enriched him at the cost of all the rest. That, after casting about for the means of a punishment which should rankle in the bosoms of these kites the most, and strike into their gall, I devised this scheme at a time when the last link in the chain of grateful love and duty that held me to my race was roughly snapped asunder. Roughly, for I loved him well. Roughly, for I had ever put my trust in his affection. Roughly, for that he broke it when I loved him most. God help me! And he without a pang could throw me off, while I clung about his heart. Now," said the old man, dismissing this passionate outburst as suddenly as he had yielded to it, "is your mind made up to bear this likewise? Lay your account with having it to bear, and put no trust in being set right by me." "My dear Mr. Chuzzlewit," cried Pecksniff in an ecstasy, "for such a man as you have shown yourself to be this day, for a man so injured, yet so very humane, for a man so I am at a loss what precise term to use, yet at the same time so remarkably I don't know how to express my meaning, for such a man as I have described, I hope it is no presumption to say that I, and I am sure I may add my children also, my dears, we perfectly agree in this, I think, would bear anything." "Enough," said Martin. "You can charge no consequences on me. When do you retire home?" "Whenever you please, my dear sir. Tonight, if you desire it." "I desire nothing," returned the old man. "That is unreasonable. Such a request would be, will you be ready to return at the end of this week?" The very time of all others that Mr. Pecksniff would have suggested if it had been left to him to make his own choice. As to his daughters, the words, "Let us be at home on Saturday, dear Pa," were actually upon their lips. "Your expenses, cousin," said Martin, taking a folded slip of paper from his pocketbook, "may possibly exceed that amount. If so, let me know the balance that I owe you when we next meet. It would be useless if I told you where I live just now. Indeed, I have no fixed abode. When I have, you shall know it. You and your daughters may expect to see me before long. In the meantime, I need not tell you that we keep our own confidence. What you will do when you get home is understood between us. Give me no account of it at any time, and never refer to it in any way. I ask that as a favor. I am commonly a man of few words, cousin, and all that need be said just now is said, I think. One glass of wine, one morsel of this homely cake? Cried Mr. Pecksniff, venturing to detain him. My dears, the sisters flew to wait upon him. Poor girls, said Mr. Pecksniff. You will excuse their agitation, my dear sir. They are made up of feeling. A bad commodity to go through the world with, Mr. Chuzzlewit. My youngest daughter is almost as much of a woman as my eldest, is she not, sir? Which is the youngest? Asked the old man. Mercy, by 5 years, said Mr. Pecksniff. We sometimes venture to consider her rather a fine figure, sir. Speaking as an artist, I may perhaps be permitted to suggest that its outline is graceful and correct. I am naturally, said Mr. Pecksniff, drying his hands upon his handkerchief, and looking anxiously in his cousin's face at almost every word, proud, if I may use the expression, to have a daughter who is constructed on the best models. She seems to have a lively disposition, observed Martin. Dear me, said Mr. Pecksniff, that is quite remarkable. You have defined her character, my dear sir, as correctly as if you had known her from her birth. She has a lively disposition. I assure you, my dear sir, that in our unpretending home her gaiety is delightful. No doubt, returned the old man. Charity, upon the other hand, said Mr. Pecksniff, is remarkable for strong sense, and for rather a deep tone of sentiment, if the partiality of a father may be excused in saying so. A wonderful affection between them, my dear sir. Allow me to drink your health. Bless you. I little thought, retorted Martin, but a month ago, that I should be breaking bread and pouring wine with you. I drink to you. Not at all abashed by the extraordinary abruptness with which these latter words were spoken, Mr. Pecksniff thanked him devoutly. Now let me go, said Martin, putting down the wine when he had merely touched it with his lips. My dears, good morning. But this distant form of farewell was by no means tender enough for the yearnings of the young ladies, who again embraced him with all their hearts, with all their arms, at any rate, to which parting caresses their new-found friend submitted with a better grace than might have been expected from one who, not a moment before, had pledged their parent in such a very uncomfortable manner. These endearments terminated, he took a hasty leave of Mr. Pecksniff and withdrew, followed to the door by both father and daughters, who stood there, kissing their hands and beaming with affection, until he disappeared, though, by the way, he never once looked back after he had crossed the threshold. When they returned into the house and were again alone in Mrs. Tockers's room, the two young ladies exhibited an unusual amount of gaiety, insomuch that they clapped their hands and laughed and looked with roguish aspects and a bantering air upon their dear papa. This conduct was so very unaccountable that Mr. Pecksniff, being singularly grave himself, could scarcely choose but ask them what it meant, and took them to task in his gentle manner for yielding to such light emotions. If it was possible to divine any cause for this merriment, even the most remote, he said, I should not reprove you. But when you can have none whatever, oh, really, really. This admonition had so little effect on Mercy that she was obliged to hold her handkerchief before her rosy lips and to throw herself back in her chair with every demonstration of extreme amusement, which want of duty so offended Mr. Pecksniff that he reproved her in set terms and gave her his parental advice to correct herself in solitude and contemplation. But at that juncture They were disturbed by the sound of voices in dispute, and as it proceeded from the next room, the subject matter of the altercation quickly reached their ears. "I don't care that, Mrs. Todgers," said the young gentleman who had been the youngish gentleman in company on the day of the festival. "I don't care that, ma'am," said he, snapping his fingers, "for Jenkins. Don't suppose I do." "I am quite certain you don't, sir," replied Mrs. Todgers. "You have too independent a spirit, I know, to yield to anybody, and quite right. There is no reason why you should give way to any gentleman. Everybody must be well aware of that." "I should think no more of admitting daylight into the fellow," said the youngest gentleman in a desperate voice, "than if he was a bulldog." Mrs. Todgers did not stop to inquire whether, as a matter of principle, there was any particular reason for admitting daylight even into a bulldog, otherwise than by the natural channel of his eyes, but she seemed to wring her hands, and she moaned. "Let him be careful," said the youngest gentleman. "I give him warning. No man shall step between me and the current of my vengeance. I know a cove." He used that familiar epithet in his agitation, but corrected himself by adding, "a gentleman of property, I mean, who practices with a pair of pistols, fellows, to his own. If I am driven to borrow 'em and to send it friend to Jenkins, a tragedy will get into the papers, that's all." Again Mrs. Todgers moaned. "I have borne this long enough," said the youngest gentleman, "but now my soul rebels against it, and I won't stand it any longer. I left home originally because I had that within me which wouldn't be domineered over by a sister. And do you think I'm going to be put down by him? No, it is very wrong in Mr. Jenkins. I know it is perfectly inexcusable in Mr. Jenkins if he intends it," observed Mrs. Todgers. "If he intends it," cried the youngest gentleman. "Don't he interrupt and contradict me on every occasion? Does he ever fail to interpose himself between me and anything or anybody that he sees I have set my mind upon? Does he make a point of always pretending to forget me when he's pouring out the beer? Does he make bragging remarks about his razors and insulting allusions to people who have no necessity to shave more than once a week? But let him look out. He'll find himself shaved pretty close before long, and so I tell him." The young gentleman was mistaken in this closing sentence, inasmuch as he never told it to Jenkins, but always to Mrs. Todgers. "However," he said, "these are not proper subjects for ladies' ears. All I've got to say to you, Mrs. Todgers, is a week's notice from next Saturday. The same house can't contain that miscreant and me any longer. If we get over the intermediate time without bloodshed, you may think yourself pretty fortunate. I don't myself." "Expect we shall." "Dear, dear!" cried Mrs. Todgers. "What would I have given to have prevented this? To lose you, sir, would be like losing the house's right hand. So popular as you are among the gentlemen, so generally looked up to, and so much liked. I do hope you'll think better of it, if on nobody else's account, on mine." "There's Jenkins," said the youngest gentleman moodily. "Your favorite. He'll console you, and the gentleman too, for the loss of 20 such as me. I'm not understood in this house. I never have been." "Don't run away with that opinion, sir," cried Mrs. Todgers with a show of honest indignation. "Don't make such a charge as that against the establishment. I must beg of you. It is not so bad as that comes to, sir. Make any remark you please against the gentleman or against me, but don't say you're not understood in this house." "I'm not treated as if I was," said the youngest gentleman. "There you make a great mistake, sir," returned Mrs. Todgers in the same strain. "As many of the gentlemen and I have often said, you are too sensitive. That's where it is. You are of too susceptible a nature. It's in your spirit." The young gentleman coughed. "And said Mrs. Todgers, "as to Mr. Jenkins, I must beg of you, if we are to part, to understand that I don't abet Mr. Jenkins by any means. Far from it. I could wish that Mr. Jenkins would take a lower tone in this establishment, and would not be the means of raising differences between me and gentlemen that I can much less bear to part with than I could with Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Jenkins is not such a boarder, sir," added Mrs. Todgers, "that all considerations of private feeling and respect give way before him. Quite the contrary, I assure you." The young gentleman was so much mollified by these and similar speeches on the part of Mrs. Todgers that he and that lady gradually changed positions, so that she became the injured party and he was understood to be the injurer, but in a complimentary, not in an offensive sense, his cruel conduct being attributable to his exalted nature and to that alone. So, in the end, the young gentleman withdrew his notice and assured Mrs. Todgers of his unalterable regard, and having done so, went back to business. "Goodness me, Miss Pecksniffs," cried that lady, as she came into the back room and sat wearily down, with her basket on her knees and her hands folded upon it. "What a trial of temper it is to keep a house like this! You must have heard most of what has just passed. Now did you ever hear the like?" "Never," said the two Miss Pecksniffs. "Of all the ridiculous young fellows that ever I had to deal with," resumed Mrs. Althine, "Todgers, that is the most ridiculous and unreasonable. Mr. Jenkins is hard upon him sometimes, but not half as hard as he deserves. To mention such a gentleman as Mr. Jenkins in the same breath with him, you know it's too much, and yet he's as jealous of him, bless you, as if he was his equal." The young ladies were greatly entertained by Mrs. Todgers's account, no less than with certain anecdotes illustrative of the youngest gentleman's character, which she went on to tell them. But Mr. Pecksniff looked quite stern and angry, and when she had concluded, said in a solemn voice, "Pray, Mrs. Todgers, if I may inquire, what does that young gentleman contribute towards the support of these premises?" "Why, sir, for what H.E. has, he pays about 18 shillings a week," said Mrs. Todgers. "18 shillings a week," repeated Mr. Pecksniff. "Taking one week with another, as near that as possible," said Mrs. Todgers. Mr. Pecksniff rose from his chair, folded his arms, looked at her, and shook his head. "And do you mean to say, ma'am, is it possible, Mrs. Todgers, that for such a miserable consideration as 18 shillings a week, a female of your understanding can so far demean herself as to wear a double face, even for an instant?" "I am forced to keep things on the square if I can, sir," faltered Mrs. Todgers. "I must preserve peace among them, and keep my connection together if possible, Mr. Pecksniff. The profit is very small." "The profit!" cried that gentleman, laying great stress upon the word, "the." "Profit, Mrs. Todgers! You amaze me." He was so severe that Mrs. Todgers shed tears. "The profit," repeated Mr. Pecksniff, "the profit of dissimulation. To worship the golden calf of Baal for 18 shillings a week." "Don't in your own goodness be too hard upon me, Mr. Pecksniff," cried Mrs. Todgers, taking out her handkerchief. "Oh, calf, calf!" cried Mr. Pecksniff mournfully. "Oh, Baal! Oh, my friend Mrs. Todgers! To barter away that precious jewel, self-esteem, and cringe to any mortal creature for 18 shillings a week." He was so subdued and overcome by the reflection that he immediately took down his hat from its peg in the passage and went out for a walk to compose his feelings. Anybody passing him in the street might have known him for a good. Man at first sight, for his whole figure teemed with a consciousness of the moral homily he had read to Mrs. Todgers. 18 shillings a week! Just, most just, thy censure, upright Pecksniff. Had it been for the sake of a ribbon, star, or garter, sleeves of lawn, a great man's smile, a seat in Parliament, a tap upon the shoulder from a courtly sword, a place, a party, or a thriving lie, or 18,000 pounds, or even 1,800, but to worship the golden calf for 18 shillings a week? Oh, pitiful, pitiful. Chapter 11. Wherein a certain gentleman becomes particular on his attentions to a certain lady, and more coming events than one cast their shadows before. The family were within 2 or 3 days of their departure from Mrs. Todgers's, and the commercial gentlemen were to a man despondent and not to be comforted because of the approaching separation, when Bailey Jr. at the jocund time of noon presented himself before Miss Charity Pecksniff, then sitting with her sister in the banquet chamber, hemming 6 new pocket handkerchiefs for Mr. Jenkins, and having expressed a hope, preliminary and pious, that he might be blessed, gave her in his pleasant way to Perhaps this last announcement showed in a more striking point of view than many lengthened speeches could have done, the trustfulness and faith of Bailey's nature, since he had, in fact, last seen the visitor on the doormat, where, after signifying to him that he would do well to go upstairs, he had left him to the guidance of his own sagacity. Hence it was at least an even chance that the visitor was then wandering on the roof of the house, or vainly seeking to extricate himself from the maze of bedrooms, Todgers's being precisely that kind of establishment in which an unpiloted stranger is pretty sure to find himself in some place where he least expects and least desires to be. "A gentleman for me," cried Charity, pausing in her work. "My gracious, Bailey." "Ah," said Bailey, "it is my gracious, an't it? Wouldn't I be gracious neither, not if I was him." The remark was rendered somewhat obscure in itself, by reason, as the reader may have observed, of a redundancy of negatives, but accompanied by action expressive of a faithful couple walking arm in arm toward the parochial church, mutually exchanging looks of love. It clearly signified this youth's conviction that the caller's purpose was of an amorous tendency. Miss Charity affected to reprove so great a liberty, but she could not help smiling. He was a strange boy, to be sure. There was always some ground of probability and likelihood mingled. With his absurd behavior, that was the best of it. "But I don't know any gentleman, Bailey," said Miss Pecksniff. "I think you must have made a mistake." Mr. Bailey smiled at the extreme wildness of such a supposition, and regarded the young ladies with unimpaired affability. "My dear Mary," said Charity, "who can it be? Isn't it odd? I have a great mind not to go to him, really. So very strange, you know." The younger sister plainly considered that this appeal had its origin in the pride of being called upon and asked for, and that it was intended as an assertion of superiority, and a retaliation upon her for having captured the commercial gentleman. Therefore, she replied with great affection and politeness that it was, no doubt, very strange indeed, and that she was totally at a loss to conceive. what the ridiculous person unknown could mean by it. Quite impossible to divine, said Charity with some sharpness, though still, at the same time, you needn't be angry, my dear. Thank you, retorted Mary, singing at her needle. I am quite aware of that, my love. I am afraid your head is turned, you silly thing, said Cherry. Do you know, my dear, said Mary with engaging candor, that I have been afraid of that myself, all along. So much incense and nonsense, and all the rest of it, is enough to turn a stronger head than mine. What a relief that must be to you, my dear, to be so very comfortable in that respect, and not to be worried by those odious men. How do you do it, Cherry? This artless inquiry might have led to turbulent results but for the strong. Emotions of delight evinced by Bailey Jr., whose relish in the turn the conversation had lately taken was so acute that it impelled and forced him to the instantaneous performance of a dancing step extremely difficult in its nature and only to be achieved in a moment of ecstasy, which is commonly called the frog's hornpipe, a manifestation so lively, brought to their immediate recollection the great virtuous precept, keep up appearances whatever you do, in which they had been educated. They forbore at once, and jointly signified to Mr. Bailey that if he should presume to practice that figure any more in their presence, they would instantly acquaint Mrs. Todgers with the fact, and would demand his condign punishment at the hands of that lady. The young gentleman, having expressed the bitterness of his contrition by affecting to wipe away scalding tears with his apron, and afterwards feigning to wring a vast amount of water from that garment, held the door open while Miss Charity passed out, and so that damsel went in state upstairs to receive her mysterious adorer. By some strange occurrence of favorable circumstances, he had found out the drawing-room, and was sitting there alone. "Ah, cousin," he said, "here I am, you see. You thought I was lost, I'll be bound. Well, how do you find yourself by this time?" Miss Charity replied that she was quite well, and gave Mr. Jonas Chuzzlewit her hand. "That's right," said Mr. Jonas, "and you've got over the fatigues of the journey, have you? I say, how's the other one?" "My sister is very well, I believe," returned the young lady. "I have not heard her complain of any indisposition, sir. Perhaps you would like to see her, and ask her yourself?" "No, no, cousin," said Mr. Jonas, sitting down beside her on the window seat. "Don't be in a hurry. There's no occasion for that, you know. What a cruel girl you are!" "It's impossible for you to know," said Cherry, "whether I am or not." "Well, perhaps it is," said Mr. Jonas. "I say, did you think I was lost? You haven't told me that." "I didn't think at all about it," answered Cherry. "Didn't you, though?" said Jonas, pondering upon this strange reply. "Did the other one?" "I am sure it's impossible for me to say what my sister may or may not have thought on such a subject," cried Cherry. "She never said anything to me about it one way or other." "Didn't she laugh about it?" inquired Jonas. "No, she didn't even laugh about it," answered Charity. "She's a terrible one to laugh, ain't she?" said Jonas, lowering his voice. "She is very lively," said Cherry. "Liveliness is a pleasant thing when it don't lead to spending money, ain't it?" asked Mr. Jonas. "Very much so, indeed," said Cherry, with a demureness of manner that gave a very disinterested character to her assent. "Such liveliness as yours, I mean, you know," observed Mr. Jonas, as he nudged her with his elbow. "I should have come to see you before, but I didn't know where you was. How quick you hurried off that morning." I was amenable to my papa's directions, said Miss Charity. I wish he had given me his direction, returned her cousin, and then I should have found you out before. Why, I shouldn't have found you even now, if I hadn't met him in the street this morning. What a sleek, sly chap he is, just like a tomcat, ain't he? I must trouble you to have the goodness to speak more respectfully of my papa, Mr. Jonas, said Charity. I can't allow such a tone as that even in jest. Ecod, you may say what you like of my father then, and so I give you leave, said Jonas. I think it's liquid aggravation that circulates through his veins and not regular blood. How old should you think my father was, cousin? Old, no doubt, replied Miss Charity, but a fine old gentleman. A fine old gentleman, repeated Jonas, giving the crown of his hat an angry knock. Ah, it's time he was thinking of being drawn out a little finer, too. Why, he's 80, is he indeed? Said the young lady. And ecod, cried Jonas, now he's gone so far without giving in, I don't see much to prevent his being 90, no, nor even 100. Why, a man with any feeling ought to be ashamed of being 80, let alone more. Where's his religion, I should like to know, when he goes flying in the face of the Bible like that? 70's the mark, and no man with a conscience and a proper sense of what's expected of him has any business to live longer. Is anyone surprised at Mr. Jonas making such a reference to such a book for such a purpose? Does anyone doubt the old saw, that the devil being a layman quotes scripture for his own ends? If he will take the trouble to look about him, he may find a greater number of confirmations of the fact in the occurrences of any single day than the Steen gun can discharge balls in a minute. But there's enough of my father, said Jonas. It's of no use to go putting oneself out of the way by talking about him. I called to ask you to come and take a walk, cousin, and see some of the sights, and to come to our house afterwards and have a bit of something. Pecksniff will most likely look in the evening, he says, and bring you home. See, here's his writing. I made him put it down this morning when he told me he shouldn't be back before I came here, in case you wouldn't believe me. There's nothing like proof, is there? Ha, ha, I say you'll bring the other one, you know. Miss Charity cast her eyes upon her father's autograph, which merely said, "Go, my children, with your cousin. Let there be union among us when it is possible." And after enough of hesitation to impart a proper value to her consent, withdrew to prepare her sister and herself for the excursion. She soon returned, accompanied by Miss Mercy, who was by no means pleased to leave the brilliant triumphs of Todgers's for the society of Mr. Jonas and his respected father. "Aha!" cried Jonas. "There you are you?" "Yes, Fright," said Mercy. "Here I am, and I would much rather be anywhere else, I assure you." "You don't mean that," cried Mr. Jonas. "You can't, you know. It isn't possible." "You can have what opinion you like, Fright," retorted Mercy. "I am content to keep mine, and mine is that you are a very unpleasant, odious, disagreeable person." Here she laughed heartily, and seemed to enjoy herself very much. "Oh, you're a sharp gal," said Mr. Jonas. "She's a regular teaser, ain't she, cousin?" Miss Charity replied in effect that she was unable to say what the habits and propensities of a regular teaser might be, and that even if she possessed such information, it would ill become her to admit the existence of any creature with such an unceremonious name in her family, far less in the person of a beloved sister. Whatever, added Cherry with an angry glance, whatever her real nature may be. "Well, my dear," said Mary, The only observation I have to make is that if we don't go out at once, I shall certainly take my bonnet off again and stay at home." This threat had the desired effect of preventing any farther altercation, for Mr. Jonas immediately proposed an adjournment, and the same being carried unanimously, they departed from the house straightway. On the doorstep, Mr. Jonas gave an arm to each cousin, which act of gallantry being observed by Bailey Jr. from the garret window, was by him saluted with a loud and violent fit of coughing, to which paroxysm he was still the victim when they turned corner. Mr. Jonas inquired in the first instance if they were good walkers, and being answered yes, submitted their pedestrian powers to a pretty severe test, for he showed them as many sights in the way of bridges, churches, streets, outsides of theaters, and other free spectacles, in that one forenoon, as most people see in a 12-month. It was observable in this gentleman that he had an insurmountable distaste to the insides of buildings, and that he was perfectly acquainted with the merits of all shows, in respect of which there was any charge for admission, which it seemed were every one detestable, and of the very lowest grade of merit. He was so thoroughly possessed with this opinion that when Miss Charity happened to mention the circumstance of their having been twice or thrice to the theatre with Mr. Jenkins and party, he inquired, as a matter of course, where the orders came from, and being told that Mr. Jenkins and party paid, was beyond description entertained, observing that they must be nice flats. Certainly, and often in the course of the walk, bursting out again into a perfect convulsion of laughter at the surpassing silliness of those gentlemen, and doubtless at his own superior wisdom, when they had been out for some hours and were thoroughly fatigued. It being by that time twilight, Mr. Jonas intimated that he would show them one of the best pieces of fun with which he was acquainted. This joke was of a practical kind, and its humor lay in taking a hackney coach to the extreme limits of possibility for a shilling. Happily, it brought them to the place where Mr. Jonas dwelt, or the young ladies might have rather missed the point and cream of the jest. The old established firm of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son, Manchester warehousemen, and so forth, had its place of business in a very narrow street somewhere behind the post office, where every house was in the brightest summer morning very gloomy, and where light porters watered the pavement, each before his own employer's premises, in fantastic patterns in the dog days, and where spruce gentlemen with their hands in the pockets of symmetrical trousers were always to be seen in warm weather contemplating their undeniable boots in dusty warehouse doorways, which appeared to be the hardest work they did, except now and then carrying pens behind their ears. A dim, dirty, smoky, tumble-down, rotten old house it was, as anybody would desire to see. But there the firm of Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son transacted all their business, and their pleasure too, such as it was. For neither the young man nor the old had any other residence, or any care or thought beyond its narrow limits. Business, as may be readily supposed, was the main thing in this establishment, insomuch indeed that it shouldered comfort out of doors, and jostled the domestic arrangements at every turn. Thus in the miserable bedrooms there were files of moth-eaten letters hanging up against the walls, and linen rollers, and fragments of old patterns, and odds and ends of spoiled goods, strewed upon the ground, while the meager bedsteads, washing-stands, and scraps of carpet were huddled away into corners as objects of secondary consideration, not to be thought of, but as disagreeable necessities, furnishing no profit and intruding on the one affair of life. The single sitting-room was on the same principle, a chaos of boxes and old papers, and had more counting-house stools in it than chairs, not to mention a great monster of a desk straddling over the middle of the floor, and an iron safe sunk into the wall above the fireplace. The solitary little table for purposes of refection and social enjoyment bore as fair a proportion to the desk and other business furniture as the graces and harmless relaxations of life had ever done in the persons of the old man and his son to their pursuit of wealth. It was meanly laid out now for dinner, and in a chair before the fire sat Anthony himself, who rose to greet his son and his fair cousins as they entered. An ancient proverb warns us that we should not expect to find old heads upon young shoulders, to which it may be added that we seldom meet with that unnatural combination, but we feel a strong desire to knock them off, merely from an inherent love we have of seeing things in their right places. It is not improbable that many men, in no wise choleric by nature, felt this impulse rising up within them when they first made the acquaintance of Mr. Jonas, but if they had known him more intimately in his own house and had sat with him at his own board, it would assuredly have been paramount to all other considerations. "Well, Ghost," said Mr. Jonas, dutifully addressing his parent by that title, "is dinner nearly ready?" "I should think it was," rejoined the old man. "What's the good of that?" rejoined the son. "I should think it was. I want to know." "Ah, I don't know for certain," said Anthony. "You don't know for certain," rejoined his son in a lower tone. "No, you don't know anything for certain, you don't. Give me your candle here. I want it for the gals." Anthony handed him a battered old office candlestick, with which Mr. Jonas preceded the young ladies to the nearest bedroom, where he left them to take off their shawls and bonnets, and returning, occupied himself in opening a bottle of wine, sharpening the carving knife, and muttering compliments to his father, until they and the dinner appeared together. The repast consisted of a hot leg of mutton with greens and potatoes, and the dishes having been set upon the table by a slipshod old woman, they were left to enjoy it after their own manner. "Bachelor's Hall, you know, cousin," said Mr. Jonas to Charity. "I say the other one will be having a laugh at this when she gets home, won't she? Here, you sit on the right side of me, and I'll have her upon the left. Other one, will you come here?" "You're such a fright," replied Mercy, "that I know I shall have no appetite if I sit so near you, but I suppose I must." "Ha'n't she lively?" whispered Mr. Jonas to the elder sister with his favorite elbow emphasis. "Oh, I really don't know," replied Miss Pecksniff tartly. "I am tired of being asked such ridiculous questions. What's that precious old father of mine about now?" said Mr. Jonas, seeing that his parent was traveling up and down the room instead of taking his seat at table. "What are you looking for?" "I've lost my glasses, Jonas," said old Anthony. "Sit down without your glasses, can't you?" returned his son. "You don't eat or drink out of 'em, I think. And where's that sleepy-headed old Chuffy got to? Now, stupid, oh!" "You know your name, do you?" It would seem that he didn't, for he didn't come until the father called. As he spoke, the door of a small glass office, which was partitioned off from the rest of the room, was slowly opened, and a little blear-eyed, weazen-faced, ancient man came creeping out. He was of a remote fashion and dusty, like the rest of the furniture. He was dressed in a decayed suit of black, with breeches garnished at the knees with rusty wisps of ribbon, the very paupers of shoestrings. On the lower portion of his spindle legs were dingy worsted stockings of the same color. He looked as if he had been put away and forgotten half a century before, and somebody had just found him in a lumber closet. Such as he was, he came slowly creeping on towards the table until at last he crept into the vacant chair from which, as his dim faculties became conscious of the presence of strangers, and those strangers ladies, he rose again, apparently intending to make a bow. But he sat down once more without having made it, and breathing on his shriveled hands to warm them, remained with his poor blue nose immovable above his plate, looking at nothing, with eyes that saw nothing, and a face that meant nothing. Take him in that state, and he was an embodiment of nothing, nothing else. "Our clerk," said Mr. Jonas, as host and master of the ceremonies, "old Chuffy." "Is he deaf?" inquired one of the young ladies. "No, I don't know that he is. He ain't deaf, is he, father?" "I never heard him say he was," replied the old man. "Blind?" inquired the young ladies. "No, I never understood that he was at all blind," said Jonas carelessly. "You don't consider him so, do you, father?" "Certainly not," replied Anthony. "What is he, then?" "Why, I'll tell you what he is," said Mr. Jonas, apart to the young ladies. "He's precious old, for one thing, and I am best pleased with him for that, for I think my father must have caught it of him. He's a strange old chap, for another," he added in a louder voice, "and don't understand anyone hardly, but him." He pointed to his honored parent with the carving fork, in order that they might know whom he meant. "How very strange!" cried the sisters. "Why, you see," said Mr. Jonas, "he's been addling his old brains with figures and bookkeeping all his life, and 20 years ago or so he went and took a fever. All the time he was out of his head, which was 3 weeks, he never left off casting up, and he got to so many million at last that I don't believe he's ever been quite right since. We don't do much business now, though, and he ain't a bad clerk." "A very good one," said Anthony. "Well, he ain't a dear one at all events," observed Jonas, "and he earns his salt, which is enough for our lookout. I was telling you that he hardly understands anyone except my father. He always understands him, though, and wakes up quite wonderful. He's been used to his ways so long, you see. Why, I've seen him play whist with my father for a partner, and a good rubber, too, when he had no more notion what sort of people he was playing against than you have." "Has he no appetite?" asked Mary. "Oh, yes," said Jonas, plying his own knife and fork very fast. "He eats when he's helped, but he don't care whether he waits a minute or an hour, as long as father's here, so when I'm at all sharp set, as I am today, I come to him after I've taken the edge off my own hunger, you know. Now, Chuffy, stupid, are you ready?" Chuffy remained immovable. "Always a perverse old file he was," said Mr. Jonas, coolly helping himself to another slice. "Ask him, father. Are you ready for your dinner, Chuffy?" Asked the old man. "Yes, yes," said Chuffy, lighting up into a sentient human creature at the first sound of the voice, so that it was at once a curious and quite a moving sight to see him. "Yes, yes, quite ready, Mr. Chuzzlewit, quite ready, sir. All ready, all ready." "All ready." With that he stopped, smilingly, and listened for some further address, but being spoken to no more, the light forsook his face by little and little, until he was nothing again. "He'll be very disagreeable, mind," said Jonas, addressing his cousins, as he handed the old man's portion to his father. "He always chokes himself when it in broth. Look at him now. Did you ever see a horse with such a wall-eyed expression as he's got? If it hadn't been for the joke of it, I wouldn't have let him come in today, but I thought he'd amuse you." The poor old subject of this humane speech was, happily for himself, as unconscious of its purport as of most other remarks that were made in his presence. but the mutton being tough and his gums weak, he quickly verified the statement relative to his choking propensities and underwent so much in his attempts to dine that Mr. Jonas was infinitely amused, protesting that he had seldom seen him better company in all his life, and that he was enough to make a man split his sides with laughing. Indeed, he went so far as to assure the sisters that in this point of view he considered Chuffy superior to his own father, which, as he significantly added, was saying a great deal. It was strange enough that Anthony Chuzzlewit, himself so old a man, should take a pleasure in these gibings of his estimable son at the expense of the poor shadow at their table. But he did unquestionably, though not so much to do him justice with reference to their ancient clerk as an exultation at the sharpness of Jonas, for the same reason that young man's coarse allusions, even to himself, filled him with a stealthy glee, causing him to rub his hands and chuckle covertly, as if he said in his sleeve, "I taught him. I trained him. This is the heir of my bringing up. Sly, cunning, and covetous, he'll not squander my money. I worked for this. I hoped for this. It has been the great end and aim of my life." What a noble end and aim it was to contemplate in the attainment, truly! But there be some who manufacture idols after the fashion of themselves and fail to worship them when they are made, charging their deformity on outraged nature. Anthony was better than these at any rate. Chuffy boggled over his plate so long that Mr. Jonas, losing patience, took it from him at last with his own hands and requested his father to signify to that venerable person that he had better pug away at his bread, which Anthony did. "Aye, aye," cried the old man, brightening up as before, when this was communicated to him in the same voice. "Quite right, quite right. He's your own son, Mr. Chuzzlewit. Bless him for a sharp lad. Bless him, bless him." Mr. Jonas considered this so particularly childish, perhaps with some reason, that he only laughed the more, and told his cousins that he was afraid one of these fine days Chuffy would be the death of him. The cloth was then removed, and the bottle of wine set upon the table, from which Mr. Jonas filled the young ladies' glasses, calling on them not to spare it, as they might be certain there was plenty more where that came from. But he added with some haste after the sally that it was only his joke, and they wouldn't suppose him to be in earnest, he was sure. "I shall drink," said Anthony, "to Pecksniff. Your father, my dears, a clever man, Pecksniff, a wary man. A hypocrite, though, eh? A hypocrite, girls, eh? Ha, ha, ha! Well, so he is. Now, among friends, he is. I don't think the worse of him for that, unless it is that he overdoes it. You may overdo anything, my darlings. You may overdo even hypocrisy. Ask Jonas. You can't overdo taking care of yourself. Observe that hopeful gentleman with his mouth full. Do you hear that, my dears?" cried Anthony, quite enraptured. "Wisdom! Wisdom! A good exception, Jonas. No, it's not easy to overdo that. Except," whispered Mr. Jonas to his favorite cousin, "except when one lives too long. Ha, ha! Tell the other one that I say. Good gracious me," said Cherry in a petulant manner. "You can tell her yourself if you wish, can't you?" "She seems to make such game of one," replied Mr. Jonas. "Then why need you trouble yourself about her?" said Charity. "I am sure she doesn't trouble herself much about you." "Don't she, though?" asked Jonas. "Good gracious me, need I tell you that she don't?" returned the young lady. Mr. Jonas made no verbal rejoinder, but he glanced at Mercy with an odd expression in his face, and said that wouldn't break his heart, she might depend upon it. Then he looked on Charity with even greater favor than before, and besought her, as his polite manner was, to come a little closer. "There's another thing that's not easily overdone, father," remarked Jonas, after a short silence. "What's that?" asked the father, grinning already in anticipation. "A bargain," said the son. "Here's the rule for bargains: do other men for they would do you. That's the true business precept. All others are counterfeits." The delighted father applauded this sentiment to the echo, and was so much tickled by it that he was at the pains of imparting the same to his ancient clerk, who rubbed his hands, nodded his palsied head, winked his watery eyes, and cried in his whistling tones, "Good! Good! Your own son, Mr. Chuzzlewit's with." Every feeble demonstration of delight that he was capable of making. But this old man's enthusiasm had the redeeming quality of being felt in sympathy with the only creature to whom he was linked by ties of long association and by his present helplessness. And if there had been anybody there who cared to think about it, some dregs of a better nature unawakened might perhaps have been described through that very medium, melancholy though it was, yet lingering at the bottom of the worn-out cask called Chuffy. As matters stood, nobody thought or said anything upon the subject, so Chuffy fell back into a dark corner on one side of the fireplace, where he always spent his evenings, and was neither seen nor heard again that night, save once, when a cup of tea was given him, in which he was seen to soak his bread mechanically. There was no reason to suppose that he went to sleep at these seasons, or that he heard, or saw, or felt, or thought. He remained, as it were, frozen up, if any term expressive of such a vigorous process can be applied to him until he was again thawed for the moment by a word or touch from Anthony. Miss Charity made tea by desire of Mr. Jonas, and felt and looked so like the lady of the house that she was in the prettiest confusion imaginable, the more so from Mr. Jonas sitting close beside her and whispering a variety of admiring expressions in her ear. Miss Mercy, for her part, felt the entertainment of the evening to be so distinctly and exclusively theirs that she silently deplored the commercial gentleman at that moment, no doubt wearying for her return, and yawned over yesterday's newspaper. As to Anthony, he went to sleep outright, so Jonas and Cherry had a clear stage to themselves, as long as they chose to keep possession of it. When the tea tray was taken away, as it was at last, Mr. Jonas produced a dirty pack of cards, and entertained the sisters with divers small feats of dexterity, whereof the main purpose of every one was that you were to decoy somebody into laying a wager with you that you couldn't do it, and were then immediately to win and pocket his money. Mr. Jonas informed them that these accomplishments were in high vogue in the most intellectual circles, and that large amounts were constantly changing hands on such hazards. And it may be remarked that he fully believed this, for there is a simplicity of cunning, no less than a simplicity of innocence, and in all matters where a lively faith in knavery and meanness was required as the groundwork of belief, Mr. Jonas was one of the most credulous of men. His ignorance, which was stupendous, may be taken into account if the reader pleases separately. This fine young man had all the inclination to be a profligate of the first water, and only lacked the one good trait in the common catalogue of debauched vices, open-handedness to be a notable vagabond. But there his griping and penurious habits stepped in, and as one poison will sometimes neutralize another, when wholesome remedies would not avail, so he was restrained by a bad passion from quaffing his full measure of evil, when virtue might have sought to hold him back in vain. By the time he had unfolded all the peddling schemes he knew upon the cards, it was growing late in the evening, and Mr. Pecksniff not making his appearance, the young ladies expressed a wish to return home. But this Mr. Jonas, in his gallantry, would by no means allow, until they had partaken of some bread and cheese and porter, and even then he was excessively unwilling to allow them to depart. often beseeching Miss Charity to come a little closer or to stop a little longer, and preferring many other complimentary petitions of that nature in his own hospitable and earnest way. When all his efforts to detain them were fruitless, he put on his hat and greatcoat preparatory to escorting them to Todgers's, remarking that he knew they would rather walk thither than ride, and that for his part he was quite of their opinion. "Good night," said Anthony. "Good night. Remember me to hey, ha, ha, to Pecksniff. Take care of your cousin, my dears. Beware of Jonas. He's a dangerous fellow. Don't quarrel for him in any case." "Oh, the creature!" cried Mercy. "The idea of quarreling for him! You may take him, Sherry, my love, all to yourself. I make you a present of my share." "What? I'm a sour grape, am I, cousin?" said Jonas. Miss Charity was more entertained by this repartee than one would have supposed likely, considering its advanced age and simple character. But in her sisterly affection she took Mr. Jonas to task for leaning so very hard upon a broken reed, and said that he must not be so cruel to poor Mary any more, or she Charity would positively be obliged to hate him. Mercy, who really had her share of good humor, only retorted with a laugh, and they walked home in consequence without any angry passages of words upon the way, Mr. Jonas being in the middle, and having a cousin on each arm, sometimes squeezed the wrong one, so tightly too as to cause her not a little inconvenience. But as he talked to Charity in whispers the whole time, and paid her great attention, no doubt this was an accidental circumstance. When they arrived at Todgers's and the door was opened, Mercy broke hastily from them and ran upstairs. But Charity and Jonas lingered on the steps, talking together for more than 5 minutes. So, as Mrs. Todgers observed next morning to a third party, it was pretty clear what was going on there, and she was glad of it, for it really was high time that Miss Pecksniff thought of settling. And now the day was coming on when that bright vision which had burst on Todgers's so suddenly and made a sunshine in the shady breast of Jenkins was to be seen no more, when it was to be packed like a brown paper parcel or a fish basket or an oyster barrel or a fat gentleman or any other dull reality of life in a stage coach and carried down into the country. "Never, my dear Miss Pecksniffs," said Mrs. Todgers, when they retired to rest on the last night of their stay, "never have I seen an establishment so perfectly broken-hearted as mine is at this present moment of time. I don't believe the gentlemen will be the gentlemen they were, or anything like it. No, not for weeks to come. You have a great deal to answer for, both of you." They modestly disclaimed any willful agency in this disastrous state of things, and regretted it very much. "Your pious pa, too," said Mrs. Todgers. "There's a loss. My dear Miss Pecksniffs, your pa is a perfect missionary of peace and love." Entertaining an uncertainty as to the particular kind of love supposed to be comprised in Mr. Pecksniff's mission, the young ladies received the compliment rather coldly. "If I dared," said Mrs. Todgers, perceiving this, "to violate a confidence which has been reposed in me, and to tell you why I must beg of you to leave the little door between your room and mine open tonight, I think you would be interested. But I mustn't do it, for I promised Mr. Jenkins faithfully that I would be as silent as the tomb." "Dear Mrs. Todgers, what can you mean?" "Why then, my sweet Miss Pecksniffs," said the lady of the house, "my own loves, if you will allow me the privilege of taking that freedom on the eve of our separation, Mr. Jenkins and the gentlemen have made up a little musical party among themselves, and do intend, in the dead of this night, to perform a serenade upon the stairs outside the door." "I could have wished, I own," said Mrs. Todgers with her usual foresight, "that it had been fixed to take place an hour or two earlier, because when gentlemen sit up late, they drink, and when they drink They're not so musical, perhaps, as when they don't, but this is the arrangement, and I know you will be gratified, my dear Miss Pecksniffs, by such a mark of their attention." The young ladies were at first so much excited by the news that they vowed they couldn't think of going to bed until the serenade was over. But half an hour of cool waiting so altered their opinion that they not only went to bed, but fell asleep, and were, moreover, not ecstatically charmed to be awakened some time afterwards by certain dulcet strains breaking in upon the silent watches of the night. It was very affecting, very. Nothing more dismal could have been desired by the most fastidious taste. The gentleman of a vocal turn was head mute, or chief mourner. Jenkins took the bass, and the rest took anything they could get. The youngest gentleman blew his melancholy into a flute. He didn't blow much out of it, but that was all the better. If the two Miss Pecksniffs and Mrs. Todgers had perished by spontaneous combustion, and the serenade had been in honor of their ashes, it would have been impossible to surpass the unutterable despair expressed in that one chorus, "Go where glory waits thee." It was a requiem, a dirge, a moan, a howl, a wail, a lament, an abstract of everything that is sorrowful and hideous in sound. The flute of the youngest gentleman was wild and fitful. It came and went in gusts like the wind. For a long time together he seemed to have left off, and when it was quite settled by Mrs. Todgers and the young ladies that, overcome by his feelings, he had retired in tears, he unexpectedly turned up again at the very top of the tune, gasping for breath. He was a tremendous performer. There was no knowing where to have him, and exactly when you thought he was doing nothing at all, then was he doing the very thing that ought to astonish you most. There were several of these concerted pieces, perhaps 2 or 3 too many, though that, as Mrs. Todgers said, was the fault on the right side. But even then, even at that solemn moment when the thrilling sounds may be presumed to have penetrated into the very depths of his nature, if he had any depths, Jenkins couldn't leave the youngest gentleman alone. He asked him distinctly, before the second song began, as a personal favor to mark the villain in that not to play. Yes, he said so, not to play. The breathing of the youngest gentleman was heard through the keyhole of the door. He did not play. What vent was a flute for the passion swelling up within his breast? A trombone would have been a world too mild. The serenade approached its close. Its crowning interest was at hand. The gentleman of a literary turn had written a song on the departure of the ladies, and adapted it to an old tune. They all joined, except the youngest gentleman in company, who, for the reasons aforesaid, maintained a fearful silence. The song, which was of a classical nature, invoked the oracle of Apollo, and demanded to know what would become of Todgers's when charity and mercy were banished from its walls. The oracle delivered no opinion particularly worth remembering, according to the not infrequent practice of oracles from the earliest ages down to the present time. In the absence of enlightenment on that subject, the strain deserted it, and went on to show that the Miss Pecksniffs were nearly related to Rule Britannia, and that if Great Britain hadn't been an island, there could have been no Miss Pecksniffs. And being now on a nautical tack, it closed with this verse: "All hail to the vessel of Pecksniff the sire," and favoring breezes to fan, while Tritons flock round it and proudly admire the architect, artist, and man. As they presented this beautiful picture to the imagination, the gentlemen gradually withdrew to bed to give the music the effect of distance, and so it died away, and Todgers's was left to its repose. Mr. Bailey reserved his vocal offering until the morning, when he put his head into the room as the young ladies were kneeling before their trunks, packing up, and treated them to an imitation of the voice of a young dog in trying circumstances, when that animal is supposed by persons of a lively fancy to relieve his feelings by calling for pen and ink. "Well, young ladies," said the youth, "so you're a-going home, are you, worse luck?" "Yes, Bailey, we're going home," returned Mercy. "Ain't you a-going to leave none of 'em a lock of your hair?" inquired the youth. "It's real, ain't it?" They laughed at this, and told him of course it was. "Oh, is it of course, though?" said Bailey. "I know better than that. Hers ain't." "Why, I see it hanging up once, on that nail by the winder. Besides, I have gone behind her at dinner time and pulled it, and she never knowed. I say, young ladies, I'm a-going to leave. I ain't a-going to stand being called names by her no longer." Miss Mercy inquired what his plans for the future might be, in reply to whom Mr. Bailey intimated that he thought of going either into top boots or into the army. "Into the army," cried the young ladies with a laugh. "Ah," said Bailey, "why not? There's a many drummers in the Tower. I'm acquainted with 'em. Don't their country set a valley on 'em, mind you?" "Not at all. You'll be shot, I see," observed Mercy. "Well," cried Mr. Bailey, "what if I am? There's something gamey in it, young ladies, ain't there? I'd sooner be hit with a cannon-ball than a rolling-pin, and she's always a-catching up something of that sort, and throwing it at me, when the gentleman's appetites is good." "What," said Mr. Bailey, stung by the recollection of his wrongs, "what if they do consume the pervisions? It ain't my fault, is it? Surely no one says it is," said Mercy. "Don't they, though?" retorted the youth. "No, yes, ah, oh, no one mayn't say it is, but some one knows it is. But I ain't a-going to have every rise in prices visited on me. I ain't a-going to be killed because the markets is dear. I won't stop. And therefore," added Mr. Bailey, relenting into a smile, "whatever you mean to give me, you'd better give me all at once, because if ever you come back again, I shan't be here, and as to the other boy, he won't deserve nothing, I know." The young ladies, on behalf of Mr. Pecksniff and themselves, acted on this. Thoughtful advice, and in consideration of their private friendship, presented Mr. Bailey with a gratuity so liberal that he could hardly do enough to show his gratitude, which found but an imperfect vent during the remainder of the day in divers secret slaps upon his pocket and other such facetious pantomime. Nor was it confined to these ebullitions, for besides crushing a bandbox with a bonnet in it, he seriously damaged Mr. Pecksniff's luggage by ardently hauling it down from the top of the house, and in short evinced, by every means in his power, a lively sense of the favors he had received from that gentleman and his family. Mr. Pecksniff and Mr. Jenkins came home to dinner arm in arm, for the latter gentleman had made half holiday on purpose, thus gaining an immense advantage over the youngest gentleman and the rest, whose time, as it perversely chanced, was all bespoke until the evening. The bottle of wine was Mr. Pecksniff's treat, and they were very sociable indeed, though full of lamentations. On the necessity of parting. While they were in the midst of their enjoyment, old Anthony and his son were announced, much to the surprise of Mr. Pecksniff and greatly to the discomfiture of Jenkins. "Come to say good-bye, you see," said Anthony in a low voice to Mr. Pecksniff as they took their seats apart at the table while the rest conversed among themselves. "Where's the use of a division between you and me? We are the two halves of a pair of scissors when apart, Pecksniff, but together we are something, eh?" "Unanimity, my good sir," rejoined Mr. Pecksniff, "is always delightful." "I don't know about that," said the old man, "for there are some people I would rather differ from than agree with. But you know my opinion of you, Mr. Pecksniff, still having Hippocrates in his mind, only replied by a motion of his head, which was something between an affirmative bow and a negative shake. "Complimentary," said Anthony. "Complimentary, upon my word. It was an involuntary tribute to your abilities, even at the time, and it was not a time to suggest compliments either. But we agreed in the coach, you know, that we quite understood each other." "Oh, quite," assented Mr. Pecksniff, in a manner which implied that he himself was misunderstood most cruelly, but would not complain. Anthony glanced at his son as he sat beside Miss Charity, and then at Mr. Pecksniff, and then at his son again, very many times. It happened that Mr. Pecksniff's glances took a similar direction, but when he became aware of it, he first cast down his eyes, and then closed them, as if he were determined that the old man should read nothing there. "Jonas is a shrewd lad," said the old man. "He appears," rejoined Mr. Pecksniff in his most candid manner, "to be very shrewd." "And careful," said the old man. "And careful, I have no doubt," returned Mr. Pecksniff. "Look ye," said Anthony in his ear. "I think he is sweet upon you, daughter." "Tut, my good sir," said Mr. Pecksniff with his eyes still closed. "Young people?" "A kind of cousins, too. No more sweetness than is in that, sir." "Why, there is very little sweetness in that, according to our experience," returned Anthony. "Isn't there a trifle more here?" "Impossible to say," rejoined Mr. Pecksniff. "Quite impossible. You surprise me." "Yes, I know that," said the old man dryly. "It may last, I mean the sweetness, not the surprise, and it may die off. Supposing it should last, perhaps you having feathered your nest pretty well, and I having done the same, we might have a mutual interest in the matter." Mr. Pecksniff, smiling gently, was about to speak, but Anthony stopped him. "I know what you are going to say. It's quite unnecessary. You have never thought of this for a moment, and at a point so nearly affecting the happiness of your dear child, you couldn't, as a tender father, express an opinion, and so forth. Yes, quite right, and like you. But it seems to me, my dear Pecksniff," added Anthony, laying his hand upon his sleeve, "that if you and I kept up the joke of pretending not to see this, one of us might possibly be placed in a position of disadvantage, and as I am very unwilling to be that party myself, you will excuse my taking the liberty of putting the matter beyond a doubt thus early, and having it distinctly understood, as it is now, that we do see it and do know it. Thank you for your attention. We are now upon an equal footing, which is agreeable to us both, I am sure." He rose as he spoke, and giving Mr. Pecksniff a nod of intelligence, moved away from him to where the young people were sitting, leaving that good man somewhat puzzled and discomfited by such very plain dealing, and not quite free from a sense of having been foiled in the exercise of his familiar weapons. But the night coach had a punctual character, and it was time to join it at the office, which was so near at hand that they had already sent their luggage and arranged to walk. Thither the whole party repaired. Therefore, after no more delay than sufficed for the equipment of the Miss Pecksniffs and Mrs. Todgers, they found the coach already at its starting place and the horses in. There, too, were a large majority of the commercial gentlemen, including the youngest, who was visibly agitated and in a state of deep mental dejection. Nothing could equal the distress of Mrs. Todgers in parting from the young ladies, except the strong emotions with which she bade adieu to Mr. Pecksniff. Never, surely, was a pocket handkerchief taken in and out of a flat reticule so often as Mrs. Todgers was, as she stood upon the pavement by the coach door supported on either side by a commercial gentleman, and by the sight of the coach lamps caught such brief snatches and glimpses of the good man's face as the constant interposition of Mr. Jiggins allowed for Jenkins, to the last the youngest gentleman's rock ahead in life, stood upon the coach step talking to the ladies. Upon the other step was Mr. Jonas, who maintained that position in right of his cousinship, whereas the youngest gentleman, who had been first upon the ground, was deep in the booking office among the black and red placards and the portraits of fast coaches, where he was ignominiously harassed by porters. And had to contend and strive perpetually with heavy baggage. This false position, combined with his nervous excitement, brought about the very consummation and catastrophe of his miseries. For when in the moment of parting he aimed a flower, a hothouse flower that had cost money, at the fair hand of Mercy, it reached instead the coachman on the box, who thanked him kindly and stuck it in his buttonhole. They were off now, and Todgers's was alone again. The two young ladies, leaning back in their separate corners, resigned themselves to their own regretful thoughts. But Mr. Pecksniff, dismissing all ephemeral considerations of social pleasure and enjoyment, concentrated his meditations on the one great virtuous purpose before him of casting out that ingrate and deceiver whose presence yet troubled his domestic hearth and was a sacrilege upon the altars of his household gods. Chapter 12 will be seen in the long run, if not in the short one, to conquerner kommer in hs nearly, mers nickensabel, your Pecksniff, assertus the giant entity of outragem verstu, hookern idis expelate, wed forms a desperadis lether. Mr. Pinch and Martin, little dreaming of the stormy weather that impended, made themselves very comfortable in the Pecksniffian halls, and improved their friendship daily. Martin's facility, both of invention and execution, being remarkable, the grammar school proceeded with great vigor, and Tom repeatedly declared that if there were anything like certainty in human affairs, or impartiality in human judges, a design so new and full of merit could not fail to carry off the first prize when the time of competition arrived. Without being quite so sanguine himself, Martin had his hopeful anticipations too, and they served to make him brisk and eager at his task. "If I should turn out a great architect, Tom," said the new pupil one day as he stood at a little distance from his drawing and eyed it with much complacency, "I'll tell you what should be one of the things I'd build." "Aye," cried Tom. "What?" "Why, your fortune." "No," said Tom Pinch, quite as much delighted as if the thing were done. "Would you, though? How kind of you to say so." "I'd build it up, Tom," returned Martin, "on such a strong foundation that it should last your life, and your children's lives too, and their children's after them. I'd be your patron, Tom. I'd take you under my protection. Let me see the man who should give the cold shoulder to anybody I chose to protect and patronize if I were at the top of the tree, Tom." "Now, I don't think," said Mr. Pinch, "upon my word, that I was ever more gratified than by this. I really don't." "Oh, I mean what I say," retorted Martin, with the manner as free and easy in its condescension to, not to say in its compassion for, the other, as if he were already. First architect and ordinary to all the crowned heads in Europe. I'd do it. I'd provide for you. I am afraid," said Tom, shaking his head, "that I should be a mighty awkward person to provide for." "Pooh, pooh," rejoined Martin, "never mind that. If I took it in my head to say, Pinch is a clever fellow, I approve of Pinch, I should like to know the man who would venture to put himself in opposition to me. Besides, confound it, Tom, you could be useful to me in 100 ways. If I were not useful in one or two, it shouldn't be for want of trying," said Tom. "For instance," pursued Martin, After a short reflection, "You'd be a capital fellow now to see that my ideas were properly carried out, and to overlook the works in their progress before they were sufficiently advanced to be very interesting to me, and to take all that sort of plain sailing. Then you'd be a splendid fellow to show people over my studio, and to talk about art to 'em when I couldn't be bored myself, and all that kind of thing. For it would be devilish creditable, Tom. I'm quite in earnest, I give you my word, to have a man of your information about one instead of some ordinary blockhead. Oh, I'd take care of you. You'd be useful, rely upon it." To say that Tom had no idea of playing first fiddle in any social orchestra, but was always quite satisfied to be set down for the 150th violin in the band, or thereabouts, is to express his modesty in very inadequate terms. He was much delighted, therefore, by these observations. "I should be married to her then, Tom, of course," said Martin. What was that which checked Tom Pinch so suddenly in the high flow of his gladness, bringing the blood into his honest cheeks, and a remorseful feeling too? His honest heart, as if he were unworthy of his friend's regard? "I should be married to her then," said Martin, looking with a smile towards the light. "And we should have, I hope, children about us. They'd be very fond of you, Tom." But not a word said Mr. Pinch. The words he would have uttered died upon his lips, and found a life more spiritual in self-denying thoughts. "All the children hereabouts are fond of you, Tom? And mine would be, of course," pursued Martin. "Perhaps I might name one of them after you." "Tom, eh? Well, I don't know. Tom's not a bad name. Thomas Pinch Chuzzlewit. T.P. Con, his pinafores, no objection to that, I should say?" Tom cleared his throat and smiled. "H.E. would like you, Tom, I know," said Martin. "Aye," cried Tom Pinch, faintly. "I can tell exactly what she would think of you," said Martin, leaning his chin upon his hand, and looking through the window glass, as if he read there what he said. "I know her so well. She would smile, Tom, often at first when you spoke to her, or when she looked at you merrily, too. But you wouldn't mind that, a brighter smile you never saw." "No, no," said Tom. "I wouldn't mind that. She would be as tender with you, Tom," said Martin, "as if you were a child yourself. So you are almost, in some things, aren't you, Tom?" Mr. Pinch nodded his entire assent. "She would always be kind and good-humored, and glad to see you," said Martin. "And when she found out exactly what sort of fellow you were, which she'd do very soon, she would pretend to give you little commissions to execute, and to ask little services of you, which she knew you were burning to render, so that when she really pleased you most, she would try to make you think you most pleased her. She would take to you uncommonly, Tom, and would understand you far more delicately than I ever shall, and would often say, I know, that you were a harmless, gentle, well-intentioned, good fellow." How silent Tom Pinch was! "In honor of old times," said Martin, "and of her having heard you play the organ in this damp little church down here, for nothing, too, we will have one in the house. I shall build an architectural music room on a plan of my own, and it'll look rather knowing in a recess at one end. There you shall play away, Tom, till you tire yourself, and as you like to do so in the dark, it shall be dark. And many's the summer evening she and I will sit and listen to you, Tom, be sure of." That it may have required a stronger effort on Tom Pinch's part to leave the seat on which he sat, and shake his friend by both hands, with nothing but serenity and grateful feeling painted on his face. It may have required a stronger effort to perform this simple act with a pure heart, than to achieve many and many a deed to which the doubtful trumpet blown by fame has lustily resounded. Doubtful, because from its long hovering over scenes of violence, the smoke and steam of death have clogged the keys of that brave instrument, and it is not always that its notes are either true or tuneful. "It's a proof of the kindness of human nature," said Tom, characteristically putting himself quite out of sight in the matter, "that everybody who comes here, as you have done, is more considerate and affectionate to me than I should have any right to hope if I were the most sanguine creature in the world, or should." Have any power to express if I were the most eloquent. It really overpowers me. But trust me, said Tom, that I am not ungrateful, that I never forget, and that if I can ever prove the truth of my words to you, I will. That's all right, observed Martin, leaning back in his chair with a hand in each pocket and yawning drearily. Very fine talking, Tom, but I'm at Pecksniff's, I remember, and perhaps a mile or so out of the high road to fortune just at this minute. So you've heard again this morning from what's-his-name, eh? Who may that be? Asked Tom, seeming to enter a mild protest on behalf of the dignity of an absent person. You know. What is it? Northkey, Westlock, rejoined Tom in rather a louder tone than usual. Ah, to be sure, said Martin. Westlock. I knew it was something connected. With the point of the compass and a door. Well, and what says Westlock? Oh, he has come into his property, answered Tom, nodding his head and smiling. He's a lucky dog, said Martin. I wish it were mine instead. Is that all the mystery you were to tell me? No, said Tom, not all. What's the rest? Asked Martin. For the matter of that, said Tom, it's no mystery and you won't think much of it, but it's very pleasant to me. John always used to say when he was here, mark my words, pinch. When my father's executors cash up, he used strange expressions now and then, but that was his way. Cash up's a very good expression, observed Martin, when other people don't apply it to you. Well, what a slow fellow you are, Pinch. Yes, I am. I know, said Tom, but you'll make me nervous if you tell me so. I'm afraid you have put me out a little now, for I forget what I was going to say. When John's father's executors cashed up, said Martin impatiently. Oh, yes, to be sure, cried Tom. Yes. Then, says John, I'll give you a dinner, Pinch, and come down to Salisbury on purpose. Now, when John wrote the other day the morning Pecksniff left, you know he said his business was on the point of being immediately settled, and as he was to receive his money directly, when could I meet him at Salisbury? I wrote and said, any day this week, and I told him besides that there was a new pupil here, and what a fine fellow you were, and what friends we had become. Upon which John writes back this letter. Tom produced it, fixes his tomorrow, sends his compliments to you, and begs that we three may have the pleasure of dining together, not at the house where you and I were either, but at the very first hotel in the town. Read what he says. Very well, said Martin, glancing over it with his customary coolness. Much obliged to him. I'm agreeable. Tom could have wished him to be a little more astonished, a little more pleased, or in some form or other a little more interested in such a great event. But he was perfectly self-possessed, and falling into his favorite solace of whistling, took another turn at the grammar school as if nothing at all had happened. Mr. Pecksniff's horse being regarded in the light of a sacred animal, only to be driven by him, the chief priest of that temple, or by some person distinctly nominated for the time being to that high office by himself, the two young men agreed to walk to Salisbury, and so, when the time came, they set off on foot. Which was, after all, a better mode of traveling than in the gig, as the weather was very cold and very dry. Better, a rare, strong, hearty, healthy walk, 4 statute miles an hour, preferable to that rumbling, jolting, shaking, scraping, creaking, villainous old gig? Why, the two things will not admit of comparison. It is an insult to the walk to set them side by side. Where is an instance of a gig having ever circulated a man's blood, unless when, putting him in danger of his neck, it awakened in his veins and in his ears, and all along his spine, a tingling heat much more peculiar than agreeable? When did a gig ever sharpen anybody's wits and energies, unless it was when the horse bolted, and, crashing madly down a steep hill with a stone wall at the bottom, his desperate circumstances suggested to the only gentleman left inside some novel and unheard-of mode of dropping out behind? Better than the gig. The air was cold, Tom, so it was. There was no denying it. But would it have been more genial in the gig? The blacksmith's fire burned very bright, and leaped up high, as though it wanted men to warm. But would it have been less tempting, looked at from the clammy cushions of a gig? The wind blew keenly, nipping the features of the hardy wight who fought his way along, blinding him with his own hair if he had enough to it, and wintry dust if he hadn't, stopping his breath as though he had been soused in a cold bath, tearing aside his wrappings up, and whistling in the very marrow of his bones. But it would have done all this 100 times more fiercely to a man in a gig, wouldn't it? A fig for gigs, better than the gig. When were travelers by wheels and hooves seen with such red-hot cheeks as those? When were they so good-humoredly and merrily bloused? When did their laughter ring upon the air, as they turned them round? What time the stronger gusts came sweeping up, and, facing round again as they passed by, dashed on, in such a glow of ruddy health as nothing could keep pace. With, but the high spirits it engendered, better than the gig. Why, here is a man in a gig coming the same way now. Look at him as he passes his whip into his left hand, chafes his numbed right fingers on his granite leg, and beats those marble toes of his upon the footboard. Ha, ha, ha! Who would exchange this rapid hurry of the blood for yonder stagnant misery, though its pace were 20 miles for one? Better than the gig. No man in a gig could have such interest in the milestones. No man in a gig could see, or feel, or think, like merry users of their legs. How, as the wind sweeps on, upon these breezy downs, it tracks its flight in darkening ripples on the grass, and smoothest shadows on the hills. Look round and round upon this bare, bleak plain, and see even here, upon a winter's day, how beautiful the shadows are. Alas, it is the nature of their kind to be so. The loveliest things in life, Tom, are but shadows, and they come and go and change and fade away as rapidly as these. Another mile, and then begins a fall of snow, making the crow, who skims away so close above the ground to shirk the wind, a blot of ink upon the landscape. But though it drives and drifts against them as they walk, stiffening on their skirts and freezing in the lashes of their eyes, they wouldn't have it fall more sparingly. No, not so much as by a single flake, although they had to go a score of miles. And, lo, the towers of the old cathedral rise before them, even now. And by they come into the sheltered streets, made strangely silent by their white carpet, and so to the inn for which they are bound, where they present such flushed and burning faces to the cold waiter, and are so brimful of vigor, that he almost feels assaulted by their presence, and having nothing to oppose to the attack being fresh, or rather stale, from the blazing fire in the coffee-room, is quite put out of his pale countenance. A famous inn. The hall a very grove of dead game and dangling joints of mutton, and in one corner an illustrious larder, with glass doors, developing cold. Fowls and noble joints and tarts wherein the raspberry jam coyly withdrew itself, as such a precious creature should, behind a lattice work of pastry. And the hold, on the first floor, at the court end of the house, in a room with all the window curtains drawn, a fire piled halfway up the chimney, plates warming before it, wax candles gleaming everywhere, and a table spread for 3, with silver and glass enough for 30. John Westlock, not the old John of Pecksniff's, but a proper gentleman, looking another and a grander person, with the consciousness of being his own master and having money in the bank. And yet in some respects the old John too, for he is perpetually. "And this," said John, "is Mr. Chuzzlewit. I am very glad to see him." John had an off-hand manner of his own, so they shook hands warmly and were friends in no time. "Stand off a moment, Tom," cried the old pupil, laying one hand on each of Mr. Pinch's shoulders and holding him out at arm's length. "Let me look at you, just the same. Not a bit changed. Why, it's not so very long ago, you know," said Tom Pinch, "after all." "It seems an age to me," cried John. "And so it ought to seem to you, you dog." And then he pushed Tom down into the easiest chair and clapped him on the back so heartily and so like his old self in their old Peckmouth at old Pecksniff's that it was a toss-up with Tom Pinch whether he should laugh or cry. Laughter won it, and they all 3 laughed together. "I have ordered everything for dinner that we used to say we'd have, Tom," observed John Westlock. "No," said Tom Pinch. "Have you?" "Everything. Don't laugh if you can help it before the waiters. I couldn't when I was ordering it. It's like a dream." John was wrong there, because nobody ever dreamed such soup as was put upon the table directly afterwards, or such fish, or such side dishes, or such a top and bottom, or such a course of birds and sweets, or in short anything approaching the reality of that entertainment at 10 and 6 a head, exclusive of wines. As to them, the man who can dream such iced champagne, such claret, port, or sherry, had better go to bed and stop there. But perhaps the finest feature of the banquet was that nobody was half so much amazed by everything as John himself, who in his high delight was constantly bursting into fits of laughter, and then endeavoring to appear preternaturally solemn, lest the waiter should conceive he wasn't used to it. Some of the things they brought him to carve were such outrageous practical jokes, though, that it was impossible to stand it. And when Tom Pinch insisted, in spite of the deferential advice of an attendant, not only on breaking down the outer wall of a raised pie with a tablespoon, but on trying to eat it afterwards, John lost all dignity and sat behind the gorgeous dish cover at the head of the table, roaring to that extent that he was audible in the kitchen. Nor had he the least objection to laugh at himself, as he demonstrated when they had all 3 gathered round the fire and the dessert was on the table, at which period the head waiter inquired with respectful solicitude whether that port, being a light and tawny wine, was suited to his taste, or whether he would wish to try a fruity port with greater body. To this John gravely answered that he was well satisfied with what he had, which he esteemed, as one might say, a pretty tidy vintage. For which the waiter thanked him and withdrew. And then John told his friends, with a broad grin, that he supposed it was all right, but he didn't know, and went off into a perfect shout. They were very merry and full of enjoyment the whole time, but not the least pleasant part of the festival was when they all 3 sat about the fire, cracking nuts, drinking wine, and talking cheerfully. It happened that Tom Pinch had a word to say to his friend the organist's assistant, and so deserted his warm corner for a few minutes at the season, lest it should grow too late, leaving the other 2 young men together. They drank his health in his absence, of course, and John Westlock took that opportunity of saying that he had never had even a peevish word with Tom during the whole term of their residence in Mr. Pecksniff's house. This naturally led him to dwell upon Tom's character, and to hint that Mr. Pecksniff understood it pretty well. He only hinted this, and very distantly, knowing that it pained Tom Pinch to have that gentleman disparaged, and thinking it would be as well to leave the new pupil to his own discoveries. "Yes," said Martin, "it's impossible to like Pinch better than I do, or to do greater justice to his good qualities. He is the most willing fellow I ever saw." "He's rather too willing," observed John, who was quick in observation. "It's quite a fault in him." "So it is," said Martin. "Very true. There was a fellow only a week or so ago, a Mr. Tigg, who borrowed all the money he had, on a promise to repay it in a few days. It was but half a sovereign, to be sure, but it's well it was no more, for he'll never see it again." "Poor fellow," said John, who had been very attentive to these few words. "Perhaps you have not had an opportunity of observing that, in his own pecuniary transactions, Tom's proud." "You don't say so." "No, I haven't." "What do you mean? Won't he borrow?" John Westlock shook his head. "That's very odd," said Martin, setting down his empty glass. "He's a strange compound, to be sure." "As to receiving money as a gift," resumed John Westlock, "I think he'd die first." "He's made up of simplicity," said Martin. "Help yourself." "You, however," pursued John, filling his own glass, and looking at his companion with some curiosity, "who are older than the majority of Mr. Pecksniff's assistants, and have evidently had much more experience, understand him, I have no doubt, and see how liable he is to be imposed upon." "Certainly," said Martin, stretching out his legs and holding his wine between his eye and the light. "Mr. Pecksniff knows that too. So do his daughters, eh?" John Westlock smiled, but made no answer. "By the by," said Martin, "that reminds me. What's your opinion of Pecksniff? How did he use you? What do you think of him now?" "Coolly, you know, when it's all over." "Ask Pinch," returned the old pupil. "He knows what my sentiments used to be upon the subject. They are not changed, I assure you." "No, no," said Martin. "I'd rather have them from you." "But Pinch says they are unjust," urged John with a smile. "Oh, well, then I know what course they take beforehand," said Martin, "and therefore you can have no delicacy in speaking plainly. Don't mind me, I beg." "I don't like him. I tell you frankly, I am with him because it happens from particular circumstances to suit my convenience. I have some ability, I believe, in that way, and the obligation, if any, will most likely be on his side and not mine. At the lowest mark, the balance will be even, and there'll be no obligation at all, so you may talk to me as if I had no connection with him." "If you press me to give my opinion," returned John Westlock. "Yes, I do," said Martin. "You'll oblige me." "I should say," resumed the other, "that he is the most consummate scoundrel on the face of the earth." "Oh!" said Martin as coolly as ever, "that's rather strong." "Not stronger than he deserves," said John, "and if he called upon me to express my opinion of him to his face, I would do so in the very same terms, without the least qualification. His treatment of Pinch is in itself enough to justify them, but when I look back upon the 5 years I passed in that house, and remember the hypocrisy, the knavery, the meannesses, the false pretenses, the lip service of that fellow, and his trading in saintly semblances for the very worst realities, when I remember how often I was the witness of all this, and how often I was made a kind of party to it by the fact of being there, with him for my teacher, I swear to you that I almost despise myself." Martin drained his glass and looked at the fire. I don't mean to say that is a right feeling, pursued John Westlock, because it was no fault of mine, and I can quite understand you, for instance, fully appreciating him, and yet being forced by circumstances to remain there. I tell you simply what my feeling is, and even now, when, as you say, it's all over, and when I have the satisfaction of knowing that he always hated me, and we always quarreled, and I always told him my mind, even now, I feel sorry that I didn't yield to an impulse I often had, as a boy, of running away from him and going abroad. Why abroad? Asked Martin, turning his eyes upon the speaker. In search, replied John Westlock, shrugging his shoulders, of the livelihood I couldn't have earned at home. There would have been something spirited in that. But come, fill your glass and let us forget him. As soon as you please, said Martin. In reference to myself and my connection with him, I have only to repeat what I said before. I have taken my own way with him so far, and shall continue to do so, even more than ever. For the fact is, to tell you the truth, that I believe he looks to me to supply his defects and couldn't afford to lose me. I had a notion of that in first going there. Your health. Thank you, returned young Westlock. Yours, and may the new pupil turn out as well as you can desire. What new pupil? The fortunate youth, born under an auspicious star, returned John Westlock, laughing, whose parents or guardians are destined to be hooked by the advertisement. What? Don't you know that he has advertised again? No. Oh, yes. I read it just before dinner in the old newspaper. I knew it to be his, having some reason to remember the style. Hush. Here's Pidge. Strange, is it not, that the more he likes Pecksniff, if he can like him better than he does, the greater reason one has to like him? Not a word more, or we shall spoil his whole enjoyment. Tom entered as the words were spoken, with a radiant smile upon his face, and rubbing his hands more from a sense of delight than because he was cold, for he had been running fast, sat down in his warm corner again, and was as happy as only Tom Pinch could be. There is no other simile that will express his state of mind. And so, he said, when he had gazed at his friend for some time in silent pleasure, so you really are a gentleman at last, John. Well, to be sure. Trying to be, Tom? Trying to be, he rejoined good-humoredly. There is no saying what I may turn out, in time. I suppose you wouldn't carry your own box to the mail now? Said Tom Pinch, smiling. Although you lost it altogether by not taking it, wouldn't I? Retorted John. That's all you know about a Pinch. It must be a very heavy box that I wouldn't carry to get away from Pecksniff's, Tom. There, cried Pinch, turning to Martin. I told you so. The great fault in his character is his injustice to Pecksniff. You mustn't mind a word he says on that subject. His prejudice is most extraordinary. The absence of anything like prejudice on Tom's part, you know, said John Westlock, laughing heartily, as he laid his hand on Mr. Pinch's shoulder, is perfectly wonderful. If one man ever had a profound knowledge of another, and saw him in a true light, and in his own proper colors, Tom has that knowledge of Mr. Pecksniff. Why, of course I have, cried Tom. That's exactly what I have so often said to you. If you knew him as well as I do, John, I'd give almost any money to bring that about. You'd admire, respect, and reverence him. You couldn't help it. Oh, how you wounded his feelings when you went away. If I had known whereabout his feelings lay, retorted young Westlock, I'd have done my best, Tom, with that end in view, you may depend upon it. But as I couldn't wound him in what he has not, and in what he knows nothing of, except in his ability to probe them to the quick in other people, I am afraid I can lay no claim to your compliment. Mr. Pinch, being unwilling to protract a discussion which might possibly corrupt Martin, forbore to say anything in reply to this speech. But John Westlock, whom nothing short of an iron gag would have silenced when Mr. Pecksniff's merits were once in question, continued notwithstanding. His feelings. Oh, he's a tender-hearted man. His feelings. Oh, he's a considerate, conscientious, self-examining, moral vagabond, he is. His feelings. Oh, what's the matter, Tom? Mr. Pinch was by this time erect upon the hearth-rug, buttoning his coat with great energy. "I can't bear it," said Tom, shaking his head. "No, I really cannot. You must excuse me, John. I have a great esteem and friendship for you. I love you very much, and have been perfectly charmed and overjoyed today to find you just the same as ever, but I cannot listen to this. Why, it's my old way, Tom, and you say yourself that you are glad to find me unchanged." "Not in this respect," said Tom Pinch. "You must excuse me, John. I cannot, really. I will not. It's very wrong. You should be more guarded in your expressions. It was bad enough when you and I used to be alone together, but under existing circumstances I can't endure it, really. No, I cannot indeed." "You are quite right," exclaimed the other, exchanging looks with Martin. "And I am quite wrong, Tom. I don't know how the deuce we fell on this unlucky theme. I beg your pardon with all my heart." "You have a free and manly temper, I know," said Pinch, "and therefore your being so ungenerous in this one solitary instance only grieves me the more. It's not my pardon you have to ask, John. You have done me nothing but kindnesses." "Well, Pecksniff's pardon, then?" said young Westlock. "Anything, Tom, or anybody. Pecksniff's pardon will that do? Here, let us drink Pecksniff's health." "Thank you," cried Tom, shaking hands with him eagerly and filling a bumper. "Thank you. I'll drink it with all my heart, John. Mr. Pecksniff's health, and prosperity to him." John Westlock echoed the sentiment, or nearly so, for he drank Mr. Pecksniff's health and something to him, but what was not quite audible. The general unanimity being then completely restored, they drew their chairs closer round the fire and conversed in perfect harmony and enjoyment until bedtime. No slight circumstance, perhaps, could have better illustrated the difference of character between John Westlock and Martin Chuzzlewit than the manner in which each of the young men contemplated Tom Pinch after the little rupture just described. There was a certain amount of jocularity in the looks of both, no doubt, but there all resemblance ceased. The old pupil could not do enough to show Tom how cordially he felt towards him, and his friendly regard seemed of a graver and more thoughtful kind than before. The new one, on the other hand, had no impulse but to laugh at the recollection of Tom's extreme absurdity, and mingled with his amusement there was something slighting and contemptuous, indicative, as it appeared, of his opinion that Mr. Pinch was much too far gone in simplicity to be admitted as the friend, on serious and equal terms, of any rational man. John Westlock, who did nothing by halves if he could help it, had provided beds for his two guests in the hotel, and after a very happy evening they retired. Mr. Pinch was sitting on the side of his bed with his cravat and shoes off, ruminating on the manifold good qualities of his old friend, when he was interrupted by a knock at his chamber door, and the voice of John himself. "You're not asleep yet, are you, Tom?" "Bless you, no. Not I. I was thinking of you," replied Tom, opening the door. "Come in." "I am not going to detail you," said John, "but I have forgotten all the evening a little commission I took upon myself, and I am afraid I may forget it again if I fail to discharge it at once. You know a Mr. Tigg, Tom, I believe?" "Tigg!" cried Tom. "Tigg! The gentleman who borrowed some money of me?" "Of exactly," said John Westlock. "He begged me to present his compliments and to return it with many thanks. Here it is. I suppose it's a good one, but he is rather a Doubtful kind of customer, Tom. Mr. Pinch received the little piece of gold with a face whose brightness might have shamed the metal, and said he had no fear about that. He was glad, he added, to find Mr. Tigg so prompt and honorable in his dealings. Very glad. Why, to tell you the truth, Tom, replied his friend, he is not always so. If you'll take my advice, you'll avoid him as much as you can in the event of your encountering him again. And by no means, Tom, pray bear this in mind, for I am very serious, by no means lend him money any more. Aye, said Tom, with his eyes wide open. He is very far from being a reputable acquaintance, returned young Westlock, and the more you let him know you think so, the better for you, Tom. I say, John, quoth Mr. Pinch, as his countenance fell, and he shook his head in a dejected manner, I hope you are not getting into bad company. No, he replied, laughing. Don't be uneasy on that score. Oh, but I am uneasy, said Tom Pinch. I can't help it when I hear you talking in that way. If Mr. Tigg is what you describe him to be, you have no business to know him, John. You may laugh, but I don't consider it by any means a laughing matter, I assure you. No, returned his friend, composing his features. Quite right. It is not certainly. You know, John, said Mr. Pinch, your very good nature and kindness of heart make you thoughtless, and you can't be too careful on such a point as this. Upon my word, if I thought you were falling among bad companions, I should be quite wretched, for I know how difficult you would find it to shake them off. I would. Much rather have lost this money, John, than I would have had it back again on such terms. I tell you, my dear, good old fellow, cried his friend, shaking him to and fro with both hands and smiling at him with a cheerful, open countenance that would have carried conviction to a mind much more suspicious than Tom's. I tell you, there is no danger. Well, cried Tom, I am glad to hear it. I am overjoyed to hear it. I am sure there is not when you say so in that manner. You won't take it ill, John, that I said what I did just now. Ill, said the other, giving his hand a hearty squeeze. Why, what do you think I am made of? Mr. Tigg and I are not on such an intimate footing that you need be at all uneasy. I give you my solemn assurance of that, Tom. You are quite comfortable now. Quite, said Tom. Then once more, good night. Good night, cried Tom, and such pleasant dreams to you as should attend the sleep of the best fellow in the world. Except Pecksniff, said his friend, stopping at the door for a moment and looking gaily back. Except Pecksniff, answered Tom with great gravity. Of course. And thus they parted for the night, John Westlock full of light-heartedness and good humor, and poor Tom Pinch quite satisfied, though still, as he turned over on his side in bed, he muttered to himself, I really do wish, for all that though, that he wasn't acquainted with Mr. Tigg. They breakfasted together very early next morning, for the two young men desired to get back again in good season, and John Westlock was to return to London by the coach that day. As he had some hours to spare, he bore them company for 3 or 4 miles on their walk, and only parted from them at last in sheer necessity. The parting was an unusually hearty one, not only as between him and Tom Pinch, but on the side of Martin also, who had found in the old pupil a very different sort of person from the milksop he had prepared himself to expect. Young Westlock stopped upon a rising ground when he had gone a little distance and looked back, They were walking at a brisk pace, and Tom appeared to be talking earnestly. Martin had taken off his gray coat, the wind being now behind him, and carried it upon his arm. As he looked, he saw Tom relieve him of it after a faint resistance, and, throwing it upon his own, encumber himself with the weight of both. This trivial incident impressed the old pupil mightily, for he stood there, gazing after them, until they were hidden from his view, when he shook his head as if he were troubled by some uneasy reflection, and thoughtfully retraced his steps to Salisbury. In the meantime, Martin and Tom pursued their way, until they halted, safe and sound, at Mr. Pecksniff's house, where a brief epistle from that good gentleman to Mr. Pinch announced the family's return by that night's coach. As it would pass the corner of the lane at about 6 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Pecksniff requested that the gig might be in waiting at the finger-post about that time, together with a cart for the luggage. And to the end that he might be received with the greater honor, the young men agreed to rise early and be upon the spot themselves. It was the least cheerful day they had yet passed together. Martin was out of spirits and out of humor, and took every opportunity of comparing his condition and prospects with those of young Westlock, much to his own disadvantage always. This mood of his depressed Tom, and neither that morning's parting nor yesterday's dinner helped to mend the matter, so the hours dragged on heavily enough, and they were glad to go to bed early. They were not quite so glad to get up again at 4:30 o'clock in all the shivering discomfort of a dark winter's morning, but they turned out punctually, and were at the finger-posts full half an hour before the appointed time. It was not by any means a lively morning, for the sky was black and cloudy, and it rained hard, but Martin said there was some satisfaction in seeing that brute of a horse by this. He meant Mr. Pecksniff's Arab steed getting very wet, and that he rejoiced, on his account, that it rained so fast. From this it may be inferred that Martin's spirits had not improved, as indeed they had not. For while he and Mr. Pinch stood waiting under a hedge, looking at the rain, the gig, the cart, and its reeking driver, he did nothing but grumble, and but that it is indispensable too. Any dispute that there should be two parties to it, he would certainly have picked a quarrel with Tom. At length the noise of wheels was faintly audible in the distance, and presently the coach came splashing through the mud and mire, with one miserable outside passenger crouching down among wet straw under a saturated umbrella, and the coachman, guard, and horses in a fellowship of dripping wretchedness. Immediately on its stopping, Mr. Pecksniff let down the window-glass and hailed Tom Pinch. "Dear me, Mr. Pinch, is it possible that you are out upon this very inclement morning?" "Yes, sir," cried Tom, advancing eagerly. "Mr. Chuzzlewit and I, sir." "Oh!" said Mr. Pecksniff, looking not so much at Martin as at the spot on which he stood. "Oh, indeed! Do me the favor to see to the trunks, if you please, Mr. Pinch." Then Mr. Pecksniff descended and helped his daughters to alight, but neither he nor the young ladies took the slightest notice of Martin, who had advanced to offer his assistance, but was repulsed by Mr. Pecksniff standing immediately before his person, with his back towards him. In the same manner, and in profound silence, Mr. Pecksniff handed his daughters into the gig, and following himself and taking the reins, drove off home. Lost in astonishment, Martin stood staring at the coach, and when the coach had driven away, at Mr. Pinch and the luggage until the cart moved off too, when he said to Tom, "Now will you have the goodness to tell me what this portends?" "What?" asked Tom. "This fellow's behavior, Mr. Pecksniff's, I mean. You saw it?" "No, indeed I did not," cried Tom. "I was busy with the trunks." "It is no matter," said Martin. "Come, let us make haste back," and without another word started off at such a pace that Tom had some difficulty in keeping up with him. He had no care where he went, but walked through little heaps of mud and little pools of water with the utmost indifference, looking straight before him and sometimes laughing in a strange manner within himself. Tom felt that anything he could say would only render him the more obstinate, and therefore trusted to Mr. Pecksniff's manner when they reached the house to remove the mistaken impression under which he felt convinced so great a favorite as the new pupil must unquestionably be laboring. But he was not a little amazed himself when they did reach it and entered the parlor, where Mr. Pecksniff was sitting alone before the fire, drinking some hot tea, to find that instead of taking favorable notice of his relative and keeping him, Mr. Pinch, in the background, he did exactly the reverse, and was so lavish in his attentions to Tom that Tom was thoroughly confounded. "Take some tea, Mr. Pinch, take some tea," said Pecksniff, stirring the fire. "You must be very cold and damp. Pray take some tea, and come into a warm place, Mr. Pinch." Tom saw that Martin looked at Mr. Pecksniff as though he could have easily found it in his heart to give him an invitation to a very warm place. But he was quite silent, and standing opposite that gentleman at the table, regarded him attentively. "Take a chair, Pinch," said Pecksniff. "Take a chair, if you please. How have things gone on in our absence, Mr. Pinch? You will be very much pleased with the grammar school, sir," said Tom. "It's nearly finished." "If you will have the goodness, Mr. Pinch," said Pecksniff, waving his hand and smiling, "we will not discuss anything connected with that question at present. What have you been doing, Thomas? Humph." Mr. Pinch looked from master to pupil, and from pupil to master, and was so perplexed and dismayed that he wanted presence of mind to answer the question. In this awkward interval, Mr. Pecksniff, who was perfectly conscious of Martin's gaze, though he had never once glanced towards him, poked the fire very much, and when he couldn't do that any more, drank tea assiduously. "Now, Mr. Pecksniff," said Martin at last, in a very quiet voice, "if you have sufficiently refreshed and recovered yourself, I shall be glad to hear what you mean by this treatment of me." "And what?" said Mr. Pecksniff, turning his eyes on Tom Pinch, even more placidly and gently than before. "What have you been doing, Thomas? Hump?" When he had repeated this inquiry he looked round the walls of the room, as if he were curious to see whether any nails had been left there by accident in former times. Tom was almost at his wits' end what to say between the two, and had already made a gesture, as if he would call Mr. Pecksniff's attention to the gentleman who had last addressed him, when Martin saved him further trouble by doing so himself. "Mr. Pecksniff," he said, softly rapping the table twice or thrice, and moving a step or two nearer, so that he could have touched him with his hand, "you heard what I said just now. Do me the favor to reply, if you please. I ask you," he raised his voice a little here, "what you mean by this?" "I will talk to you, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff in a severe voice, as he looked at him for the first time, "presently." "You are very obliging," returned Martin. "Presently will not do. I must trouble you to talk to me at once." Mr. Pecksniff made a feint of being deeply interested in his pocketbook, but it shook in his hands. He trembled so. "Now," retorted Martin, rapping the table again. "Now. Presently will not do. Now." "Do you threaten me, sir?" cried Mr. Pecksniff. Martin looked at him and made no answer, but a curious observer might have detected an ominous twitching at his mouth, and perhaps an involuntary attraction of his right hand in the direction of Mr. Pecksniff's cravat. "I lament to be obliged to say, sir," resumed Mr. Pecksniff, "that it would be quite in keeping with your character if you did threaten me. You have deceived me. You have imposed upon a nature which you knew to be confiding and unsuspicious. You have obtained admission, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, rising, "to this house on perverted statements and on false pretenses." "Go on," said Martin, with a scornful smile. "I understand you now. What more?" "Thus much more, sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, trembling from head to foot and trying to rub his hands as though he were only cold. "Thus much more, if you forced me to publish your shame before a third party, which I was unwilling and indisposed to do. This lowly roof, sir, must not be contaminated by the presence of one who has deceived, and cruelly deceived, an honorable, beloved, venerated, and venerable gentleman, and who wisely suppressed that deceit from me when he sought my protection and favor, knowing that, humble as I am an honest man, seeking to do my duty in this carnal universe, and setting my face against all vice and treachery." "I weep for your depravity, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff. "I mourn over your corruption. I pity your voluntary withdrawal of yourself from the flowery paths of purity and peace." Here he struck himself upon his breast, or moral garden. "But I cannot have a leper and a serpent for an inmate." "Go forth," said Mr. Pecksniff, stretching out his hand. "Go forth, young man. Like all who know you, I renounce you." With what intention Martin made a stride forward at these words, it is impossible to say. It is enough to know that Tom Pinch caught him in his arms. And that at the same moment Mr. Pecksniff stepped back so hastily that he missed his footing, tumbled over a chair, and fell in a sitting posture on the ground, where he remained without an effort to get up again, with his head in a corner, perhaps considering it the safest place. "Let me go, Pinch," cried Martin, shaking him away. "Why do you hold me? Do you think a blow could make him a more abject creature than he is? Do you think that if I spat upon him I could degrade him to a lower level than his own? Look at him. Look at him, Pinch." Mr. Pinch involuntarily did so. Mr. Pecksniff sitting, as has been already mentioned, on the carpet, with his head in an acute angle of the wainscot, and all the damage and detriment of an uncomfortable journey about him, was not exactly a model of all that is prepossessing and dignified in man, certainly. Still he was Pecksniff. It was impossible to deprive him of that unique and paramount appeal to Tom. And he returned Tom's glance as if he would have said, "Aye, Mr. Pinch, look at me. Here I am. You know what the poet says about an honest man. And an honest man is one of the few great works that can be seen for nothing. Look at me." "I tell you," said Martin, "that as he lies there, disgraced, bought, used, a cloth for dirty hands, a mat for dirty feet, a lying, fawning, servile hound, he is the very last and worst among the vermin of the world. And mark me, Pinch, the day will come, he knows it, see it written on his face while I speak, when even you will find him out, and will know him as I do, and as he knows I do. Hey, renounce M. Cast your eyes on the renouncer, Pinch, and be the wiser for the recollection." He pointed at him as he spoke with unutterable contempt, and flinging his hat upon his head, walked from the room and from the house. He went so rapidly that he was already clear of the village when he heard Tom Pinch calling breathlessly after him in the distance. "Well, what now?" he said when Tom came up. "Dear, dear," cried Tom. "Are you going?" "Going," he echoed. "Going! I didn't so much mean that as were you going now at once in this bad weather on foot, without your clothes, with no money?" cried Tom. "Yes," he answered sternly, "I am." "And where?" cried Tom. "Oh, where will you go?" "I don't know," he said. "Yes, I do. I'll go to America." "No, no," cried Tom in a kind of agony. "Don't go there. Pray don't. Think better of it. Don't be so dreadfully regardless of yourself. Don't go to America." "My mind is made up," he said. "Your friend was right. I'll go to America. God bless you, Pinch. Take this," cried Tom, pressing a book upon him in great agitation. "I must make haste back, and can't say anything I would. Heaven be with you. Look at the leaf I have turned down. Goodbye, goodbye." The simple fellow wrung him by the hand, with tears stealing down his cheeks, and they parted hurriedly upon their separate ways. Chapter 13. Showing what became of Martin and his desperate resolve after he left Imar Pexentiff's house, what persons he encountered, what anxieties were suffered, and what his eats suffered, and what his eats heard. Carrying Tom Pinch's book quite unconsciously under his arm, and not even buttoning his coat as a protection against the heavy rain, Martin went doggedly forward at the same quick pace until he had passed the finger post and was on the high road to London. He slackened very little in his speed even then, but he began to think and look about him, and to disengage his senses from the coil of angry passions which hitherto had held them prisoner. It must be confessed that at that moment he had no very agreeable employment either for his moral or his physical perceptions. The day was dawning from a patch of watery light in the east, and sullen clouds came driving up before it, from which the rain descended in a thick, wet mist. It streamed from every twig and bramble in the hedge, made little gullies in the path, ran down 100 channels in the road, and punched innumerable holes into the face of every pond and gutter. It fell with an oozy, slushy sound among the grass, and made a muddy kennel of every furrow in the plowed fields. No living. Creature was anywhere to be seen. The prospect could hardly have been more desolate if animated nature had been dissolved in water and poured down upon the earth again in that form. The range of view within the solitary traveler was quite as cheerless as the scene without. Friendless and penniless, incensed to the last degree, deeply wounded in his pride and self-love, full of independent schemes and perfectly destitute of any means of realizing them, his most vindictive enemy might have been satisfied with the extent of his troubles. To add to his other miseries, he was by this time sensible of being wet to the skin, and cold at his very heart. In this deplorable condition he remembered Mr. Pinch's book, more because it was rather troublesome to carry than from any hope of being comforted by that parting gift. He looked at the dingy lettering on the back, and finding it to be an odd volume of The Bachelor of Salamanca, in the French tongue, cursed Tom. Pinch's Folly 20 times. He was on the point of throwing it away in his ill humor and vexation when he bethought himself that Tom had referred him to a leaf turned down, and opening it at that place, that he might have additional cause of complaint against him for supposing that any cold scrap of the bachelor's wisdom could cheer him in such circumstances, found. Well, well, not much, but Tom's all, the half-sovereign. He had wrapped it hastily in a piece of paper and pinned it to the leaf. These words were scrawled in pencil on the inside. "I don't want it indeed. I should not know what to do with it if I had it." There are some falsehoods, Tom, on which men mount as on bright wings towards heaven. There are some truths, cold, bitter, taunting truths, wherein your worldly scholars are very apt and punctual, which bind men down to earth with leaden chains. Who would not rather have to fan him in his dying hour the lightest feather of a falsehood such as thine, than all the quills that have been plucked from the sharp porcupine, reproachful truth, since time began? Martin felt keenly for himself, and he felt this good deed of Tom's keenly. After a few minutes it had the effect of raising his spirits, and reminding him that he was not altogether destitute, as he had left a fair stock of clothes behind him, and wore a gold hunting watch in his pocket. He found a curious gratification, too, in thinking what a winning fellow he must be to have made such an impression on Tom, and in reflecting how superior he was to Tom, and how much more likely to make his way in the world. Animated by these thoughts, and strengthened in his design of endeavoring to push his fortune in another country, he resolved to get to London as a rallying point in the best way he could, and to lose no time about it. He was 10 good miles from the village made illustrious by being the abiding place of Mr. Pecksniff, when he stopped to breakfast at a little roadside alehouse, and resting upon a high-backed settle before the fire, pulled off his coat and hung it before the cheerful blaze to dry. It was a very different place from the last tavern in which he had regaled, boasting no greater extent of accommodation than the brick-floored kitchen yielded, but the mind so soon accommodates itself to the necessities of the body that this poor wagoner's house of call, which he would have despised yesterday, became now quite a choice hotel, while his dish of eggs and bacon and his mug of beer were not by any means the coarse fare he had supposed, but fully bore out the inscription on the window, whose quoted for how many years had. He pushed away his empty plate, and with a second mug upon the hearth before him, looked thoughtfully at the fire until his eyes ached. Then he looked at the highly colored scripture pieces on the walls, in little black frames, like common shaving glasses, and saw how the wise men with a strong family likeness among them worshipped in a pink manger, and how the prodigal son came home in red rags to a purple father, and already feasted his imagination on a sea-green calf. Then he glanced through the window at the falling rain, coming down aslant upon the signpost over against the house, and overflowing the horse trough. And then he looked at the fire again, and seemed to descry a double distant London, retreating among the fragments of the burning wood. He had repeated this process in just the same order many times, as if it were a matter of necessity, when the sound of wheels called his attention to the window out of its regular turn, and there he beheld a kind of light van drawn by 4 horses, and laden, as well as he could see, for it was covered in with corn and straw. The driver, who was alone, stopped at the door to water his team, and presently came stamping and shaking the wet off his hat and coat into the room where Martin sat. He was a red-faced, burly young fellow, smart in his way and with a good-humored countenance. As he advanced towards the fire, he touched his shining forehead with the forefinger of his stiff leather glove by way of salutation, and said, rather unnecessarily, that it was an uncommon wet day. "Very wet," said Martin. "I don't know as ever I see a wetter. I never felt one," said Martin. The driver glanced at Martin's soiled dress, and his damp shirt sleeves, and his coat hung up to dry, and said, after a pause, as he warmed his hands, "You have been caught in it, sir." "Yes," was the short reply. "Out riding, maybe?" said the driver. "I should have been if I owned a horse, but I don't," returned Martin. "That's bad," said the driver. "And maybe worse," said Martin. Now the driver said that's bad, not so much because Martin didn't own a horse, as because he said he didn't, with all the reckless desperation of his mood and circumstances, and so left a great deal to be inferred. Martin put his hands in his pockets and whistled when he had retorted on the driver, thus giving him to understand that he didn't care a pin for fortune, that he was above pretending to be her favorite when he was not, and that he snapped his fingers at her, the driver, and everybody else. The driver looked at him stealthily for a minute or so, and in the pauses of his warming whistled too. At length he asked as he pointed his thumb towards the road, "Up or down?" "Which is up?" said Martin. "London, of course," said the driver. "Up then," said Martin. He tossed his head in a careless manner afterwards, as if he would have added, "Now you know all about it," put his hands deeper into his pockets, changed his tune, and whistled a little louder. "I'm going up," observed the driver. "Hounslow, 10 miles this side London." "Are you?" cried Martin, stopping short and looking at him. The driver sprinkled the fire with his wet hat until it hissed again and answered, "Aye, to be sure he was." "Why then," said Martin, "I'll be plain with you. You may suppose from my dress that I have money to spare. I have not. All I can afford for coach hire is a crown, for I have but 2. If you can take me for that, and my waistcoat or this silk handkerchief, do. If you can't, leave it alone." "Short and sweet," remarked the driver. "You want more?" said Martin. "Then I haven't got more, and I can't get it, so there's an end of that." Whereupon he began to whistle again. "I didn't say I wanted more, did I?" asked the driver with something like indignation. "You didn't say my offer was enough," rejoined Martin. "Why, how could I, when you wouldn't let me? In regard to the waistcoat, I wouldn't have a man's waistcoat, much less a gentleman's waistcoat on my mind, for no consideration. But the silk handkerchief's another thing, and if you was satisfied when we got to Hounslow, I shouldn't object to that as a gift." "Is it a bargain then?" said Martin. "Yes, it is," returned the other. "Then finish this beer," said Martin, handing him the mug, and pulling on his coat with great alacrity, "and let us be off as soon as you like." In 2 minutes more he had paid his bill, which amounted to a shilling, was lying at full length on a truss of straw, high and dry at the top of the van, with the tilt a little open in front for the convenience of talking to his new friend, and was moving along in the right direction with a most satisfactory and encouraging briskness. The driver's name, as he soon informed Martin, was William Simmons, better known as Bill, and his spruce appearance was sufficiently explained by his connection with a large stage coaching establishment at Hounslow, whither he was conveying his load from a farm belonging to the concern in Wiltshire. He was frequently up and down the road on such errands, he said, and to look after the sick and rest horses, of which animals he had much to relate that occupied a long time in the telling. He aspired to the dignity of the regular box, and expected an appointment on the first vacancy. He was musical besides, and had a little key bugle in his pocket, on which, whenever the conversation flagged, he played the first part of a great many tunes, and regularly broke down in the second. "Ah," said Bill with a sigh, as he drew the back of his hand across his lips, and put this instrument in his pocket after screwing off the mouthpiece to drain it. Lummy Ned of the Light Salisbury. He was the one for musical talents. He was a guard. What you may call a guardian angel was Ned. "Is he dead?" asked Martin. "Dead," replied the other with a contemptuous emphasis. "Not he. You won't catch Ned a-dying easy. No, no. He knows better than that. You spoke of him in the past tense, observed Martin, so I supposed he was no more. He's no more in England, said Bill, if that's what you mean. He went to the United States. Did he? Asked Martin with sudden interest. When? "5 year ago, or then about," said Bill. He had set up in the public line here and couldn't meet his engagements, so he cut off to Liverpool one day without saying anything about it and went and shipped himself for the United States. Well, said Martin. Well, as he landed there without a penny to bless himself with, of course they was very glad to see him in the United States. What do you mean? Asked Martin with some scorn. What do I mean? Said Bill. Why, that. All men are alike in the United States, ain't they? It makes no odds whether a man has £1,000 or nothing. There. Particular in New York, I'm told, where Ned landed. New York, was it? Asked Martin thoughtfully. Yes, said Bill, New York. I know that because he sent word home that it brought old York to his mind, quite vivid in consequence of being so exactly unlike it in every respect. I don't understand what particular business Ned turned his mind to when he got there, but he wrote home that him and his friends was always a-singing a la Columbia and blowing up the president, so I suppose it was something in the public line, or free and easy way again. Anyhow, he made his fortune. No, cried Martin. Yes, he did, said Bill. I know that because he lost it all the day after, in 26 banks broke. He settled a lot of the notes on his father when it was ascertained that they was really stopped and sent him over with a dutiful letter. I know that because they was shown down our yard for the old gentleman's benefit that he might treat himself with tobacco in the workus. He was a foolish fellow not to take care of his money when he had it, said Martin indignantly. There you're right, said Bill, especially as it was all in paper, and he might have took care of it so very easy by folding it up in a small parcel. Martin said nothing in reply, but soon afterwards fell asleep and remained so for an hour or more. When he awoke, finding it had ceased to rain, he took his seat beside the driver and asked him several questions, as how long had the fortunate guard of the Light Salisbury been in crossing the Atlantic? At what time of the year had he sailed? What was the name of the ship in which he made the voyage? How much had he paid for passage money? Did he suffer greatly from seasickness? And so forth. But on these points of detail his friend was possessed of little or no information, either answering obviously at random, or acknowledging that he had never heard or had forgotten, nor, although he returned to the charge very often, could he obtain any useful intelligence on these essential particulars. They jogged on all day and stopped so often now to refresh, now to change their team of horses, now to exchange or bring away a set of harness, now on one point of business and now upon another, connected with the coaching on that line of road, that it was midnight when they reached Hounslow. A little short of the stables for which the van was bound, Martin got down, paid his crown, and forced his silk handkerchief upon his honest friend, notwithstanding the many protestations that he didn't wish to deprive him of it, with which he tried to give the lie to his longing looks. That done, they parted company, and when the van had driven into its own yard, and the gates were closed, Martin stood in the dark street with a pretty strong sense of being shut out, alone, upon the dreary world, without the key of it. But in this moment of despondency, and often afterwards, the recollection of Mr. Pecksniff operated as a cordial to him, awakening in his breast an indignation that was very wholesome in nerving him to obstinate endurance. Under the influence of this fiery dram he started off for London without more ado. Arriving there in the middle of the night, and not knowing where to find a tavern open, he was fain to stroll about the streets and market-places until morning. He found himself, about an hour before dawn, in the humble regions of the Adelphi, and addressing himself to a man in a fur cap, who was taking down the shutters of an obscure public house, informed him that he was a stranger, and inquired if he could have a bed there. It happened by good luck that he could. Though none of the gaudiest, it was tolerably clean, and Martin felt very glad and grateful when he crept into it, for warmth, rest, and forgetfulness. It was quite late in the afternoon when he awoke, and by the time he had washed and dressed and broken his fast, it was growing dusk again. This was all the better, for it was now a matter of absolute necessity that he should part with his watch to some obliging pawnbroker. He would have waited until after dark for this purpose, though it had been the longest day in the year, and he had begun it without a breakfast. He passed more golden balls than all the jugglers in Europe have juggled with in the course of their united performances before he could determine in favor of any particular shop where those symbols were displayed. In the end he came back to one of the first he had seen, and entering by a side door in a court, where the 3 balls with the legend "Money Lent" were repeated in a ghastly transparency, passed into one of a series of little closets or private boxes erected for the accommodation of the more bashful and uninitiated customers. He bolted himself in, pulled out his watch, and laid it on the counter. "Upon my life and soul," said a low voice in the next box to the shopman who was in treaty with him, "you must make it more, you must make it a trifle more, you must indeed. You must dispense with 1/2 of an ounce in weighing out your pound of flesh, my best of friends, and make it 2 and 6. Martin drew back involuntarily, for he knew the voice at once. "You're always full of your chaff," said the shopman, rolling up the article which looked like a shirt quite as a matter of course, and nibbing his pen upon the counter. "I shall never be full of my wheat," said Mr. Tigg, "as long as I come here." "Ha, ha, not bad. Make it 2 and 6, my dear friend, positively for this occasion only. 1/2 crown is a delightful coin. 2 and 6, going at 2 and 6, for the last time at 2 and 6. "It'll never be the last time till it's quite worn out," rejoined the shopman. "It's grown yellow in the service as it is." "Its master has grown yellow in the service, if you mean that, my friend," said Mr. Tigg, "in the patriotic service of an ungrateful country. You are making it 2 and 6, I think." "I'm making it," returned the shopman, "what it always has been, 2 shillings. Same name as usual, I suppose." "Still the same name," said Mr. Tigg. "My claim to the dormant peerage not being yet established by the House of Lords." "The old address?" "Not at all," said Mr. Tigg. "I have removed my town establishment from 38 Mayfair to number 1542 Park Lane." "Come, I'm not going to put down that, you know," said the shopman with a grin. "You may put down what you please, my friend," quoth Mr. Tigg. "The fact is still the same. The apartments for the under butler and the 5th footman being of a most confounded low and vulgar kind at 38 Mayfair, I have been compelled, in my regard for the feelings which do them so much honor, to take on lease for 7, 14, or 21 years, renewable at the option of the tenant, the elegant and commodious family mansion, number 1542 Park Lane. Make it 2 and 6, and come and see me." The shopman was so highly entertained by this piece of humor that Mr. Tigg himself could not repress some little show of exultation. It vented itself, in part, in a desire to see how the occupant of the next box received his pleasantry, to ascertain which he glanced round the partition, and immediately, by the gaslight, recognized Martin. "I wish I may die," said Mr. Tigg, stretching out his body so far that his head was as much in Martin's little cell as Martin's own head was. "But this is one of the most tremendous meetings in ancient or modern history. How are you? What is the news from the agricultural districts? How are our friends the peas?" "Ha, ha, David. Pay particular attention to this gentleman immediately, as a friend of mine, I beg. Here. Please to give me the most you can for this," said Martin, handing the watch to the shopman. "I want money sorely." "He wants money sorely," cried Mr. Tigg with excessive sympathy. "David, will you have the goodness to do your very utmost for my friend, who wants money sorely? You will deal with my friend as if he were myself. A gold hunting watch, David, engine turned, captain jeweled in 4 holes, escape movement, horizontal lever, and warranted to perform correctly, upon my personal reputation, who have observed it narrowly for many years. Under the most trying circumstances," here he winked at Martin, "that he might understand this recommendation would have an immense effect upon the shopman. What do you say, David, to my friend?" "Be very particular to deserve my custom and recommendation, David. I can lend you £3 on this, if you like," said the shopman to Martin confidentially. "It is very old-fashioned." "I couldn't say more." "And devilish handsome, too," cried Mr. Tigg. "2 12 6 for the watch, and 7 and 6 for personal regard." "I am gratified. It may be weakness, but I am. £3 will do. We take it. The name of my friend is Smivey, Chicken Smivey, of Holborn, 26½ lodger." Here he winked at Martin again to apprise him that all the forms and ceremonies prescribed by law were now complied with, and nothing remained but the receipt for the money. In point of fact, this proved to be the case, for Martin, who had no resource but to take what was offered him, signified his acquiescence by a nod of his head, and presently came out with the cash in his pocket. He was joined in the entry by Mr. Tigg, who warmly congratulated him as he took his arm and accompanied him into the street on the successful issue of the negotiation. "As for my part in the same," said Mr. Tigg, "don't mention it. Don't compliment me, for I can't bear it." "I have no such intention, I assure you," retorted Martin, releasing his arm and stopping. "You oblige me very much," said Mr. Tigg. "Thank you." "Now, sir," observed Martin, biting his lip, "this is a large town, and we can easily find different ways in it. If you will show me which is your way, I will take another." Mr. Tigg was about to speak, but Martin interposed. "I need scarcely tell you, after what you have just seen, that I have nothing to bestow upon your friend, Mr. Slime. And it is quite as unnecessary for me to tell you that I don't desire the honor of your company." "Stop!" cried Mr. Tigg, holding out his hand. "Hold!" There is a most remarkably long-headed, flowing-bearded, and patriarchal proverb, which observes that it is the duty of a man to be just before he is generous. Be just now, and you can be generous presently. Do not confuse me with the man Slime. Do not distinguish the man Slime as a friend of mine, for he is no such thing. I have been compelled, sir, to abandon the party whom you call Slime. I have no knowledge of the party whom you call Slime. I am, sir," said Mr. Tigg, striking himself upon the breast, "A premium tulip of a very different growth and cultivation from the cabbage slim, sir." "It matters very little to me," said Martin coolly, "whether you have set up as a vagabond on your own account, or are still trading on behalf of Mr. Slime. I wish to hold no correspondence with you." "In the devil's name," said Martin, scarcely able, despite his vexation, to repress a smile as Mr. Tigg stood leaning his back against the shutters of a shop window, adjusting his hair with great composure, "will you go one way or other?" "You will allow me to remind you, sir," said Mr. Tigg with sudden dignity, That you not. I say emphatically, you have reduced the proceedings of this evening to a cold and distant matter of business when I was disposed to place them on a friendly footing. It being made a matter of business, sir, I beg to say that I expect a trifle which I shall bestow in charity as commission upon the pecuniary advance in which I have rendered you my humble services. After the terms in which you have addressed me, sir, concluded Mr. Tigg, you will not insult me, if you please, by offering more than half a crown. Martin drew that piece of money from his pocket and tossed it towards him. Mr. Tigg caught it, looked at it to assure himself of its goodness, spun it in the air after the manner of a peaman, and buttoned it up. Finally he raised his hat an inch or two from his head with a military air, and, after pausing a moment with deep gravity as to decide in which direction he should go, and to what earl or marquis among his friends he should give the preference in his next call, stuck his hands in his skirt pockets and swaggered round the corner. Martin took the directly opposite course, and so, to his great content, they parted company. It was with a bitter sense of humiliation that he cursed, again and again, the mischance of having encountered this man in the pawnbroker's shop, the only comfort he had in the recollection was Mr. Tigg's voluntary avowal of a separation between himself and Hap Butalican, of which filled him with shame and wounded pride, abstractedly of which filled him with shame and wounded pride. Abstractedly there was greater reason, perhaps, for supposing any declaration of Mr. Tigg's to Tiggs and Poes, than for attaching the least credence to it. But remembering the terms on which the intimacy between that gentleman and his bosom friend at substig, and expects him, his first step, now that he had a supply of ready money for his present necessities, was to retain his bed at the public house until further notice, and to write a formal note to Tom Pinch, for he knew Pecksniff would see it, requesting to have his clothes forwarded to London by coach, with the direction to be left at the office until called for. These measures taken, he passed the interval before the box arrived 3 days in making inquiries relative to American vessels at the offices of various shipping agents in the city, and in lingering about the docks and wharves with the faint hope of stumbling upon some engagement for the voyage as clerk or supercargo, or custodian of something or somebody, which would enable him to procure a free passage. But finding soon that no such means of employment were likely to present themselves, and dreading the consequences of delay, he drew up a short advertisement, stating what he wanted, and inserted it in the leading newspapers. Pending the receipt of the 20 or 30 answers which he vaguely expected, he reduced his wardrobe to the narrowest limits consistent with decent respectability, and carried the overplus at different times to the pawnbroker's shop for conversion into money. And it was strange, very strange, even to himself, to find how, by quick though almost imperceptible degrees, he lost his delicacy and self-respect, and gradually came to do that as a matter of course, without the least compunction, which but a few short days before had galled him to the quick. The first time he visited the pawnbroker's, he felt on his way there as if every person whom he passed suspected whither he was going, and on his way back again, as if the whole human tide he stemmed knew well where he had come from. When did he care to think of their discernment now? In his first wanderings up and down the weary streets, he counterfeited the walk of one who had an object in his view, but soon there came upon him the sauntering, slipshod gait of listless idleness, and the lounging at street corners, and plucking and biting of stray bits of straw, and strolling up and down the same place and looking into the same shop windows with a miserable indifference 50 times a day. At first he came out from his lodging with an uneasy sense of being observed even by those chance passers-by, on whom he had never looked before and hundreds to one would never see. again issuing in the morning from a public house, but now in his comings out and goings in he did not mind to lounge about the door, or to stand sunning himself in careless thought beside the wooden stem, studded from head to heel with pegs, on which the beer pots dangled like so many boughs upon a pewter tree. And yet it took but 5 weeks to reach the lowest round of this tall ladder. O moralists, who treat of happiness and self-respect, innate in every sphere of life, and shedding light on every grain of dust in God's highway, so smooth below your carriage wheels, so rough beneath the tread of naked feet, bethink yourselves in looking on the swift descent of men who have lived in their own esteem, that there are scores of thousands breathing now, and breathing thick with painful toil, who in that high respect have never lived at all, nor had a chant of life. Go ye, who rest so placidly upon the sacred bard who had been young, and when he strung his harp was old, and had never seen the righteous forsaken, or his seed begging their bread. Go, teachers of content and honest. Pride into the mine, the mill, the forge, the squalid depths of deepest ignorance and uttermost abyss of man's neglect. And say, can any hopeful plant spring up in air, so foul that it extinguishes the soul's bright torch as fast as it is kindled? And, oh, you Pharisees of the 1900 year of Christian knowledge, who soundingly appeal to human nature, see that it be human first. Take heed, it has not been transformed, during your slumber and the sleep of generations, into the nature of the beasts. 5 weeks. Of all the 20 or 30 answers, not one had come. His money, even the additional stock he had raised from the disposal of his spare clothes, and that was not much, for clothes, though dear to buy, are cheap to pawn, was fast diminishing. Yet what could he do? At times an agony came over him, in which he darted forth again, though he was but newly home, and, returning to some place where he had been already 20 times, made some new attempt to gain his end, but always unsuccessfully. He was years and years, too old for a cabin boy, and years upon years too inexperienced to be accepted as a common seaman. His dress and manner, too, militated fatally against any such proposal as the latter, and yet he was reduced to making it. For even if he could have contemplated the being set down in America totally without money, he had not enough left now for a steerage passage and the poorest provisions upon the voyage. It is an illustration of a very common tendency in the mind of man that all this time he never once doubted, one may almost say the certainty of doing great things in the New World if he could only get there. In proportion as he became more and more dejected by his present circumstances and the means of gaining America receded from his grasp, the more he fretted himself with the conviction that that was the only place in which he could hope to achieve any high end, and worried his brain with the thought that men going there in the meanwhile might anticipate him in the attainment of those objects which were dearest to his heart. He often thought of John Westlock, and besides looking out for him on all occasions, actually walked about London for 3 days together for the express purpose of meeting with him. But although he failed in this, and although he would not have scrupled to borrow money of him, and although he believed that John would have lent it, yet still he could not bring his mind to write to Pinch and inquire where he was to be found. For although, as we have seen, he was fond of Tom after his own fashion, he could not endure the thought, feeling so superior to Tom, of making him the stepping stone to his fortune, or being anything to him but a patron, and his pride so revolted from the idea that it restrained him even now. It might have yielded, however, and no doubt must have yielded soon, but for a very strange and unlooked-for occurrence. The 5 weeks had quite run out, and he was in a truly desperate plight, when, one evening, having just returned to his lodging and being in the act of lighting his candle at the gas jet in the bar before stalking moodily upstairs to his own room, his landlord called him by his name. Now, as he had never told it to the man, but had scrupulously kept it to himself, he was not a little startled by this, and so plainly showed his agitation that the landlord, to reassure him, said it was only a letter. "A letter!" cried Martin. "For Mr. Martin Chuzzlewit," said the landlord, reading the superscription of one he held in his hand. "Noon, chief office, paid." Martin took it from him, thanked him, and walked upstairs. It was not sealed, but pasted close. The handwriting was quite unknown to him. He opened it and found enclosed, without any name, address, or other inscription or explanation of any kind whatever, a Bank of England note for £20. To say that he was perfectly stunned with astonishment and delight, that he looked again and again at the note and the wrapper, that he hurried below stairs to make quite certain that the note was a good note, and then hurried up again to satisfy himself for the 50th time that he had not overlooked some scrap of writing on the wrapper, that he exhausted and bewildered himself with conjectures, and could make nothing of it but that there the note was, and he was suddenly enriched, would be only to relate so many misadventures of corp. The final upshot of the business at that time was that he resolved to treat himself to a comfortable but frugal meal in his own chamber, and having ordered a fire to be kindled, went out to purchase it forthwith. He bought some cold beef and ham and French bread and butter, and came back with his pockets pretty heavily laden. It was somewhat of a damping circumstance to find the room full of smoke, which was attributable to two causes. Firstly, to the flue being naturally vicious and a smoker, and secondly, to their having forgotten, in lighting the fire, an odd sack or two and some trifles which had been put up the chimney to keep the rain out. They had already remedied this oversight, however, and propped up the window sash with a bundle of firewood to keep it open, so that except in being rather inflammatory to the eyes and choking to the lungs, the apartment was quite comfortable. Martin was in no vein to quarrel with it, if it had been in less tolerable order, especially when a gleaming pint of porter was set upon the table, and the servant girl withdrew, bearing with her particular instructions relative to the production of something hot when he should ring the bell. The cold meat being wrapped in a playbill, Martin laid the cloth by spreading that document on the little round table with the print downwards, and arranging the collation upon it. The foot of the bed, which was very close to the fire, answered for a sideboard, and when he had completed these preparations, he squeezed an old armchair into the warmest corner and sat down to enjoy himself. He had begun to eat with great appetite, glancing round the room meanwhile with a triumphant anticipation of quitting it forever on the morrow, when his attention was arrested by a stealthy footstep on the stairs, and presently by a knock at his chamber door, which, although it was a gentle knock enough, communicated such a start to the bundle of firewood that it instantly leaped out of window and plunged into the street. "More coals, I suppose," said Martin. "Come in. It an't a liberty, sir, though it seems so," rejoined a man's voice. "Your servant, sir. Hope you're pretty well, sir." Martin stared at the face that was bowing in the doorway, perfectly remembering the features and expression, but quite forgetting to whom they belonged. "Tapley, sir," said his visitor. "Him as formerly lived at the Dragon, sir, and was forced to leave in consequence of a want of jollity, sir." "To be sure!" cried Martin. "Why, how did you come here?" "Right through the passage and up the stairs, sir," said Mark. "How did you find me out, I mean?" asked Martin. "Why, sir," said Mark, "I've passed you once or twice in the street, if I'm not mistaken, and when I was a-looking in at the beef and ham shop just now, along with a hungry sweep, as was very much calculated to make a man jolly, sir, I see you a-buying that." Martin reddened as he pointed to the table and said, somewhat hastily, "Well, what then?" Why then, sir, said Mark, I made bold to follow, and as I told 'em downstairs that you expected me, I was let up. Are you charged with any message that you told them you were expected? Inquired Martin. No, sir, I ain't, said Mark. That was what you may call a pious fraud, sir, that was. Martin cast an angry look at him, but there was something in the fellow's merry face and in his manner which, with all its cheerfulness, was far from being obtrusive or familiar, that quite disarmed him. He had lived a solitary life, too, for many weeks, and the voice was pleasant in his ear. Tapley, he said, I'll deal openly with you. From all I can judge, and from all I have heard of you through Pinch, you are not a likely kind of fellow to have been. Brought here by impertinent curiosity or any other offensive motive. Sit down. I'm glad to see you. Thank you, sir, said Mark. I'd as leave stand. If you don't sit down, retorted Martin, I'll not talk to you. Very good, sir, observed Mark. Your will's a law, sir. Down it is. And he sat down accordingly upon the bedstead. Help yourself, said Martin, handing him the only knife. Thank ye, sir, rejoined Mark, after you've done. If you don't take it now, you'll not have any, said Martin. Very good, sir, rejoined Mark. That being your desire now, it is. With which reply he gravely helped himself and went on eating, Martin having done the like. For a short time in silence, said abruptly, What are you doing in London? Nothing at all, sir, rejoined Mark. How's that? Asked Martin. I want a place, said Mark. I'm sorry for you, said Martin. To attend upon a single gentleman, resumed Mark. If from the country, the more desirable. Makeshifts would be preferred. Wages, no object. He said this so pointedly that Martin stopped in his eating and said, If you mean me. Yes, I do, sir, interposed Mark. Then you may judge, from my style of living here, of my means of keeping a man's servant. Besides, I am going to America immediately. Well, sir, returned Mark, quite unmoved by this intelligence, from all that ever I heard about it, I should say America is a very likely sort of place for me to be jolly in. Again Martin looked at him angrily, and again his anger melted away in spite of himself. Lord bless you, sir, said Mark. What is the use of us a-going round and hiding behind the corner and dodging up and down when we can come straight to the point in 6 words? I've had my eye upon you any time this fortnight. I see well enough there's a screw loose in your affairs. I knowed well enough the first time I see you down at the Dragon that it must be so sooner or later. Now, sir, here am I, without a situation, without any want of wages for a year to come, for I saved up, I didn't mean to do it, but I couldn't help it at the Dragon. Here am I with a liking for what's wintersome, and a liking for you, and a wish to come out strong under circumstances as would keep other men down, and will you take me, or will you leave me? How can I take you? Cried Martin. When I say take, rejoined Mark, I mean, will you let me go? And when I say, will you let me go, I mean, will you let me go along with you? For go I will somehow or another. Now that you've said America, I see clear at once that that's the place for me to be jolly in. Therefore, if I don't pay my own passage in a ship you go in, sir, I'll pay my own passage in another. And mark my words, if I go alone it shall be, to carry out the principle, in the rottenest, craziest, leakingest tub of the vessel that a place can be got in for love or money. So if I am lost upon the way, sir, there'll be a drowned man at your door. And always a knocking double knocks at it too, or never trust me." "This is mere folly," said Martin. "Very good, sir," returned Mark. "I'm glad to hear it, because if you don't mean to let me go, you'll be more comfortable, perhaps, on account of thinking so. Therefore I contradict no gentleman. But all I say is that if I don't immigrate to America, in that case, in the beastliest old cockleshell as goes out of port, you don't mean what you say, I'm sure," said Martin. "Yes, I do," cried Mark. "I tell you I know better," rejoined Martin. "Very good, sir," said Mark, with the same air of perfect satisfaction. "Let it stand that way at present, sir, and wait and see how it turns out. Why, love my heart alive! The only doubt I have is, whether there's any credit in going with a gentleman like you, that's as certain to make his way there as a gimlet is to go through soft deal." This was touching Martin on his weak point, and having him at a great advantage. He could not help thinking either what a brisk fellow this Mark was, and how great a change he had wrought in the atmosphere of the dismal little room already. "Why, certainly, Mark," he said, "I have hopes of doing well there, or I shouldn't go. I may have the qualifications for doing well, perhaps." "Of course you have, sir," returned Mark Tapley. "Everybody knows that." "You see," said Martin, leaning his chin upon his hand and looking at the fire, "ornamental architecture applied to domestic purposes can hardly fail to be in great request in that country, for men are constantly changing their residences there and moving further off, and it's clear they must have houses to live in." "I should say, sir," observed Mark, "that's a state of things as opens one of the jolliest lookouts for domestic architecture that ever I heard tell on." Martin glanced at him hastily, not feeling quite free from a suspicion that this remark implied a doubt of the successful issue of his plans. But Mr. Tapley was eating the boiled beef and bread with such entire good faith and singleness of purpose expressed in his visage that he could not but be satisfied. Another doubt arose in his mind, however, as this one disappeared. He produced the blank cover in which the note had been enclosed, and fixing his eyes on Mark as he put it in his hand, said, "Now tell me the truth. Do you know anything about that?" Mark turned it over and over, held it near his eyes, held it away from him at arm's length, held it with the superscription upwards and with the superscription downwards, and shook his head with such a genuine expression of astonishment at being asked the question, that Martin said as he took it from him again, "No, I see you don't. How should you? Though indeed your knowing about it would not be more extraordinary than its being here. Come, Tapley," he added, after a moment's thought, "I'll trust you with my history, such as it is, and then you'll see more clearly what sort of fortunes you would link yourself to if you followed me." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mark, "but afore you enter upon it, will you take me if I choose to go? Will you turn off me, Mark Tapley, formerly of the Blue?" Dragon, as can be well recommended by Mr. Pinch, and as wants a gentleman of your strength of mind to look up to? Or will you, in climbing the ladder as you're certain to get to the top of, take me along with you at a respectful distance? "Now, sir," said Mark, "it's of very little importance to you, I know. There's the difficulty, but it's of very great importance to me, and will you be so good as to consider of it?" If this were meant as a second appeal to Martin's weak side, founded on his observation of the effect of the first, Mr. Tapley was a skillful and shrewd observer. Whether an intentional or an accidental shot, it hit the mark fully for Martin, relenting more and more, said with a condescension which was inexpressibly delicious to him after his recent humiliation, "We'll see about it, Tapley. You shall tell me in what disposition you find yourself tomorrow." "Thin, sir," said Mark, rubbing his hands. "The job's done. Go on, sir, if you please. I'm all attention." Throwing himself back in his armchair and looking at the fire, with now and then a glance at Mark, who at such times nodded his head sagely to express his profound interest and attention, Martin ran over the chief points in his history, to the same effect as he had related them weeks before to Mr. Pinch. But he adapted them according to the best of his judgment to Mr. Tapley's comprehension, and with that view made as light of his love affair as he could, and referred to it in very few words. But here he reckoned without his host, for Mark's interest was keenest in this part of the business, and prompted him to ask sundry questions in relation to it, for which he apologized as one in some measure privileged to do so, from having seen, as Martin explained to him, the young lady at the Blue Dragon. "And a young lady as any gentleman ought to feel more proud of being in love with," said Mark energetically. "Don't draw breath." "Aye, you saw her when she was not happy," said Martin, gazing at the fire again. "If you had seen her in the old times, indeed, why, she certainly was a little downhearted, sir, and something paler in her color than I could have wished," said Mark, "but none the worse in her looks for that. I think she seemed better, sir, after she come to London." Martin withdrew his eyes from the fire, stared at Mark as if he thought he had suddenly gone mad, and asked him what he meant. "No offence intended, sir," urged Mark. "I don't mean to say she was any the happier without you, but I thought she was a looking better, sir." "Do you mean to tell me she has been in London?" asked Martin, rising. Hurriedly, and pushing back his chair. "Of course I do," said Mark, rising too in great amazement from the bedstead. "Do you mean to tell me she is in London now?" "Most likely, sir. I mean to say she was a week ago." "And you know where?" "Yes," cried Mark. "What, don't you, my good fellow?" exclaimed Martin, clutching him by both arms. "I have never seen her since I left my grandfather's house." "Why then," cried Mark, giving the little table such a blow with his clenched fist that the slices of beef and ham danced upon it, while all his features seemed with the light to be going up into his forehead and never coming back again, any more. "If I an ant a natural born servant, hired by fate, there ant such a thing in nature as a blue dragon." "What?" "When I was a rambling up and down old churchyard in the city, getting myself into a jolly state, didn't I see your grandfather a toddling to and fro for pretty nigh a mortal hour? Didn't I watch him into Todgers's commercial boarding house, and watch him out, and watch him home to his hotel, and go and tell him as his was the service for my money, and I had said so afore I left the Dragon? Wasn't the young lady a sitting with him then, and didn't she fall a laughing in a manner as was beautiful to see? Didn't your grandfather say, 'Come back again next week,' and didn't I go next week? And didn't he say that he couldn't make up his mind to trust nobody no more, and therefore wouldn't engage me, but at the same time stood something to drink as was handsome?" "Why," cried Mr. Tapley, with a comical mixture of delight and chagrin, "where's the credit of a man's being jolly under such circumstances? Who could help it, when things come about like this?" For some moments Martin stood gazing at him as if he really doubted the evidence of his senses, and could not believe that Mark stood there in the body before him. At length he asked him whether, if the young lady were still in London, he thought he could contrive to deliver a letter to her secretly. "Do I think I can?" cried Mark. "Think I can? Here, sit down, sir. Write it out, sir." With that he cleared the table by the summary process of tilting everything upon it into the fireplace, snatched some writing materials from the mantel-shelf, set Martin's chair before them, forced him down into it, dipped a pen into the ink, and put it in his hand. "Cut away, sir," cried Mark. "Make it strong, sir. Let it be wery pinted, sir. Do I think so? I should think so. Go to work, sir. Martin required no further adjuration, but went to work at a great rate, while Mr. Tapley, installing himself, without any more formalities, into the functions of his valet and general attendant, divested himself of his coat and went on to clear the fireplace and arrange the room, talking to himself in a low voice the whole time. "Jolly sort of lodgings," said Mark, rubbing his nose with the knob at the end of the fire shovel and looking round the poor chamber. "That's a comfort. The rains come through the roof, too. That a'n't bad. A lively old bedstead, I'll be bound, populated by lots of vampires, no doubt. Come! My spirits is a-getting up again. An uncommon ragged nightcap this. A very good sign. We shall do yet. Here, Jane, my dear," calling down the stairs, "bring up that there hot tumbler for my master, as was a-mixing when I come in. That's right, sir," to Martin. "Go at it as if you meant it, sir. Be very tender, sir, if you please. You can't make it too strong, sir." Chapter 14. In which Martin bids adieu to the lady of his love, and Hansers and obscure individual whose fortune he intends to make by commending her to his protege. The letter being duly signed, sealed, and delivered, was handed to Mark Tapley for immediate conveyance if possible, and he succeeded so well in his embassy as to be enabled to return that same night, just as the house was closing, with the welcome intelligence that he had sent it upstairs to the young lady, enclosed in a small manuscript of his own, purporting to contain his further petition to be engaged in Mr. Chuzzlewit's service, and that she had herself come down and told him, in great haste and agitation, that she would meet the gentleman at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in St. James's Park. It was then agreed between the new master and the new man that Mark should be in waiting near the hotel in good time to escort the young lady to the place of appointment. And when they had parted for the night with this understanding, Martin took up his pen again, and before he went to bed wrote another letter, whereof more will be seen presently. He was up before daybreak, and came upon the park with the morning, which, with clad in the least engaging of the 365 dresses in the wardrobe of the year. It was raw, damp, dark, and dismal. The clouds were as muddy as the ground, and the short perspective of every street and avenue was closed up by the mist as by a filthy curtain. "Fine weather indeed," Martin bitterly soliloquized, "to be wandering up and down here and like a thief. Fine weather indeed for a meeting of lovers in the open air and in a public walk. I need be departing with all speed for another country, for I have come to a pretty pass in this." He might perhaps have gone on to reflect that of all mornings in the year it was not the best calculated for a young lady's coming forth on such an errand either, but he was stopped on the road to this reflection, if his thoughts tended that way, by her appearance at a short distance, on which he hurried forward to meet her. Her squire, Mr. Tapley, at the same time fell discreetly back and surveyed the fog above him with an appearance of attentive interest. "My dear Martin," said Mary. "My dear Mary," said Martin, and lovers are such a singular kind of people that this is all they did say just then, though Martin took her arm, and her hand too, and they paced up and down a short walk that was least exposed to observation half a dozen times. "If you have changed at all, my love, since we parted," said Martin at length, as he looked upon her with a proud delight, "it is only to be more beautiful than ever." Had she been of the common metal of love-worn young ladies, she would have denied this in her most interesting manner, and would have told him that she knew she had become a perfect fright, or that she had wasted away with weeping. and anxiety, or that she was dwindling gently into an early grave, or that her mental sufferings were unspeakable, or would, either by tears or words or a mixture of both, have furnished him with some other information to that effect and made him as miserable as possible. But she had been reared up in a sterner school than the minds of most young girls are formed in. She had had her nature strengthened by the hands of hard endurance and necessity, had come out from her young trials constant, self-denying, earnest, and devoted, had acquired in her maidenhood, whether happily in the end for herself or him, is foreign to our present purpose, to inquire something of that nobler quality of gentle hearts, which is developed often by the sorrows and struggles of matronly years, but oft unspoiled, unpampered in her joys or griefs, with frank and full and deep affection for the object of her early love. She saw in him one who for her sake was an outcast from his home and fortune, and she had no more idea of bestowing that love upon him in other than cheerful and sustaining. Words, full of high hope and grateful trustfulness, than she had of being unworthy of it, in her lightest thought or deed, for any base temptation that the world could offer. "What change is there in you, Martin?" she replied, "for that concerns me nearest. You look more anxious and more thoughtful than you used." "Why?" "As to that, my love," said Martin as he drew her waist within his arm, first looking round to see that there were no observers near, and beholding Mr. Tapley more intent than ever on the fog. "It would be strange if I did not, for my life especially of late has been a hard one." "I know it must have been," she answered. "When have I forgotten to think of it and you?" "Not often, I hope," said Martin. "Not often, I am sure. Not often, I am sure. Not often I have some right to expect, Mary, for I have undergone a great deal of vexation and privation, and I naturally look for that return, you know." "A very, very poor return," she answered with a fainter smile. "But you have it and will have it always. You have paid a dear price for a poor heart, Martin, but it is at least your own and a true one." "Of course I feel quite certain of that," said Martin, "or I shouldn't have put myself in my present position. And don't say a poor heart, Mary, for I say a rich one. Now, I am about to break a design to you, dearest, which will startle you at first, but which is undertaken for your sake. I am going," he added slowly, looking far into the deep wonder of her bright dark eyes, "abroad. Abroad, Martin, only to America. See now, how you droop directly. If I do, or I hope I may say, if I did," she answered, raising her head after a short silence, and looking once more into his face, "it was for grief to think of what you are resolved to undergo for me. I would not venture to dissuade you, Martin, but it is a long, long distance. There is a wide ocean to be crossed. Illness and want are sad calamities in any place, but in a foreign country dreadful to endure. Have you thought of all this?" "Thought of it!" cried Martin, abating in his fondness, and he was very fond of her. Hardly an iota of his usual impetuosity. "What am I to do?" "It's very well to say, 'Have I thought of it?' My love. But you should ask me in the same breath, have I thought of starving at home? Have I thought of doing porter's work for a living? Have I thought of holding horses in the streets to earn my roll of bread from day to day? Come, come," he added in a gentler tone, "do not hang down your head, my dear, for I need the encouragement that your sweet face alone can give me. Why, that's well. Now you are brave again." "I am endeavoring to be," she answered, smiling through her tears. "Endeavoring to be anything that's good, and being it is, with you, all one." "Don't I know that of old?" cried Martin gaily. "So! That's famous! Now I can tell you all my plans as cheerfully as if you were my little wife already, Mary." She hung more closely on his arm, and looking upwards in his face, bade him speak on. "You see," said Martin, playing with the little hand upon his wrist, "that my attempts to advance myself at home have been baffled and rendered abortive. I will not say by whom, Mary, for that would give pain to us both. But so it is. Have you heard him speak of late of any relative of mine or his, called Pecksniff? Only tell me what I ask you, no more. I have heard, to my surprise, that he is a better man than was supposed." "I thought so," interrupted Martin, "and that it is likely we may come to know him, if not to visit and reside with him, and I think his daughters. He has daughters, has he, love?" "A pair of them," Martin answered. "A precious pair, gems of the first water. Ah, you are jesting!" "There is a sort of jesting which is very much in earnest, and includes some pretty serious disgust," said Martin. "I jest in reference to Mr. Pecksniff, at whose house I have been living as his assistant, and at whose hands I have received insult and injury in that vein. Whatever betides, or however closely you may be brought into communication with this family, never forget that, Mary, and never for an instant, whatever appearances may seem to contradict me, lose sight of this assurance: Pecksniff is a scoundrel." Indeed, in thought, and in deed, and in everything else, a scoundrel from the topmost hair of his head to the nethermost atom of his heel. Of his daughters, I will only say that, to the best of my knowledge and belief, they are dutiful young ladies, and take after their father closely. This is a digression from the main point, and yet it brings me to what I was going to say. He stopped to look into her eyes again, and seeing in a hasty glance over his shoulder that there was no one near, and that Mark was still intent upon the fog, not only looked at her lips too, but kissed them into the bargain. "Now I am going to America, with great prospects of doing well, and of returning home myself very soon. It may be to take you there for a few years, but at all events to claim you for my wife, which, after such trials, I should do with no fear of your still thinking it a duty to cleave to him who will not suffer me to." "Live, for this is true, if he can help it, in my own land. How long I may be absent is of course uncertain, but it shall not be very long, trust me for that. In the meantime, dear Martin, that's the very thing I am coming to, in the meantime you shall hear constantly of all my goings on. Thus," he paused to take from his pocket the letter he had written overnight, and then resumed, "in this fellow's employment, and living in this fellow's house, by fellow, I mean Mr. Pecksniff, of course, there is a certain person of the name of Pinch. Don't forget, a poor, strange, simple oddity, Mary, but thoroughly honest and sincere, full of zeal, and with a cordial regard for me, which I mean to return one of these days by setting him up in life in some way or other. Your old kind nature, Martin." "Oh," said Martin, "that's not worth speaking of, my love. He's very grateful and desirous to serve me, and I am more than repaid. Now, one night I told this Pench my history, and all about myself and you, in which he was not a little interested, I can tell you, for he knows you. Ay, you may look surprised, and the longer the better, for it becomes you. But you have heard him play the organ in the church of that village before now, and he has seen you listening to his music, and has caught his inspiration from you too." "Was H.E. the organist?" cried Mary. "I thank him from my heart." "Yes, he was," said Martin, "and is, and gets nothing for it either. There never was such a simple fellow, quite an infant, but a very good sort of creature, I assure you." I am sure of that, she said with great earnestness. He must be. Oh, yes, no doubt at all about it, rejoined Martin in his usual careless way. He is. Well, it has occurred to me, but stay. If I read you what I have written and intend sending to him by post tonight, it will explain itself. My dear Tom Pinch. That's rather familiar, perhaps, said Martin, suddenly remembering that he was proud when they had last met, but I call him my dear Tom Pinch because he likes it and it pleases him. Very right and very kind, said Mary. Exactly so, cried Martin. It's as well to be kind whenever one can, and as I said before, he really is an excellent fellow. My dear Tom Pinch, I addressed this under cover to Mrs. Lupin at the Blue Dragon, and have begged her in a short note to deliver it to you without saying anything about it elsewhere, and to do the same with all future letters she may receive from me. My reason for so doing will be at once apparent to you. I don't know that it will be. By the by, said Martin, breaking off, for he's slow of comprehension, poor fellow, but he'll find it out in time. My reason simply is that I don't want my letters to be read by other people, and particularly by the scoundrel whom he thinks an angel. Mr. Pecksniff again? Asked Mary. The same, said Martin, will be at once apparent to you. I have completed my arrangements for going to America, and you will be surprised to hear that I am to be accompanied by Mark Tapley, upon whom I have stumbled strangely in London, and who insists on putting himself under my protections, meaning, my love, said Martin, breaking off again, our friend in the rear, of course. She was delighted to hear this, and bestowed a kind glance upon Mark, which he brought his eyes down from the fog to encounter, and received with immense satisfaction. She said in his hearing, too, that he was a good soul and a merry creature, and would be faithful, she was certain, commendations which Mr. Tapley inwardly resolved to deserve from such lips if he died for it. Now, my dear Pinch, resumed Martin, proceeding with his letter, I am going to repose great trust in you, knowing that I may do so with perfect reliance on your honor and secrecy, and having nobody else just now to trust in. I don't think I would say that, Martin. Wouldn't you? Well, I'll take that out. It's perfectly true, though. But it might seem ungracious, perhaps. Oh, I don't mind, Pinch, said Martin. There's no occasion to stand on any ceremony with him. However, I'll take it out, as you wish it, and make the full stop at secrecy. Very well. I shall not only, this is the letter again, you know. I understand. I shall not only enclose my letters to the young lady of whom I have told you, to your charge, to be forwarded as she may request, but I most earnestly commit her, the young lady herself, to your care and regard, in the event of your meeting in my absence. I have reason to think that the probabilities of your encountering each other, perhaps very frequently, are now neither remote nor few. And although in our position you can do very little to lessen the uneasiness of hers, I trust to you implicitly to do that much, and so deserve the confidence I have reposed in you. You see, my dear Mary, said Martin, it will be a great consolation to you to have anybody, no matter how simple, with whom you can speak about me. And the very first time you talk to Pinch, you'll feel at once that there is no more occasion for any embarrassment or hesitation in talking to him than if he were an old woman. However that may be, she returned, smiling, he is your friend, and that is enough. Oh yes, he's my friend, said Martin. Certainly. In fact, I have told him in so many words that we'll always take notice of him and protect him. And it's a good trait in his character that he's grateful, very grateful indeed. You'll like him of all things, my love, I know. You'll observe very much that's comical and old-fashioned about Pinch, but you needn't mind laughing at him, for he'll not care about it. He'll rather like it indeed. I don't think I shall put that to the test, Martin. You won't if you can help it, of course, he said, but I think you'll find him a little too much for your gravity. However, that's neither here nor there, and it certainly is not the letter, which ends thus, knowing that I need not impress the nature and extent of that confidence upon you at any greater length, as it is. Already sufficiently established in your mind, I will only say, in bidding you farewell and looking forward to our next meeting, that I shall charge myself from this time, through all changes for the better, with your advancement and happiness as if they were my own. You may rely upon that, and always believe me, my dear Tom Pinch, faithfully your friend, Martin Chuzzlewit. P.S. I enclose the amount which you so kindly— "Oh," said Martin, checking himself, and folding up the letter, "that's nothing." At this crisis, Mark Tapley interposed, with an apology for remarking that the clock at the Horse Guards was striking. "Which I shouldn't have said nothing about, sir," added Mark, "if the young lady hadn't begged me to be particular in mentioning it." "I did," said Mary. "Thank you. You are quite right. In another minute I shall be ready to return. We have time for a very few words more, dear Martin, and—" Although I had much to say, it must remain unsaid until the happy time of our next meeting. Heaven send it may come speedily and prosperously, but I have no fear of that. "Fear!" cried Martin. "Why, who has? What are a few months? What is a whole year? When I come gaily back, with a road through life hewn out before me, then indeed, looking back upon this parting, it may seem a dismal one. But now, I swear I wouldn't have it happen under more favorable auspices if I could, for then I should be less inclined to go and less impressed with the necessity. Yes, yes, I feel that too. When do you go?" "Tonight. We leave for Liverpool tonight. A vessel sails from that port, as I hear, in 3 days. In a month or less we shall be there." "Why, what's a month? How many months have flown by since our last parting?" "Long to look back upon," said Mary, echoing his cheerful tone, "but nothing in their course." "Nothing at all," cried Martin. "I shall have change of scene and change of place, change of people, change of manners, change of cares and hopes. Time will wear wings indeed. I can bear anything so that I have swift action, Mary." Was he thinking solely of her care for him, when he took so little heed of her share in the separation, of her quiet, monotonous endurance and her slow anxiety from day to day? Was there nothing jarring and discordant, even in his tone of courage, with this one-note self, forever audible, however high the strain? Not in her ears. It had been better otherwise, perhaps, but so it was. She heard the same bold spirit which had flung away as dross all gain and profit for her sake, making light of peril and privation that she might be calm and happy. And she heard no more, that heart where self has found no place and raised no throne is slow to recognize its ugly presence when it looks upon it. As one possessed of an evil spirit was held in old time to be alone conscious of the lurking demon in the breasts of other men, so kindred vices know each other in their hiding places every day, when virtue is incredulous and blind. "The quarter's gone," cried Mr. Tapley in a voice of admonition. "I shall be ready to return immediately," she said. "One thing, dear Martin, I am bound to tell you. You entreated me a few minutes since only to answer what you asked me in reference to one theme, but you should and must know otherwise I could not be at ease, that since that separation of which I was the unhappy occasion, he has never once uttered your name, has never coupled it, or any faint allusion to it, with passion or reproach, and has never abated in his kindness to me." "I thank him for that last act," said Martin, "and for nothing else, though on consideration, I may thank him for his other forbearance also, inasmuch as I neither expect nor desire that he will mention my name again. He may once, perhaps to couple it with reproach in his will. Let him, if he please. By the time it reaches me, he will be in his grave, a satire on his own anger, God help him. Martin, if you would, but sometimes in some quiet hour, beside the winter fire, in the summer air, when you hear gentle music or think of death or home or childhood, if you would at such a season resolve to think but once a month or even once a year of him, or even once a year of him, or anyone who ever wronged you, you would forgive him in your heart, I know. If I believe that to be true, Mary, he replied, I would resolve at no such time to bear him in my mind, wishing to spare myself the shame of such a weakness. I was not born to be the toy and puppet of any man, far less his, to whose pleasure and caprice, in return for any good he did me, my whole youth was sacrificed. It became between us two a fair exchange, a barter and no more, and there is no such balance against me, that I need throw in a mawkish forgiveness to poise the scale. He has forbidden all mention of me to you, I know, he added hastily. Come, has he not? That was long ago, she returned, immediately after your parting, before you had left the house. He has never done so since. He has never done so since because he has seen no occasion, said Martin, but that is of little consequence, one way or other. Let allusion to him between you and me be interdicted from this time forth, and therefore love, he drew her quickly to him, for the time of parting had now come in the first letter that you write to me through the post office, addressed to New York, and in all the others that you send to Pinch. Remember, he has no existence, but has become to us as one who is dead. Now God bless you, this is a strange place for such a meeting, and such a parting. But our next meeting shall be in a better, and our next and last parting in a worse. One other question, Martin, I must ask. Had you provided money for this journey? Have I? Cried Martin. It might have been in his pride, it might have been in his desire to set her mind at ease. Have I provided money? Why, there's a question for an emigrant's wife. How could I move on land or sea without it, love? I mean, enough, more than enough, 20 times more than enough. A pocket full. Mark and I, for all essential ends, are quite as rich as if we had the purse of Fortunatus in our baggage. The half hour's a-going, cried Mr. Tapley. Goodbye 100 times, cried Mary, in a trembling voice. But how cold the comfort in goodbye! Mark Tapley knew it perfectly. Perhaps he knew it from his reading, perhaps from his experience, perhaps from intuition. It is impossible to say. But however he knew it, his knowledge instinctively suggested to him the wisest course of proceeding that any man could have adopted under the circumstances. He was taken with a violent fit of sneezing, and was obliged to turn his head another way, in doing which he, in a manner, fenced and screened the lovers into a corner by themselves. There was a short pause, but Mark had an undefined sensation that it was a satisfactory one in its way. Then Mary, with her veil lowered, passed him with a quick step and beckoned him to follow. She stopped once more before they lost that corner, looked back, and waved her hand to Martin. He made a start towards them at the moment as if he had some other farewell words to say, but she only hurried off the faster, and Mr. Tapley followed as in duty bound. When he rejoined Martin again in his own chamber, he found that gentleman seated moodily before the dusty grate, with his 2 feet on the fender, his 2 elbows on his knees, and his chin supported in a not very ornamental manner on the palms of his hands. "Well, Mark?" "Well, sir," said Mark, taking a long breath, "I see the young lady safe home, and I feel pretty comfortable after it." She sent a lot of kind words, sir, and this," handing him a ring, "for a parting keepsake." "Diamonds," said Martin. Kissing it, let us do him justice. It was for her sake, not for theirs, and putting it on his little finger. "Splendid diamonds! My grandfather is a singular character, Mark. He must have given her this now." Mark Tapley knew as well that she had bought it, to the end that that unconscious speaker might carry some article of sterling value with him in his necessity, as he knew that it was day and not night. Though he had no more acquaintance of his own knowledge with the history of the glittering trinket on Martin's outspread finger than Martin himself had, he was as certain that in its purchase she had expended her whole stock of hoarded money as if he had seen it paid down coin by coin. Her lover's strange obtuseness in relation to this little incident promptly suggested to Mark's mind its real cause and root, and from that moment he had a clear and perfect insight into the one absorbing principle of Martin's character. "She is worthy of the sacrifices I have made," said Martin, folding his arms and looking at the ashes in the stove, as if in resumption of some former thoughts. "Well worthy of them. No riches here," he stroked his chin and mused, "could have compensated for the loss of such a nature, not to mention that in gaining her affection, I have followed the bent of my own wishes, and balked the selfish schemes of others who had no right to form them. She is quite worthy, more than worthy of the sacrifices I have made. Yes, she is, no doubt of it." These ruminations might or might not have reached Mark Tapley, for though they were by no means addressed to him, yet they were softly uttered. In any case, he stood there, watching Martin with an indescribable and most involved expression on his visage, until that young man roused himself and looked towards him, when he turned away, as being suddenly intent upon certain preparations for the journey, and, without giving vent to any articulate sound, smiled with surpassing ghastliness, and seemed by a twist of his features and a motion of his lips to release himself of this word, jolly. Chapter 15. The Burden Ruoff is Hail Columbia. A dark and dreary night, people nestling in their beds or circling late about the fire. Want, colder than charity, shivering at the street corners. Church towers humming with the faint vibration of their own tongues, but newly resting from the ghostly preachment. One. The earth covered with a sable pall as for the burial of yesterday, the clumps of dark trees, its giant plumes of funeral feathers, waving sadly to and fro, all hushed, all noiseless and in deep repose, save the swift clouds that skim across the moon, and the cautious wind, as creeping after them upon the ground, it stops to listen, and goes rustling on, and stops again, and follows, like a savage on the trail. Whither go the clouds and winds so eagerly? If, like guilty spirits, they repair to some dread conference with powers like themselves, in what wild regions do the elements hold counsel, or where unbend in terrible disport? Here, free from that cramped prison called the earth, and out upon the waste of waters, here, roaring, raging, shrieking, howling all night long. Hither come the sounding voices from the caverns on the coast of that small island, sleeping 1,000 miles away, so quietly in the midst of angry waves, and hither to meet them rush the blasts from unknown desert places of the world. Here, in the fury of their unchecked liberty, they storm and buffet with each other, until the sea, lashed into passion like their own, leaps up, in ravings mightier than theirs, and the whole scene is madness. On, over the countless miles of angry space roll the long heaving billows. Mountains and caves are here, and yet are not, for what is now the one is now the other. Then all is but a boiling heap of rushing water. pursuit and flight and mad return of wave on wave and savage struggle, ending in a spouting up of foam that whitens the black night. Incessant change of place and form and hue, constancy in nothing but eternal strife. On they roll, and darker grows the night, and louder howls the wind, and more clamorous and fierce become the million voices in the sea, when the wild cry goes forth upon the storm, a ship. Onward she comes, in gallant combat with the elements, her tall masts trembling and her timbers starting on the strain. Onward she comes, now high upon the curling billows, now low down in the hollows of the sea, as hiding for the moment from its fury. And every storm voice in the air and water cries more loudly, yet a ship. Still she comes striving on, and at her boldness and the spreading cry, the angry waves rise up above each other's hoary heads to look, and round about the vessel, far as the mariners on the decks can pierce into the gloom, they press upon her, forcing each other down, and starting up, and rushing forward from afar, in dreadful curiosity. High over her they break, and round her surge and roar, and giving place to others, moaningly depart, and dash themselves to fragments in their baffled anger. Still she comes onward bravely, and though the eager multitude crowd thicken fast upon her all the night, and dawn of day discovers the untiring train yet bearing down upon the ship in an eternity of troubled water. Onward she comes with dim lights burning in her hull, and people there asleep, as if no deadly element were peering in at every seam and chink, and no drowned seaman's grave, with but a plank to cover it, were yawning in the unfathomable depths below. Among these sleeping voyagers were Martin and Mart Tapley, who, rocked into a heavy drowsiness by the unaccustomed motion, were as insensible to the foul air in which they lay as to the uproar without. It was broad day when the latter awoke with a dim idea that he was dreaming of having gone to sleep in a four-post bedstead which had turned bottom upwards in the course of the night. There was more reason in this, too, than in the roasting of eggs, for the first objects Mr. Tapley recognized when he opened his eyes were his own heels looking down to him, as he afterwards observed, from a nearly perpendicular elevation. "Well," said Mark, getting himself into a sitting posture after various ineffectual struggles with the rolling of the ship, "this is the first time as ever I stood on my head all night." "You shouldn't go to sleep upon the ground with your head to leeward then," growled a man in one of the berths. "With my head to where?" asked Mark. The man repeated his previous sentiment, "No, I won't." "Another time," said Mark, "when I know whereabouts on the map that country is. In the meanwhile, I can give you a better piece of advice. Don't you nor any other friend of mine never go to sleep with his head in a ship any more." The man gave a grunt of discontented acquiescence, turned over in his berth, and drew his blanket over his head. "For," said Mr. Tapley, pursuing the theme by way of soliloquy in a low tone of voice, "the sea is as nonsensical a thing as any going. It never knows what to do with itself. It hasn't got no employment for its mind, and is always in a state of vacancy, like them polar bears in the wild beast shows, as is constantly a-nodding their heads from side to side. It never can be quiet, which is entirely owing to its uncommon stupidity." "Is that you, Mark?" asked a faint voice from another berth. "It's as much of me as is left, sir, after a fortnight of this work," Mr. Tapley replied. "What with leading the life of a fly, ever since I've been aboard, for I've been perpetually holding on to something or other in a upside-down position. What with that, sir, and putting a very little into myself, and taking a good deal out of myself. There ain't too much of me to swear by. How do you find yourself this morning, sir? Very miserable, said Martin, with a peevish groan. Ugh! This is wretched indeed. Creditable, muttered Mark, pressing one hand upon his aching head and looking round him with a rueful grin. That's the great comfort. It is creditable to keep up one's spirits here. Virtue's its own reward. So's jollity. Mark was so far right that unquestionably any man who retained his cheerfulness among the steerage accommodations of that noble and fast sailing line of packet ship, the Screw, was solely indebted to his own resources, and shipped his good humor like his provisions without any contribution or assistance from the owners. A dark, low, stifling cabin, surrounded by berths all filled to overflowing with men, women, and children in various stages of sickness and misery, is not the liveliest place of assembly at any time, but when it is so crowded as the steerage cabin of the Screw was, every passage out that mattresses and beds are heaped upon the floor, to the extinction of everything like comfort, cleanliness, and decency, it is liable to operate not only as a pretty strong banner against amiability of temper, but as a positive encourager of selfish and rough humors. Mark felt this as he sat looking about him, and his spirits rose proportionately. There were English people, Irish people, Welsh people, and Scotch people there, all with their little store of coarse food and shabby clothes, and nearly all with their families of children. There were children of all ages, from the baby at the breast to the slattern girl who was as much a grown woman as her mother. Every kind of domestic suffering that is bred in poverty, illness, banishment, sorrow, and long travel and bad weather was crammed into the little space, and yet was there infinitely less of complaint and querulousness, and infinitely more of cawry. Mutual assistance and general kindness to be found in that unwholesome ark than in many brilliant ballrooms. Mark looked about him wistfully, and his face brightened as he looked. Here an old grandmother was crooning over a sick child, and rocking it to and fro, in arms hardly more wasted than its own young limbs. Here a poor woman with an infant in her lap mended another little creature's clothes, and quieted another who was creeping up about her from their scanty bed upon the floor. Here were old men awkwardly engaged in little household offices, wherein they would have been ridiculous but for their good will and kind purpose. And here were swarthy fellows, giants in their way, doing such little acts of tenderness for those about them as might have belonged to gentlest-hearted dwarfs. The very idiot in the corner who sat mowing there all day had his faculty of imitation roused by what he saw about him, and snapped his fingers to amuse a crying child. "Now then," said Mark, nodding to a woman who was dressing her 3 children at no great distance from him, and the grin upon his face had by this time spread from ear to ear, "hand over one of them young uns, according to custom." "I wish you'd get breakfast, Mark, instead of worrying with people who don't belong to you," observed Martin petulantly. "All right," said Mark. "She'll do that. It's a fair division of labor, sir. I wash her boys, and she makes our tea. I never could make tea, but anyone can wash a boy." The woman, who was delicate and ill, felt and understood his kindness, as well she might, for she had been covered every night with his greatcoat, while he had for his own bed the bare boards and a rug. But Martin, who seldom got up or looked about him, was quite incensed by the folly of this speech, and expressed his dissatisfaction by an impatient groan. "So it is, certainly," said Mark, brushing the child's hair as coolly as if he had been born and bred a barber. "What are you talking about now?" asked Martin. "What you said," replied Mark, "or what you meant when you gave that there dismal vent to your feelings." "I quite go along with it, sir. It is very hard upon her." "What is?" making the voyage by herself along with these young impediments here, and going such a way at such a time of the year to join her husband. "If you don't want to be driven mad with yellow soap in your eye, young man," said Mr. Tapley to the second urchin, who was by this time under his hands at the basin, "you'd better shed it." "Where does she join her husband?" asked Martin, yawning. "Why, I'm very much afraid," said Mr. Tapley in a low voice, "that she don't know. I hope she mayn't miss him. But she sent her last letter by hand, and it don't seem to have been very clearly understood between 'em without it. And if she don't see him a-waving his pocket handkerchief on the shore, like a picter out of a songbook, my opinion is, she'll break her heart." "Why, how, in folly's name, does the woman come to be on board ship on such a wild goose venture?" cried Martin. Mr. Tapley glanced at him for a moment as he lay prostrate in his berth, and then said, very quietly, "Ah, how indeed? I can't think. He's been away from her for 2 year. She's been very poor and lonely in her own country, and has always been looking forward to meeting him. It's very strange she should be here. Quite amazing, a little mad perhaps. There can be no other way of accounting for it." Martin was too far gone in the lassitude of seasickness to make any reply to these words, or even to attend to them as they were spoken. And the subject of their discourse returning at this crisis with some hot tea, effectually put a stop to any resumption of the theme by Mr. Tapley, who, when the meal was over and he had adjusted Martin's bed, went up on deck to wash the breakfast service, which consisted of 2 half-pint tin mugs and a shaving pot of the same metal. It is due to Mark Tapley to state that he suffered at least as much from seasickness as any man, woman, or child on board, and that he had a peculiar faculty of knocking himself about on the smallest provocation and losing his legs at every lurch of the ship, but resolved, in his usual phrase, to come out strong. Under disadvantageous circumstances, he was the life and soul of the steerage, and made no more of stopping in the middle of a facetious conversation to go away and be excessively ill by himself, and afterwards come back in the very best and gayest of tempers to resume it, than if such a course of proceeding had been the commonest in the world. It cannot be said that as his illness wore off, his cheerfulness and good nature increased, because they would hardly admit of augmentation, but his usefulness among the weaker members of the party was much enlarged, and at all times and seasons there he was exerting it. If a gleam of sun shone out of the dark sky, down Mark tumbled into the cabin, and presently up he came again with a woman in his arms, or half a dozen children, or a man, or a bed, or a saucepan, or a basket, or something animate or inanimate that he thought would be the better for the air. If an hour or two of fine weather in the middle of the day tempted those who seldom or never came on deck at other times to crawl into the long boat or lie down upon the spare spars and try to eat, there in the center of the group was Mr. Tapley, handing about salt beef and biscuit, or dispensing tastes of grog, or cutting up the children's provisions with his pocket knife for their greater ease and comfort, or reading aloud from a venerable newspaper, or singing some roaring old song to a select party, or writing the beginnings of letters to their friends at home for people who couldn't write, or cracking jokes with the crew, or nearly getting blown with a speaking and the between this at night, when the cooking fire was lighted on the deck, and the driving sparks that flew among the rigging, and the clouds of sails seemed to menace the ship with certain annihilation by fire, in case the elements of air and water failed to compass her destruction, there again was Mr. Tapley, with his coat off and his shirt sleeves turned up to his elbows, doing all kinds of culinary offices, compounding the strangest dishes, recognized by everyone as an established authority, and helping all parties to achieve something which, left to themselves, they never could have done and never would have dreamed of. In short, there never was a more popular character than Mark Tapley became on board that noble and fast-sailing line of packet ship, the Screw, and he attained at last to such a pitch of universal admiration that he began to have grave doubts within himself whether a man might reasonably claim any credit for being jolly under such exciting circumstances. "If this was going to last," said Tapley, "there'd be no great difference as I can perceive between the Screw and the Dragon. I never am to get credit, I think. I begin to be afraid that the fates is determined to make the world easy to me." "Well, Mark," said Martin, near whose berth he had ruminated to this effect, "when will this be over?" "Another week, they say, sir," returned Mark, "will most likely bring us into port. The ship's a-going along at present, as sensible as a ship can, sir, though I don't mean to say as that's any very high praise." "I don't think it is, indeed," groaned Martin. "You'd feel all the better for it, sir, if you was to turn out," observed Mark. "And be seen by the ladies and gentlemen on the after deck," returned Martin, with a scornful emphasis upon the words, "mingling with the beggarly crowd that are stowed away in this vile hole. I should be greatly the better for that, no doubt." "I'm thankful that I can't say from my own experience what the feelings of a gentleman may be," said Mark. "But I should have thought, sir, as a gentleman would feel a deal more uncomfortable down here than up in the fresh air, especially when the ladies and gentlemen in the after cabin know just as much about him as he does about them, and are likely to trouble their heads about him in the same proportion. I should have thought that, certainly." "I tell you then," rejoined Martin, "you would have thought wrong, and do think wrong." "Very likely, sir," said Mark, with imperturbable good temper. "I often do." "As to lying here," cried Martin, raising himself on his elbow and looking angrily at his follower, "do you suppose it's a pleasure to lie here?" "All the mad houses in the world," said Mr. Tapley, "couldn't produce such a maniac as the man must be who could think that." "Then why are you forever goading and urging me to get up?" asked Martin. "I lie here because I don't wish to be recognized, in the better days to which I aspire, by any purse-proud citizen, as the man who came over with him among the steerage passengers. I lie here because I wish to conceal my circumstances and myself, and not to arrive in a new world badged and ticketed as an utterly poverty-stricken man. If I could have afforded a passage in the after cabin, I should have held up my head with the rest. As I couldn't, I hide it. Do you understand that?" "I am very sorry, sir," said Mark. "I didn't know you took it so much to heart as this comes to." "Of course you didn't know," returned his master. "How should you know, unless I told you? It's no trial to you, Mark, to make yourself comfortable and to bustle about. It's as natural for you to do so under the circumstances as it is for me not to do so. Why, you don't suppose there is a living creature in this ship who can by possibility have half so much to undergo on board of her as I have? Do you?" he asked, sitting upright in his berth and looking at Mark with an expression of great earnestness, not unmixed with wonder. Mark twisted his face into a tight knot, and with his head very much on one side, pondered upon this question as if he felt it an extremely difficult one to answer. He was relieved from his embarrassment by Martin himself, who said, as he stretched himself upon his back again and resumed the book he had been reading, "But what is the use of my putting such a case to you, when the very essence of what I have been saying is, that you cannot by possibility understand it? Make me a little brandy and water cold and very weak, and give me a biscuit, and tell your friend, who is a nearer neighbor of ours than I could wish, to try and keep her children a little quieter tonight than she did last night. That's a good fellow." Mr. Tapley set himself to obey these orders with great alacrity, and pending their execution, it may be presumed his flagging spirits revived, inasmuch as he, several times observed, below his breath, that in respect of its power of imparting a credit to jollity, the screw unquestionably had some decided advantages over the dragon. He also remarked that it was a high gratification to him to reflect that he would carry its main excellence ashore with him and have it constantly beside him wherever he went. But what he meant by these consolatory thoughts he did not explain. And now a general excitement began to prevail on board, and various predictions relative to the precise day and even the precise hour at which they would reach New York were freely broached. There was infinitely more crowding on deck and looking over the ship's side than there had been before, and an epidemic broke out for packing up things every morning which required unpacking again every night. Those who had any letters to deliver, or any friends to meet, or any settled plans of going anywhere or doing anything, discussed their prospects 100 times a day, and as this class of passengers was very small, and the number of those who had no prospects whatever was very large, there were plenty of listeners and few talkers. Those who had been ill all along got well now, and those who had been well got better. An American gentleman in the after cabin, who had been wrapped up in fur and oilskin the whole passage, unexpectedly appeared in a very shiny tall black hat, and constantly overhauled a very little valise of pale leather, which contained his clothes, linen, brushes, shaving apparatus, books, trinkets, and other baggage. He likewise stuck his hands deep into his pockets and walked the deck with his nostrils dilated, as already inhaling the air of freedom which carries death to all tyrants and can never under any circumstances worth mentioning be breathed by slaves. An English gentleman who was strongly suspected of having run away from a bank, with something in his possession belonging to its strong box besides the key, grew eloquent upon the subject of the rights of man, and hummed the Marseillaise hymn constantly. In a word, one great sensation pervaded the whole ship, and the soil of America lay close before them. So close at last that upon a certain starlight night they took a pilot on board, and within a few hours afterwards lay to until the morning, awaiting the arrival of a steamboat in which the passengers were to be conveyed ashore. Off she came, soon after it was light next morning, and lying alongside an hour or more, during which period her very firemen were objects of hardly less interest and curiosity than if they had been so many angels, good or bad, took all her living freight aboard. Among them, Mark, who still had his friend and her 3 children under his close protection, and Martin, who had once more dressed himself in his usual attire, but wore a soiled old cloak above his ordinary clothes until such time as he should separate forever from his late companions. The steamer which, with its machinery on deck, looked, as it worked its long slim legs, like some enormously magnified insect or antediluvian monster, dashed at great speed up a beautiful bay, and presently they saw some heights and islands and a long, flat, straggling city. "And this," said Mr. Tapley, looking far ahead, "is the land of liberty, is it? Very well, I'm agreeable. Any land will do for me, after so much water." Chapter 16. Martin disembarks from that noble and fast sailing line of packet ship, the Scrady, at the port of New York, in the United States of America. He some ackets of America. He some ackets and pantses, and dine as a portentainses, and done as a bordending hose. The particurs of thissachenses. Some trifling excitement prevailed upon the very brink and margin of the land of liberty, for an alderman had been elected the day before, and party feeling naturally running rather high on such an exciting occasion, the friends of the disappointed candidate had found it necessary to assert the great principles of purity of election and freedom of opinion by breaking a few legs and arms, and furthermore pursuing one obnoxious gentleman through the streets with the design of hitting his nose. These good-humored little outbursts of the popular fancy were not in themselves sufficiently remarkable to create any great stir after the lapse of a whole night. But they found fresh life and notoriety in the breath of the newsboys, who not only proclaimed them with shrill yells in all the highways and byways of the town, upon the wharves and among the shipping, but on the deck and down in the cabins of the steamboat, which, before she touched the shore, was boarded and overrun by a legion of those young citizens. "Here's this morning's New York sewer," cried one. "Here's this morning's New York stabber. Here's the New York family spy. Here's the New York private listener. Here's the New York peeper. Here's the New York plunderer. Here's the New York keyhole reporter. Here's the New York Rowdy Journal. Here's all the New York papers. Here's full particulars of the patriotic local focal movement yesterday, in which the Whigs was so trod up, and the last Alabama gouging case, and the interesting Arkansas duel with Bowie knives, and all the political, commercial, and fashionable news. Here they are, here they are, here's the papers, here's the vapors, here's the sewer, cried another, here's the New York sewer. Here's some of the 12,000 of today's sewer, with the best accounts of the markets, and all the shipping news, and 4 whole columns of country correspondence, and a full account of the ball at Mrs. White's last night, where all the beauty and fashion of New York was assembled, with the sewer's own particulars of the private lives of all the ladies that was there. Here's the sewer, here's some of the 12,000 of the New York sewer. Here's the sewer's exposure of the Wall Street gang, and the sewer's exposure of the Washington gang, and the sewer's exclusive account of a flagrant act of dishonesty committed by the Secretary of State when he was 8 years old, now communicated at a great expense by his own nurse. Here's the sewer, here's the New York sewer in its 12,000, with a whole column of New Yorkers to be shown up, and all their names printed. Here's the sewer's article upon the judge that tried him, day afore yesterday, for libel, and the sewer's tribute to the independent jury that didn't convict him, and the sewer's account of what they might have expected if they had. Here's the sewer, here's the sewer, here's the wide-awake sewer, always on the lookout, the leading journal of the United States, now in its 12,000, and still a printing off. Here's the New York sewer. It is in such enlightened means, said a voice almost in Martin's ear, that the bubbling passions of my country find a vent. Martin turned involuntarily and saw, standing close at his side, a sallow gentleman with sunken cheeks, black hair, small twinkling eyes, and a singular expression hovering about that region of his face, which was not a frown nor a leer, and yet might have been mistaken at the first glance for either. Indeed, it would have been difficult, on a much closer acquaintance, to describe it in any more satisfactory terms than as a mixed expression of vulgar cunning and conceit. This gentleman wore a rather broad-brimmed hat for the greater wisdom of his appearance, and had his arms folded for the greater impressiveness of his attitude. He was somewhat shabbily dressed in a blue surtout reaching nearly to his ankles, short loose trousers of the same color, and a faded buff waistcoat, through which a discolored shirt frill struggled to force itself into notice as asserting an equality of civil rights with the other portions of his dress, and maintaining a declaration of independence on its own account. His feet, which were of unusually large proportions, were leisurely crossed before him as he half leaned against, half sat upon, the steamboat's bulwark, and his thick cane, shod with a mighty ferrule at one end, and armed with a great metal knob at the other, depended from a line and tassel on his wrist. Thus attired and thus composed into an aspect of great profundity, the gentleman twitched up the right-hand corner of his mouth and his right eye simultaneously, and said once more, "It is in such enlightened means that the bubbling passions of my country find a vent." As he looked at Martin and nobody else was by, Martin inclined his head and said, "You allude to the palladium of rational liberty at home, sir, and the dread of foreign." "Oppression abroad," returned the gentleman as he pointed with his cane to an uncommonly dirty newsboy with one eye. "To the envy of the world, sir, and the leaders of human civilization. Let me ask you, sir," he added, bringing the ferrule of his stick heavily upon the deck with the air of a man who must not be equivocated with, "how do you like my country?" "I'm hardly prepared to answer that question yet," said Martin, "seeing that I have not been ashore." "Well, I should expect you were not prepared, sir," said the gentleman, "to behold such signs of national prosperity as those." He pointed to the vessels lying at the wharves, and then gave a vague flourish with his stick, as if he would include the air and water generally in this remark. "Really," said Martin, "I don't know. Yes, I think I was." The gentleman glanced at him with a knowing look and said he liked his policy. It was natural, he said, and it pleased him as a philosopher to observe the prejudices of human nature. "You have brought, I see, sir," he said, turning round towards Martin and resting his chin on the top of his stick, "the usual amount of misery and poverty and ignorance and crime to be located in the bosom of the great republic. Well, sir, let 'em come on in shiploads from the old country. When vessels are about to founder, the rats are said to leave 'em. There is considerable of truth, I find, in that remark. The old ship will keep afloat a year or two longer yet, perhaps," said Martin with a smile, partly occasioned by what the gentleman said and partly by his manner of saying it, which was odd enough, for he emphasized all the small words and syllables in his discourse, and left the others to take care of themselves, as if he thought the larger parts of speech could be trusted alone, but the little ones required to be constantly looked after. "Hope is said by the poets, sir," observed the gentleman, "to be the nurse of young desire." Martin signified that he had heard of the cardinal virtue in question, serving occasionally in that domestic capacity. "She will not rear her infant in the present instance, sir, you'll find," observed the gentleman. "Time will show," said Martin. The gentleman nodded his head gravely and said, "What is your name, sir?" Martin told him. "How old are you, sir?" Martin told him. "What is your profession, sir?" Martin told him that also. "What is your destination, sir?" inquired the gentleman. "Really," said Martin, laughing, "I can't satisfy you in that particular, for I don't know it myself." "Yes," said the gentleman. "No," said Martin. The gentleman adjusted his cane under his left arm and took a more deliberate. And complete survey of Martin than he had yet had leisure to make. When he had completed his inspection, he put out his right hand, shook Martin's hand, and said, "My name is Colonel Diver, sir. I am the editor of the New York Rowdy Journal." Martin received the communication with that degree of respect which an announcement so distinguished appeared to demand. "The New York Rowdy Journal, sir," resumed the colonel, "is, as I expect you know, the organ of our aristocracy in this city." "Oh, there is an aristocracy here, then," said Martin. "Of what is it composed? Of intelligence, sir," replied the colonel, "of intelligence and virtue, and of their necessary consequence in this republic. Dollars, sir?" Martin was very glad to hear this, feeling well assured that if intelligence and virtue led, as a matter of course, to the acquisition of dollars, he would speedily become a great capitalist. He was about to express the gratification such news afforded him when he was interrupted by the captain of the ship, who came up at the moment to shake hands with the colonel, and who, seeing a well-dressed stranger on the deck, for Martin had thrown aside his cloak, shook hands with him also. This was an unspeakable relief to Martin, who, in spite of the acknowledged supremacy of intelligence and virtue in that happy country, would have been deeply mortified to appear before Colonel Diver in the poor character of a steerage passenger. "Well, captain," said the colonel. "Well, colonel," cried the captain, "you're looking most uncommon bright, sir. I can hardly realize it's being you, and that's a fact." "A good passage, cap'n?" inquired the colonel, taking him aside. "Well, now, it was a pretty spanking run, sir," said, or rather sung, the captain, who was a genuine New Englander, "considerin' the weather." "Yes," said the colonel. "Well, it was, sir," said the captain. "I've just now sent a boy up to your office with the passenger list, colonel. You haven't got another boy to spare, p'raps, cap'n?" said the colonel, in a tone almost amounting to severity. "I guess there air a dozen if you want 'em, colonel," said the captain. "One moderate big, could convey a dozen champagne, perhaps," observed the colonel, musing, "to my office. You said a spanking run, I think?" "Well, so I did," was the reply. "It's very nigh, you know," observed the colonel. "I'm glad it was a spanking run, cap'n. Don't mind about quarts if you're short of 'em. The boy can as well bring 24 pints and travel twice as once. A first-rate spanker, cap'n, was it?" "Yes, a most etarnal spanker," said the skipper. "I admire at your good fortune, cap'n. You might loan me a corkscrew at the same time, and half a dozen glasses if you liked. However bad the elements combine against my country's noble packet ship, the screw, sir," said the colonel, turning to Martin, and drawing a flourish on the surface of the deck with his cane. "Her passage either way is almost certain to eventuate a spanker." The captain, who had the sewer below at that moment, lunching expensively in one cabin, while the amiable Stavr was drinking himself into a state of blind madness in another, took a cordial leave of his friend the colonel, and hurried away to dispatch the champagne, well knowing, as it afterwards appeared, that if he failed to conciliate the editor of the Rowdy Journal, that potentate would denounce him and his ship in large capitals before he was a day older, and would probably assault the memory of his mother also, who had not been dead more than 20 years. The colonel, being again left alone with Martin, checked him as he was moving away, and offered, in consideration of his being an Englishman, to show him the town and to introduce him, if such were his desire, to a genteel boarding house. But before they entered on these proceedings, he said, he would beseech the honor of his company at the office of the Rowdy Journal to partake of a bottle of champagne of his own importation. All this was so extremely kind and hospitable that Martin, though it was quite early in the morning, readily acquiesced. So, instructing Mark, who was deeply engaged with his friend and her 3 children, that when he had done assisting them, and had cleared the baggage, he was to wait for further orders at the Rowdy Journal office, Martin accompanied his new friend on shore. They made their way as they best could through the melancholy crowd of emigrants and Vorst, which, the 12th form, might have fallen from another planet, for anything they knew of the country, and walked for some short distance along a busy street, bounded on one side by the quays and shipping, and on the other by a long row of staring red brick storehouses and offices, ornamented with more black boards in black letters than more white boards, and more situated exported bobos denim. The colonel, who had walked the whole way with one hand in his breast, his head occasionally wagging from side to side, and his hat thrown back upon his ears, like a man who was oppressed to inconvenience by a sense of his own greatness, led the way up a dark and dirty flight of stairs into a room of similar character, all littered and bestrewn with odds and ends of newspapers and other crumpled fragments, both in proof and manuscript. Behind a mangy old writing table in this apartment sat a figure with a stump of a pen in its mouth, and a great pair of scissors in its right hand, clipping and slicing at a file of rowdy journals. And it was such a laughable figure that Martin had some difficulty in preserving his gravity, though conscious of the close observation of Colonel Diver. The individual who sat clipping and slicing as aforesaid at the rowdy journals was a small young gentleman of very juvenile appearance and unwholesomely pale in the face, partly, perhaps, from intense thought, but partly, there is no doubt, from the excessive use of tobacco which he was at that moment chewing. Vigorously. He wore his shirt collar turned down over a black ribbon, and his lank hair, of fragile crop, was not only smoothed and parted back from his brow, that none of the poetry of his aspect might be lost, but had, here and there, been grubbed up by the roots, which accounted for his loftiest developments being somewhat pimply. He had that order of nose on which the envy of mankind has bestowed the appellation snub, and it was very much turned up at the end, as with a lofty scorn. Upon the upper lip of this young gentleman were tokens of a sandy down, so very, very smooth and scant, that, though encouraged to the utmost, it looked more like a recent trace of gingerbread than the fair promise of a moustache. And this conjecture his apparently tender age went far to strengthen. He was intent upon his work. Every time he snapped the great pair of scissors, he made a corresponding motion with his jaws, which gave him a very terrible appearance. Martin was not long in determining within himself that this must be Colonel. Diver's son, the hope of the family, and future mainspring of the rowdy journal. Indeed, he had begun to say that he presumed this was the Colonel's little boy, and that it was very pleasant to see him playing at editor in all the guilelessness of childhood, when the Colonel proudly interposed and said, "My war correspondent, sir, Chesterfield Brick." Martin could not help starting at this unexpected announcement, and the consciousness of the irretrievable mistake he had nearly made. Mr. Brick seemed pleased with the sensation he produced upon the stranger, and shook hands with him, with an air of patronage designed to reassure him and to let him blow that there was no occasion to be frightened, for Brick wouldn't hurt him. "You have heard of Jefferson Brick, I see, sir," quoth the Colonel with a smile. England has heard of Jefferson Brick. Europe has heard of Jefferson Brick. Let me see. When did you leave England, sir? 5 weeks ago, said Martin. 5 weeks ago, repeated the Colonel thoughtfully, as he took his seat upon the table and swung his legs. Now let me ask you, sir, which of Mr. Brick's articles had become at that time the most obnoxious to the British Parliament and the Court of St. James's? Upon my word, said Martin. I have reason to know, sir, interrupted the Colonel, that the aristocratic circles of your country quail before the name of Jefferson Brick. I should like to be informed, sir, from your lips, which of his sentiments has struck the deadliest blow? At the 100 heads of the hydra of corruption now groveling in the dust beneath the lance of reason, and spouting up to the universal arch above us its sanguinary gore, said Mr. Brick, putting on a little blue cloth cap with a glazed front, and quoting his last article. The libation of freedom, Brick, hinted the Colonel. Must sometimes be quaffed in blood, Colonel, cried Brick. And when he said blood, he gave the great pair of scissors a sharp snap, as if they said blood too, and were quite of his opinion. This done, they both looked at Martin, pausing for a reply. "Upon my life," said Martin, who had by this time quite recovered his usual coolness, "I can't give you any satisfactory information about it, for the truth is that I—" "Stop!" cried the colonel, glancing sternly at his war correspondent and giving his head one shake after every sentence. "That you never heard of Jefferson Brick, sir? That you never read Jefferson Brick, sir? That you never saw the Rowdy Journal, sir? That you never knew, sir, of its mighty influence upon the cabinets of Europe?" "Yes, that's what I was about to observe, certainly," said Martin. "Keep cool, Jefferson," said the colonel gravely. "Don't bust. Oh, you Europeans, after that, let's have a glass of wine." So saying, he got down from the table and produced, from a basket outside the door, a bottle of champagne and 3 glasses. "Mr. Jefferson Brick, sir," said the colonel, filling Martin's glass and his own, and pushing the bottle to that gentleman, "will give us a sentiment." "Well, sir," cried the war correspondent, "since you have concluded to call upon me, I will respond. I will give you, sir, the Rowdy Journal and its brethren, the well of truth whose waters are black from being composed of printer's ink, but are quite clear enough for my country to behold the shadow of her destiny reflected in." "Hear, hear!" cried the colonel, with great complacency. "There are flowery components, sir, in the language of my friend?" "Very much so indeed," said Martin. "There is today's Rowdy, sir," observed the colonel, handing him a paper. "You'll find Jefferson Brick at his usual post in the van of human civilization and moral purity." The colonel was by this time seated on the table again. Mr. Brick also took up a position on that same piece of furniture, and they fell to drinking pretty hard. They often looked at Martin as he read the paper, and then at each other. When he laid it down, which was not until they had finished a second bottle, the colonel asked him what he thought of it. "Why, it's horribly personal," said Martin. The colonel seemed much flattered by this remark, and said he hoped it was. "We are independent here, sir," said Mr. Jefferson Brick. "We do as we like." "If I may judge from this specimen," returned Martin, "there must be a few thousands here, rather the reverse of independent, who do as they don't like." "Well, they yield to the popular mind of the popular instructor, sir," said the colonel. "They rile up sometimes, but in general we have a hold upon our citizens, both in public and in private life, which is as much one of the ennobling institutions of our happy country as nigger slavery itself," suggested Mr. Brick. "Entirely so," remarked the colonel. "Pray," said Martin, after some hesitation, "may I venture to ask, with reference to a case I observe in this paper of yours, whether the popular instructor often deals in I am at a loss to express it without giving you offense in forgery? And forged letters, for instance," he pursued, for the colonel was perfectly calm and quite at his ease, "solemnly purporting to have been written at recent periods by living men?" "Well, sir," replied the colonel, "it does now and then." "And the popular instructed, what do they do?" asked Martin. "Buy 'em," said the colonel. Mr. Jefferson Brick expectorated and laughed, the former copiously, the latter approvingly. "Buy 'em by hundreds of thousands," resumed the colonel. "We are smart people here and can appreciate smartness." "Is smartness American forgery?" asked Martin. "Well," said the colonel, "I expect it's American for a good many things that you call by other names, but you can't help yourself in Europe. We can." "And do, sometimes," thought Martin. "You help yourselves with very little ceremony, too, at all events, whatever name we choose to employ," said the colonel, stooping. bent down to roll the third empty bottle into a corner after the other two. "I suppose the art of forgery was not invented here, sir?" "I suppose not," replied Martin. "Nor any other kind of smartness, I reckon? Invented? No, I presume not." "Well," said the Colonel, "then we got it all from the old country, and the old country's to blame for it, and not the new one. There's an end of that. Now, if Mr. Jefferson Brick and you will be so good as to clear, I'll come out last, and lock the door." Rightly interpreting this as the signal for their departure, Martin walked downstairs after the war correspondent, who preceded him with great majesty. The Colonel following, they left the Rowdy Journal office and walked forth into the streets, Martin feeling doubtful whether he ought to kick the Colonel for having presumed to speak to him, or whether it came within the bounds of possibility that he and his establishment could be among the boasted usages of that regenerated land. It was clear that Colonel Diver, in the security of his strong position and in his perfect understanding of the public sentiment, cared very little what Martin or anybody else thought about him. His high-spiced wares were made to sell, and they sold, and his thousands of readers could as rationally charge their delight in filth upon him as a glutton can shift upon his cook the responsibility of his beastly excess. Nothing would have delighted the Colonel more than to be told that no such man as he could walk in high success the streets of any other country in the world, for that would only have been a logical assurance to him of the correct adaptation of his labors to the prevailing taste, and of his being strictly and peculiarly a national feature of America. They walked a mile or more along the handsome street which the Colonel said was called Broadway, and which Mr. Jefferson Brick said whipped the universe. Turning, at length, into one of the numerous streets which branched from this main thoroughfare, they stopped before a rather mean-looking house with jalousie blinds to every window, a flight of steps before the green street door, a shining white ornament on the rails on either side like a prefide pineapple, polished, a little of all the Colonel knocked at this house with the air of a man who lived there, and an Irish girl popped her head out of one of the top windows to see who it was. Pending her journey downstairs, the pigs were joined by 2 or 3 friends from the next street, in company with whom they lay down sociably in the gutter. "Is the Major indoors?" inquired the Colonel as he entered. "Is it the master, sir?" returned the girl with a hesitation which seemed to imply that they were rather flush of majors in that establishment. "The master," said Colonel Diver, stopping short and looking round at his war correspondent. "Oh, the depressing institutions of that British Empire, Colonel," said Jefferson Brick. "Master!" "What's the matter with the word?" asked Martin. "I should hope it was never heard in our country, sir. That's all," said Jefferson Brick, "except when it is used by some degraded help as new to the blessings of our form of government as this help is. There are no masters here." "All owners, are they?" said Martin. Mr. Jefferson Brick followed in the Rowdy Journal's footsteps without returning any answer. Martin took the same course, thinking as he went that perhaps the free and independent citizens, who in their moral elevation owned the Colonel for their master, might render better homage to the goddess, Liberty, in nightly dreams upon the oven of a Russian serf. The Colonel led the way into a room at the back of the house upon the ground floor, light and of fair dimensions, but exquisitely uncomfortable, having nothing in it but the 4 cold white walls and ceiling, a mean carpet, a dreary waste of dining table reaching from end to end, and a bewildering collection of cane-bottomed chairs. In the further region of this banqueting hall was a stove, garnished on either side with a great brass spittoon, and shaped in itself like three little iron barrels set up on end in a fender, and joined together on the principle of the Siamese twins. Before it, swinging himself in a rocking chair, lounged a large gentleman with his hat on, who amused himself by spitting alternately into the spittoon on the right hand of the stove and the spittoon on the left, and then working his way back again in the same order. A negro lad in a soiled white jacket was busily engaged in placing on the table two long rows of knives and forks, relieved at intervals by jugs of water, and as he traveled down one side of this festive board, he straightened with his dirty hands the dirtier cloth, which was all askew and had not been removed since breakfast. The atmosphere of this room was rendered intensely hot and stifling by the stove, but being further flavored by a sickly gush of soup from the kitchen, and by such remote suggestions of tobacco as lingered within the brazen receptacles already mentioned, it became to a stranger's senses almost insupportable. The gentleman in the rocking chair having his back towards them, and being much engaged in his intellectual pastime, was not aware of their approach until the colonel, walking up to the stove, contributed his mite towards the support of the left-hand spittoon, just as the major for it was the major bore down upon it. Major Pawkins then reserved his fire, and looking upward said, with a peculiar air of quiet weariness, like a man who had been up all night, an air which Martin had already observed both in the colonel and Mr. Jefferson, "Brick, well, colonel." "Here is a gentleman from England, major," the colonel replied, "who has concluded to locate himself here, if the amount of compensation suits him." "I am glad to see you, sir," observed the major, shaking hands with Martin, and not moving a muscle of his face. "You are pretty bright, I hope?" "Never better," said Martin. "You are never likely to be," returned the major. "You will see the sunshine." "Here. I think I remember to have seen it shine at home sometimes," said Martin, smiling. "I think not," replied the major. He said so with a stoical indifference certainly, but still in a tone of firmness which admitted of no further dispute on that point. When he had thus settled the question, he put his hat a little on one side for the greater convenience of scratching his head, and saluted Mr. Jefferson Brick with a lazy nod. Major Pawkins, a gentleman of Pennsylvanian origin, was distinguished by a very large skull and a great mass of yellow forehead, in deference to which commodities it was currently held in bar-rooms, and other such places of resort, that the major was a man of huge sagacity. He was further to be known by a heavy eye and a dull, slow manner, and for being a man of that kind, who, mentally speaking, requires a deal of room to turn himself in. But in trading on his stock of wisdom, he invariably proceeded on the principle of putting all the goods he had and more into his window, and that went a great way with his constituency of admirers. It went a great way, perhaps, with Mr. Jefferson Brick, who took occasion to whisper in Martin's ear, "One of the most remarkable men in our country, sir." It must not be supposed, however, that the perpetual exhibition in the marketplace of all his stock in trade for sale or hire was the major's sole claim to a very large share of sympathy and support. He was a great politician, and the one article of his creed, in reference to all public obligations involving the good faith and integrity of his country, was, run a moist pin slick through everything and start fresh. This made him a patriot. In commercial affairs, he was a bold speculator. In plainer words, he had a most distinguished genius for swindling. And could start a bank or negotiate a loan, or form a land jobbing company entailing ruin, pestilence, and death on hundreds of families, with any gifted creature in the union. This made him an admirable man of business. He could hang about a bar-room, discussing the affairs of the nation, for 12 hours together, and in that time could hold forth with more intolerable dullness. Chew more tobacco, smoke more tobacco, drink more rum toddy, mint julep, gin sling, and cocktail than any private gentleman of his acquaintance. This made him an orator and a man of the people. In a word, the Major was a rising character, and a popular character, and was in a fair way to be sent by the popular party to the State House of New York, if not in the end to Washington itself. But as a man's private prosperity does not always keep pace with his patriotic devotion to public affairs, and as fraudulent transactions have their downs as well as ups, the Major was occasionally under a cloud. Hence, just now Mrs. Pawkins kept a boarding house, and Major Pawkins rather loafed his time away than otherwise. "You have come to visit our country, sir, at a season of great commercial depression," said the Major. "At an alarming crisis," said the Colonel. "At a period of unprecedented stagnation," said Mr. Jefferson Brick. "I am sorry to hear that," returned Martin. "It's not likely to last, I hope." Martin knew nothing about America, or he would have known perfectly well that if its individual citizens, to a man, are to be believed, it always is depressed, and always is stagnated, and always is at an alarming crisis, and never was otherwise. Though as a body they are ready to make oath upon the evangelists at any hour of the day or night that it is the most thriving and prosperous of all countries on the habitable globe. "It's not likely to last, I hope," said Martin. "Well," returned the Major, "I expect we shall get along somehow and come right in the end." "We are an elastic country," said the Rowdy Journal. "We are a young lion," said Mr. Jefferson Brick. "We have revivifying and vigorous principles within ourselves," observed the Major. "Shall we drink a bitter afore dinner, Colonel?" The Colonel assenting to this proposal with great alacrity, Major Pawkins proposed an adjournment to a neighboring bar-room, which, as he observed, was only in the next block. He then referred Martin to Mrs. Pawkins for all particulars connected with the rate of board and lodging, and informed him that he would have the pleasure of seeing that lady at dinner, which would soon be ready, as the dinner hour was 2 o'clock, and it only wanted a quarter now. This reminded him that if the bitter were to be taken at all, there was no time to lose, so he walked off without more ado, and left them to follow if they thought proper. When the Major rose from his rocking chair before the stove, and so disturbed the hot air and balmy whiff of soup which fanned their brows, the odor of stale tobacco became so decidedly prevalent as to leave no doubt of its proceeding mainly from that gentleman's attire. Indeed, as Martin walked behind him to the bar-room, he could not help thinking that the great square Major, in his listlessness and languor, looked very much like a stale weed himself, such as might be hoed out of the public garden, with great advantage to the decent growth of that preserve, and tossed on some congenial dunghill. They encountered more weeds in the bar-room, some of whom, being thirsty souls as well as dirty, were pretty stale in one sense, and pretty fresh in another. Among them was a gentleman who, as Martin gathered from the conversation that took place over the bitter, started that afternoon for the far west on a 6 months' business tour, and who, as his outfit and equipment for this journey, had just such another shiny hat and just such another little pale valise as had composed the luggage of the gentleman who came from England in the Screw. They were walking back very leisurely, Martin arm in arm with Mr. Jefferson Brick, and the Major and the Colonel side by side before them, when, as they came within a house or two of the Major's residence, they heard a bell ringing violently. The instant this sound struck upon their ears, the Colonel and the Major darted off, dashed up the steps and in at the street door, which stood ajar like lunatics, while Mr. Jefferson Brick, detaching his arm from Martin's, made a precipitate dive in the same direction and vanished also. Good heaven, thought Martin, the premises are on fire. It was an alarm bell. But there was no smoke to be seen, nor any flame, nor was there any smell of fire. As Martin faltered on the pavement, 3 more gentlemen, with horror and agitation depicted in their faces, came plunging wildly round the street corner, jostled each other on the steps, struggled for an instant, and rushed into the house, a confused heap of arms and legs. Unable to bear it any longer, Martin followed. Even in his rapid progress he was run down, thrust aside, and passed, by 2 more gentlemen, stark mad as it appeared, with fierce excitement. "Where is it?" cried Martin breathlessly to a negro whom he encountered in the passage. "In the eatin' room, sah. Colonel saw him. Kep' a seat side himself, sah. A seat," cried Martin. "For a dinar, sah." Martin started at him for a moment and burst into a hearty laugh, to which the negro, out of his natural good humor and desire to please, so heartily responded that his teeth shone like a gleam of light. "You're the pleasantest fellow I have seen yet," said Martin, clapping him on the back, "and give me a better appetite than bitters." With this sentiment he walked into the dining room and slipped into a chair next the Colonel, which that gentleman by this time nearly through his dinner had turned down in reserve for him with its back against the table. It was a numerous company, 18 or 20 perhaps. Of these some 5 or 6 were ladies, who sat wedged together in a little phalanx by themselves. All the knives and forks were working away at a rate that was quite alarming. Very few words were spoken, and everybody seemed to eat his utmost in self-defense, as if a famine were expected to set in before breakfast time tomorrow morning, and it had become high time to assert the first law of nature. The poultry, which may perhaps be considered to have formed the staple of the entertainment, for there was a turkey at the top, a pair of ducks at the bottom, and 2 fowls in the middle, disappeared as rapidly as if every bird had had the use of its wings and had flown in desperation down a human throat. The oysters, stewed and pickled, leaped from their capacious reservoirs and slid by scores into the mouths of the assembly. The sharpest pickles vanished, whole cucumbers at once, like sugar plums, and no man winked his eye. Great heaps of indigestible matter melted away as ice before the sun. It was a solemn and an awful thing to see. Dyspeptic individuals bolted their food in wedges, feeding, not themselves, but broods of nightmares, who were continually standing at livery within them. Spare men, with lank and rigid cheeks, came out unsatisfied from the destruction of heavy dishes, and glared with watchful eyes upon the pastry. What Mrs. Pawkins felt each day at dinner time is hidden from all human knowledge. But she had one. Comfort. It was very soon over. When the Colonel had finished his dinner, which event took place while Martin, who had sent his plate for some turkey, was waiting to begin, he asked him what he thought of the boarders, who were from all parts of the Union, and whether he would like to know any particulars concerning them. "Pray," said Martin, "who is that sickly little girl opposite with the tight round eyes? I don't see anybody here who looks like her mother or who seems to have charge of her." "Do you mean the matron in blue, sir?" asked the Colonel with emphasis. "That is Mrs. Jefferson Brick, sir." "No, no," said Martin, "I mean the little girl, like a doll, directly opposite." "Well, sir," cried the Colonel, "dat is Mrs. Jefferson Brick." Martin glanced at the colonel's face, but he was quite serious. "Bless my soul! I suppose there will be a young Brick, then, one of these days?" said Martin. "There are 2 young Bricks already, sir," returned the colonel. The matron looked so uncommonly like a child herself that Martin could not help saying as much. "Yes, sir," returned the colonel, "but some institutions develop human nature, others retard it. Jefferson Brick," he observed after a short silence in commendation of his correspondent, "is one of the most remarkable men in our country, sir." This had passed almost in a whisper, for the distinguished gentleman alluded to sat on Martin's other hand. "Pray, Mr. Brick," said Martin, turning to him and asking a question more for conversation's sake than from any feeling of interest in its subject. "Who is that?" He was going to say "young," but thought it prudent to eschew the word. "That very short gentleman yonder with the red nose." "That is Professor Mullet, sir," replied Jefferson. "May I ask what he is professor of?" asked Martin. "Of education, sir," said Jefferson Brick. "A sort of schoolmaster, possibly?" Martin ventured to observe. "He is a man of fine moral elements, sir, and not commonly endowed," said the war correspondent. "He felt it necessary, at the last election for president, to repudiate and denounce his father, who voted on the wrong interest. He has since written some powerful pamphlets under the signature of Superb or Brutus reversed. He is one of the most remarkable men in our country, sir." There seemed to be plenty of 'em, thought Martin, at any rate. Pursuing his inquiries, Martin found that there were no fewer than 4 majors present, 2 colonels, 1 general, and a captain, so that he could not help thinking how strongly officered the American militia must be, and wondering very much whether the officers commanded each other, or if they did not, where on earth the privates came from. There seemed to be no man there without a title, for those who had not attained to military honors were either doctors, professors, or reverends. 3 very hard and disagreeable gentlemen were on missions from neighboring states, one on monetary affairs, one on political, one on sectarian. Among the ladies there were Mrs. Pawkins, who was very straight, bony, and silent, and a wiry-faced old damsel who held strong sentiments touching the rights of women and had diffused the same in lectures, but the rest were strangely devoid of individual traits of character, insomuch that any one of them might have changed minds with the other, and nobody would have found it out. These, by the way, were the only members of the party who did not appear to be among the most remarkable people in the country. Several of the gentlemen got up, one by one, and walked off as they swallowed their last morsel, pausing generally by the stove for a minute or so to refresh themselves at the brass spittoons. A few sedentary characters, however, remained at table full a quarter of an hour, and did not rise until the ladies rose, when all stood up. "Where are they going?" asked Martin in the ear of Mr. Jefferson Brick. "To their bedrooms, sir." "Is there no dessert or other interval of conversation?" asked Martin, who was, disposed to enjoy himself after his long voyage. "We are busy people here, sir, and have no time for that," was the reply. So the ladies passed out in single file, Mr. Jefferson Brick and such other married gentlemen as were left, acknowledging the departure of their other halves by a nod, and there was an end of them. Martin thought this an uncomfortable custom, but he kept his opinion to himself for the present, being anxious to hear and inform himself by the conversation of the busy gentlemen, who now lounged about the stove as if a great weight had been taken off their minds by the withdrawal of the other sex, and who made a plentiful use of the spittoons and their toothpicks. It was rather barren of interest, to say the truth, and the greater part of it may be summed up in one word: dollars. All their cares, hopes, joys, affections, virtues, and associations seemed to be melted down into dollars, whatever the chance contributions that fell into the slow cauldron of their talk. They made the gruel thick and slab with dollars. Men were weighed by their dollars, measures gauged by their dollars. Life was auctioneered, appraised, put up, and knocked down for its dollars. The next respectable thing to dollars was any venture having their attainment for its end. The more of that worthless ballast, honor and fair dealing which any man cast overboard from the ship of his good name and good intent, the more ample stowage room he had for dollars. Make commerce one huge lie and mighty theft. Deface the banner of the nation for an idle rag, pollute it star by star, and cut out stripe by stripe as from the arm of a degraded soldier. Do anything for dollars. What is a flag to them? One who rides at all hazards of limb and life in the chase of a fox will prefer to ride recklessly at most times. So it was with these gentlemen. He was the greatest patriot in their eyes, who brawled the loudest, and who cared the least for decency. He was their champion who, in the brutal fury of his own pursuit, could cast no stigma upon them for the hot knavery of theirs. Thus, Martin learned in the 5-minute straggling talk about the stove that to carry pistols into legislative assemblies and swords and sticks and other such peaceful toys, to seize opponents by the throat as dogs or rats might do, to bluster, bully, and overbear by personal assailment, were glowing deeds, not thrusts and stabs at freedom, striking far deeper into her house of life than any sultan's scimitar could reach, but rare incense on her altars, having a grateful scent in patriotic nostrils, and curling upward to the 7th heaven of fame. Once or twice, when there was a pause, Martin asked such questions as naturally occurred to him, being a stranger, about the national poets, the theatre, literature, and the arts. But the information which these gentlemen were in a condition to give him on such topics did not extend beyond the effusions of such master spirits of the time as Colonel Diver, Mr. Jefferson Brick, and others, renowned, as it appeared, for excellence in the achievement of a peculiar style of broadside essay called A Screamer. "We are a busy people, sir," said one of the captains, who was from the West, and have no time for reading mere notions. "We don't mind 'em if they come to us in newspapers along with almighty strong stuff of another sort. But darn your books!" Here the general, who appeared to grow quite faint at the bare thought of reading anything which was neither mercantile nor political, and was not in a newspaper, inquired if any gentleman would drink some. Most of the company, considering this a very choice and seasonable idea, lounged out, one by one, to the bar-room in the next block. Thence they probably went to their stores and counting-houses, thence to the bar-room again, to talk once more of dollars and enlarge their minds with the perusal and discussion of screamers, and thence each man to snore in the bosom of his own family. Which would seem, said Martin, pursuing the current of his own thoughts, to be the principal recreation they enjoy in common. With that he fell a musing again on dollars, demagogues, and bar-rooms, debating within himself whether busy people of this class were really as busy as they claimed to be, or only had an inaptitude for social and domestic pleasure. It was a difficult question to solve, and the mere fact of its being strongly presented to his mind by all that he had seen and heard was not encouraging. He sat down at the deserted board, and becoming more and more despondent as he thought of all the uncertainties and difficulties of his precarious situation, sighed heavily. Now, there had been at the dinner table a middle-aged man with a dark eye and a sunburnt face who had attracted Martin's attention by having something very engaging and honest in the expression of his features, but of whom he could learned nothing from either of his neighbors, who seemed to consider him quite beneath their notice. He had taken no part in the conversation round the stove, nor had he gone forth with the rest, and now, when he heard Martin sigh for the third or fourth time, he interposed with some casual remark, as if he desired, without obtruding himself upon a stranger's notice, to engage him in cheerful conversation if he could. His motive was so obvious, and yet so delicately expressed, that Martin felt really grateful to him, and showed him so in the manner of his reply. "I will not ask you," said this gentleman with a smile, as he rose and moved towards him, "how you like my country, for I can quite anticipate your feeling on that point. But, as I am an American, and consequently bound to begin with a question, I'll ask you how you like the Colonel." "You are so very frank," returned Martin, "that I have no hesitation in saying I." Don't like him at all, though I must add that I am beholden to him for his civility in bringing me here and arranging for my stay, on pretty reasonable terms, by the way," he added, remembering that the Colonel had whispered him to that effect before going out. "Not much beholden," said the stranger dryly. "The Colonel occasionally boards packet ships, I have heard, to glean the latest information for his journal, and he occasionally brings strangers to board here, I believe, with a view to the little percentage which attaches to those good offices, and which the hostess deducts from his weekly bill. I don't offend you, I hope," he added, seeing that Martin reddened. "My dear sir," returned Martin as they shook hands, "how is that possible? To tell you the truth, I am—" "Yes?" said the gentleman, sitting down beside him. "I am rather at a loss, since I must speak plainly," said Martin, getting the better of his hesitation, "to know how this Colonel escapes being beaten." "Well, he has been beaten once or twice," remarked the gentleman quietly. "He is one of a class of men in whom our own Franklin, so long ago as 10 years before the close of the last century, foresaw our danger and disgrace. Perhaps you don't know that Franklin, in very severe terms, published his opinion that those who were slandered by such fellows as this Colonel, having no sufficient remedy in the administration of this country's laws or in the decent and right-minded feeling of its people, were justified in retorting on such public nuisances by means of a stout cudgel." "I was not aware of that," said Martin, "but I am very glad to know it, and I think it worthy of his memory, especially," here he hesitated again. "Go on," said the other, smiling as if he knew what stuck in Martin's throat. "Especially," pursued Martin, "as I can already understand that it may have required great courage, even in his time, to write freely on any question which was not a party won in this very free country." "Some courage, no doubt," returned his new friend. "Do you think it would require any to do so now?" "Indeed I think it would, and not a little," said Martin. "You are right, so very right that I believe no satirist could breathe this air. If another Juvenal or Swift could rise up among us tomorrow, he would be hunted down. If you have any knowledge of our literature, and can give me the name of any man, American born and bred, who has anatomized our follies as a people, and not as this or that party, and who has escaped the foulest and most brutal slander, the most inveterate hatred and intolerant pursuit, it will be a strange name in my ears, believe me. In some cases I could name to you, were a native." Writer has ventured on the most harmless and good-humored illustrations of our vices or defects. It has been found necessary to announce that in a second edition the passage has been expunged, or altered, or explained away, or patched into praise. "And how has this been brought about?" asked Martin in dismay. "Think of what you have seen and heard today, beginning with the Colonel," said his friend, "and ask yourself, how they came about is another question. Heaven forbid that they should be samples of the intelligence and virtue of America, but they come uppermost, and in great numbers, and too often represent it. Will you walk?" There was a cordial candor in his manner, and an engaging confidence that it would not be abused, a manly bearing on his own part, and a simple reliance on the manly faith of a stranger, which Martin had never seen before. He linked his arm readily in that of the American gentleman, and they walked out together. It was perhaps to men like this, his new companion, that a traveler of honored name who trod those shores now nearly 40 years ago, and woke upon that soil as many have done since, to blots and stains upon its high pretensions, which in the brightness of his distant dreams were lost to view, appealed in these words: "Oh, but for such, Columbia's days were done. Rank without ripeness, quickened without sun, crude at the surface, rotten at the core, her fruits would fall by her." The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.